Hello, hello, hello. I don't know what that intro was, but hello. Just the general consensus of what we're trying to say. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. It's the WardiTV 2025 Championship. I've just been casting the Christmas Day games, so I'm in my Christmas jumper. So you guys just ignore that. That was not meant to be the case. I just forgot to get changed, but screw it. We're just gonna keep it on. Because why the hell not? And yeah, we're gonna go. I nearly said it's the WardiTV 22 Christmas Day games because I literally just been casting some of those. It's been an early start for me. Busy casting, getting some games in, and all the rest of it. Alright, let me drop a lobby link. 2 winter, 3 white, 4 sell, 5 other ship. Alright, Grady needs a moment or two. We'll give him a couple seconds. What else was I about to do? I'm sure I was about to do something else that I'm now completely forgotten about what I was doing. What was I going to do? Actually not sure, to be honest. Yeah, I actually don't know what I was gonna do. Cool. Guess we're gonna just send it then. We're gonna go Byun versus creator for the start of the day. I'll probably remember in a moment or two and be like, no, I need to do this quickly. So that'll be fun. But yeah, hope you're all having a good day. Hopefully everyone's having a good time. We're gonna kick off in just a few moments. We got, who is it? Pulsar SC2. That's who I'm writing on this card. Thank you so much for starting the day off with a 22-month resub. Appreciate it, and we'll get you on the tree, obviously, very shortly. Very exciting. Gonna get that done and sorted and all the rest of it. Vara91, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 72-month resub as well. I feel like, do you have a special decoration, Vara, from gifting subs or something the previous year? I really feel like you got something in here, to be honest. Maybe, possibly. Nope, not that one. Not that one either. I really felt like I saw your name on something in here, but maybe I'm just crazy, or maybe I just can't find it right now as well. Is also very possible. I don't know. Now I'm just using the same thing twice. You don't remember? I'm just gonna put it on the tree normally because I can't find anything right now. Alright, just waiting to see if anyone else is joining this lobby for a second or so, guys. I think we've got everybody though. Alright, Creator was ready too. I thought we were in for Creator, but he said ready in a different chat and I just didn't see it. Perfect. Let's do it. So the carry paint in the background. That's freaking cool, isn't it? Honestly, I like all the stuff that's in the background stuff. Alright, we're getting game Pulsar, Vara. I'll get you guys on the tree after this game. Vara, that is a 6-year resub though. That is amazing as always. Appreciate all the support you've provided over the years. Thank you for keeping it going. Appreciate you guys. Christmas Shredder, yeah. I was casting some of the WardiTV Christmas Day games, so I guess spoilers, you now know my outfit for the Christmas Day games. You know, don't spoil it for anyone that didn't figure it out, but yeah, I'll be wearing this on the Christmas Day games because I was just casting some of those this morning, so. And they are great games. That's going to be fantastic games for sure. It's going to be awesome. You know what else is going to be awesome, though? Is going to be our WardiTV 2025 Championship playoff bracket resuming right here and right now. We are starting an hour early today just to make sure we make our way through very comfortably and everything. Going to be a lot of fun. Let's get into the top left-hand side of the map, which is going to be with our Blue Protoss player. This will be Creator. as in the bottom right-hand side. Our red Terran player is going to be Byun as we get into our very first map of the day and our very first series. So the schedule for today, guys, is looking pretty darn good, if you do ask me. A little bit biased, but yeah, basically TLDR, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of awesome games here in the WardiTV 2025 Championship. We're going to go Creator versus Byun. We're going to do Rogue versus Clem Series number 2. The winner of both those matches then play each other. We're then going to move down into Scarlet versus Spirit. As well as Scarlet versus Spirit, we will also have Cure versus Showtime. And depending on the time, we will either do one more series and do the winner of those two matches, or we will do that tomorrow as our starting matchup. It's just tonight's the final night. I've got to go out at a certain time, so depending on how the games go, I'm just going to figure that out, basically. So that's what's going on. That's what's happening. We'll get this ready to rumble. So Nexus core coming through. Just going to be seeing that Reaper in the factory on the way in. Getting that set up for a couple of moments here as we just get ourselves into position in these early stages and figure out what it is that we're going to try and move in toward. I'm just going to have our Adept in the Warp Gate coming up as well, so bring that straight by just for now. Get that up and running. And yeah, just going to be seeing the Nexus coming by, the Warp Gate coming up. Let's go on the Indie Cam. And we can settle ourselves into this best of 5. Like I say, it's still going to be a bunch of best of 5s today, so at the very least we're doing 5 best of 5s. Maybe we do 6. It really just depends on how the timing goes. Like, I have to go at a certain time, but if we finish 2.5 hours early, then I can do the next series, and then we just don't start early tomorrow. So that's the way of things, basically. That's the way of things. Couple of Reapers and the Helene will go up towards the center. There's going to be an Adept right there that gets some damage onto it. The Command Center is still building through. The Widowmine, the SCV coming up. The Adept will put a bit more pressure on. And we'll actually go after an SCV already. The couple of Reapers and the Helene would like to try and put some more work in. It's going to be seeing our Command Center still building up for the next moment or so. It's just going to bring that through as well. Again, blinking the Warp Gate, both coming up. Just going to get that all coming through, get that set. This Widowmine behind that Command Center is just looking to be a little bit cheeky right there, if possible, is kind of the idea. As you do see the 2 Reapers and said Hellion coming up as well, so just bringing all that online. The Blink coming through, the couple of gateways and the Robo facility coming online also. Bringing all of this by Medevac and Marines coming up as well. Orbital Command in production. Still got a barracks building on the side of Byun. And yeah, that orbital coming through, the SCV and the Marines all building up into play. Just have our siege tank still building as well from Byun's position. See where we can go with all of this. We have the couple Stalkers and the Adept going to gather up there as well. Just going to be seeing that gateway coming by, the robotics facility coming in. Again, gate coming through, just getting a little bit of everything on the go. The Medevac is going to drop in a couple of Widowmines. Going to go Kaboom for 1 and then Kaboom for 2. No splash onto extras. So Byun getting the, I'm not going to say the bare minimum, because he actually gets out with the Widowmine as well. So he gets 1 per mine, which is generally what you want to be aiming for. That's kind of the Protoss goal as well. The Protoss goal is to actually deny this to the point where you do not get the chance to even get 1 Widowmine or 1 probe per Widowmine. This is pretty fine. Like I say, Byun will be happy because the Medevac's still alive, so that provides you with more opportunity further down the line. That chance is still there to get even more out of this, basically. I think that's going to be one of the more important parts of this overall. So that Medevac unloads. Widowmine will come through. The couple probes have to chase for a second or two. Retargeting a bunch of times. Going to finally go off. I mean, these Stalkers you don't want to target because they've got Blink, right? Inbo or Reaper is kind of funny, and it is going to be more retargeting. We could go there. That's going to be 3 kills. Triple kill on the mine shot is actually very good. Byun is going to be in some trouble here. The Stalkers could blink in to the tank, but he decides not to. He just walks up to the front, going to try and trade out nicely, but that means the tank gets to fire all the way throughout this, which really makes this a little bit of a better scenario, no doubt. So that becomes a little bit funky as well, as we try and figure out what Delio really is going to turn out to be here overall. So just trying to figure out all of this. The Raven going to come moving up for a few moments as well. The Stalker's still going to try and pressure forward. The SCVs are pulling in as we are going to lose one tank, but we already have another tank there as well, so that's going to, also just be a major addition, a major bonus. And you see the Marines still going to gather in for a couple of seconds. Auto turret across the map going to allow us to get rid of a few more of these probes very quickly as well, so another little bonus coming in on that build, more or less right now, is going to be another nice addition. I mean, still not bad. 3 workers going down the other side, so Byun is still the one that's finding some good damage here already. Just going to see the Stalkers. Going to get through, and SCV gets picked away at right away. And these Stalkers are just going to pick away at the refinery for a few moments. So again, picking their way through this. The Marines are going to try and fight back as best they can. The Prism just going to load up there and start to pull out of this. Because on the right-hand side, actually, this is going to be a much better position. They're going to be able to get rid of the reactor on the starport, and they're going to be able to keep hitting the starport. So that's a pretty big deal. The tank is out of reach. The starport's going to have to lift up and relocate. It is burning. We can pull an SCV to repair it. It's not going to be the end of the world. Stim will not go down there either. I mean, it's still a nice denial, though, right? We basically deny a reactor that's going to be half the production. Having to rebuild it, basically halts the production as well for a while. So that really is a pretty big factor. Also, these couple Stalkers load back up and relocate back around. Combat Shield, Concussor Shell, and the +1 all still coming in on the side of Byun. So he's getting a lot of those upgrades up and rolling. Gateway's coming through, another auto turret coming down, trying for some extra value still. Sentry's trying to play a defense against that. We very narrowly get a second probe there, not quite in the end. Combat Shield, Concussor Shells, and that +1 attack upgrade will all continue to produce. We just have 2 Marauders and 2 Mines still in that production tab right now. So again, bringing up as much of this as possible. Just going to see a little bit of bio stepping through. Stalkers immediately in some trouble as well. So going to have those kind of getting pushed around a little bit here. What comes next then? I mean, Marine Marauder Medevac on the way. All the upgrades finishing through. Byun starts to make a move up the right-hand side. So he's going to try and get over in that kind of a direction. Turret dropping down, the couple probes getting zapped pretty much immediately as well, so again, more damage being dealt right off the bat. Bio trying to step through, we see the Scarlets, the Stalkers, and the Sentries trying to gather up. The Medevacs will load up, and they're going to pull away for a little bit of time here. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers on the backside. They're still getting shot at. The Prism will go down, so no retreat on those units. At the same time, Byun's units are kind of out of luck as well. They don't have much of a retreat. They're going to get blinked on. They'll have to stim again to stay out of reach. Ghost Academy coming up from Byun. Kind of starting to become a scrappy game. Resources lost are very similar across the board. Reinforcements here, and especially a couple of additional medevacs, should go a long way toward clearing this up, I'd imagine. There's that Ghost Academy about halfway done. Couple of Widow Mines, Marines, and Marauders, all still building. And he's just going to step through. Widow Mine going to be there. Stalkers get chased away. He's going to get a grab on this Observer as well. He's just going to be able to knock that down also. Again, Marine Marauder Medevac all coming up. We add on those couple Widow Mines, the Forge, the Probes, the Colossus building in as well as that bio settles down. Again, Engineering Bay and Armory coming up. Missile Turret on the way through, building into the next stage of this quickly here. Raven will come back around this side. Going to once again show up and just put into position an auto turret to put a bit more pressure out. As Ghosts come online, you gotta like that part of this from Byun, right? The ability to say, hey, look, this is a situation right now where I'm gonna be set up with a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna be having some, all my tech units available. Trey is very slow to upgrades as well, by the way, so he's been very committed up until now in this game, so that's gonna be an issue too, that he's gonna be not quite having the upgrades to kind of, really kind of keep up with Byun. So Byun having that upgrade lead, something you don't see all the time in TVP necessarily, so that's going to be another bonus to the Terran player here as the Zealots gather back in. And yeah, +2 attack, +1 armor, both building through straight away. It's going to see the Prism going to get taken down. The few Zealots are going to come running in to try and be a response, but it's going to be a pretty good shutdown on the attempted aggression. I will say Creator's obviously on the 4 bases, and those 4 bases are going to remain pretty important. And it will be a good launching pad for him to get into the 5-base setup. And if you get to 5 bases, then things do potentially come a little bit more tricksy for the Terran player as well. So something else to look at there as you just see 2-1, +1 ship weapons coming up as well. All of that coming through for the moment. 2 more Vikings, the Marine Marauder coming by. A little bit of bio gathering up, just get settled down. And yeah, the armor, attack and armor upgrades both coming in from Creator, so those come through. He's going to finally get some upgrades coming into place. The MP here could be massive, but don't drop it in time to be that threatening. I was saying it's going to be massive because I see a lot of clumped up sentries, and so Colossus were right back there as well, so we could have taken a bunch of shields off and depleted the energy of some of those energy-based units, right? So that's something could have been decent. Well, Vikings are very much so still on their way, so bringing those up. The medevac's coming through as well. Getting that under, well, into position right now. 2-2 upgrades coming around. The extended thermal lens is going to be a part of this very shortly. So, in fact, we got 3 Colossus and thermal lens is only halfway done. It's kind of wild. Raiders double expanding top right, far left. Kind of inviting Byun to kind of pressure onto one of those bases. Byun just going to lift his CC and kind of slow move elsewhere right now. So he's in no apparent rush to do much of anything here, so he's just going to take his time for a hot second. And the Temple Archives continues to come about as well, just having a little bit of bio, chasing those few zealots away. Just going to push that away immediately. Going to try to push up the right-hand side. We're getting to this point where, we talked about it a lot recently, where the Terran army becomes very effective at trading, very efficient at trading. And that's going to become a major question in these next few moments of how well can Byun trade in the next couple of minutes as Creator tries to fight, and can Creator take good enough fights to kind of make the Terran regret setting it up in such a similar way as well. I think it's going to be... yeah, I think that part's going to be, like I say, the question. 4th base from Byun comes down. Again, Creator that double expand, but honestly not that many workers. Like, the double expand is more like a, hey, it's an insurance policy, so if you kill one of the bases, I have the other, than actually wanting to mine from both, because he doesn't have the workers to really need kind of 6 bases just yet. This is not like an 85 pro Protoss who is looking to have like massive economy and a little bit of a smaller army in reconcile to that. So yeah, I think that's going to be kind of an interesting factor as well, as we do see a little bit of a step forward from Byun. He's actually going to ignore the base to the bottom left, probably just doesn't know about it. Standing in a couple of the storms, Disruptor shot there going to get denied. I mean, the Colossus gets shut down, so the splash damage is all gone. We drop some EMPs, we're going to try and fight. 2-1 upgrades to 1-1, and now some units actually do show up, so he does know about that bottom left base. He's going to get onto that with the reinforcement wave while still taking the majority of the interest of the army with the rest of this force. He's going to kill 9 probes. The Vikings ended up going to this mineral line and getting rid of a bunch of workers as well, and Byun going to get rid of this Nexus. He's killed a bunch of probes. 22 workers going down. Creator down by 23 at the moment, and Byun with a major win over on this left-hand side of 10,000 feet. Took a little bit of his time, but he picked his moment, and when he does pick his moment, it turns into a pretty effective fight overall. And Byun should be pretty happy with that. The rest of the bio coming back through into the center once again. And 3-3 coming up, plus 2 ship weapons coming online. The Ghosts going to be on production also. Like I say, Byun is getting more and more valuable units up. Creator has to rebuild from the ground up. Byun preserved a lot of his main units, and obviously Creator loses pretty much all of his. So Creator having to rebuild from the ground up, whereas Byun is already in a very well-established place. I think that's going to be pretty notable as well here. We dive up. Nexus is going to get jumped on. Plus 3 bio units doing their thing, picking their way through the Nexus. Going to take that down. Now we load up. Now we're going to jump across in toward the main base as well. Actually just going to unload on the natural. I mean, kind of pick and choose your position. There's not enough stuff going on here for Creator. Loses the High Temple. I do believe had 1 storm on it. And Byun sees that is the upgrade in Forge. So he denies some upgrades. Going to preserve his upgrade leaders. 3-3 will be on the getting done soon. His attack further ahead than the armor. But yeah, I mean, this is looking done. Byun's going to stim into a base that's not here. So yeah. Anytime you stim in to kill a base that's still not there, right? I mean, looks pretty good for you. I can count not super crazy here, right? Actually, need to take a couple of moments to be respectful of this Protoss army. If we get rid of 1 Colossus, the other one will live. So I do think we're maybe a little reckless with the Vikings on that one. But again, Byun's far enough ahead that right now that's okay for him. He's ahead in workers and still ahead in army supply. So overall, you know, pick and choose your kind of position, you're going to be in a pretty okay place. Bio pulling back down the left-hand side. The few Marauders are going to show up. That Viking or 2 going to come across as well. We're building 3 Vikings at a time, so we've got the double starboard at least producing to replenish our Viking count to make sure we've got an answer to those Colossus as consistently as we possibly can. It's going to be obviously a very important part of this as well, you'd imagine, over time. Tycoon's going to shoot. That Colossus taking just a teeny bit more damage. Again, the +3 ship weapons on the way from Byun as well. So continue to bring that out. The Disruptor trying to get a shot in. It doesn't really hit much, and then it goes down. That's the issue with Disruptors. So often they just don't do what they need to, and then bam, the next thing you know, they're already dead as well. And it's just like, oh, that was my tech unit. That was not worth it. Disruptor gets denied here too. The Colossus is dead, and Byun, quite frankly, is just overrunning this army of Creator. He will take the opening game of our opening best of 5 on day 4 of the playoffs. I can't believe it is playoff weekend already, because yeah, this tournament has started to really fly by. I mean, we've had long days, and yet the games have just been awesome, like, consistently, so been a lot of fun in that regard. We're going to host into Winter Madness for map 2, just waiting for Creator to come out of the replay, and I can start that process off. And I got a couple of people to add it to the tree and so on, so a couple of moments, get this sorted. If you'd like to see Clem Rogue, you're not, that's coming up next. Byun with the instant ready up. Thank you, Var91, and also Pulsar for the subs. I'll get you guys on the tree, and then we will take a chance to dive into this next game, guys. Tree so full that we have to throw them around our back right now. There's just no free branches otherwise. Just double checking who's here and who's ready to party. Byun and Creator both ready. Let's go into game number 2 of this BO3, my friends. And thank you so much for joining us early. And again, it is early, a little bit of an earlier start time than usual, just to make sure that we get done in time today. The bracket's looking great. Haven't shown it on stream yet. Maybe we can do that right now, just so this game loads up, actually. Hang on. Let's reposition a couple of things. So yeah, just while we get into this game, let's have a look at where the bracket stands and where things are at. So obviously today we're fully focused on the lower bracket. The upper bracket is Solar Hero, winner vs Classic, Max Pax Raynor, winner vs Shin. We're down here, Byun vs Creator, Clem vs Rogue, winner against each other in another elimination match. Spirit, Scarlet, Q, Showtime, another elimination match after. That is where things go across the course of this competition. So, that's the bracket. Obviously, you can check it out in more detail yourself if you want an exclamation mark B in the Twitch chat or just the pinned comment in the YouTube, as we are going to have ourselves in the bottom right-hand corner. In just a second, there we go. It is going to be a Blue Protoss player, Creator, up against the red Terran in the top left corner of the map. It is going to be Byun. Getting into a game 2 with Byun on that 1-0 lead. Playing calm, playing collected, not getting too aggressive too early. When he did get aggressive, the fights were good. And, you know, like very, very operational for him. Able to do a lot. Putting him into some good positions. Putting us into some fun positions as well, as Byun able to take that 1-0 lead. And go from there. Are these live or replays? Live? Everything is live today. No replays. The only replays on the rest of the event is potentially what would be Series 6 today if we don't have time, will be Series 1 from replays tomorrow. Everything else for the rest of this championship is live, unless something happens that I'm not aware of currently. There's currently no plan for any non-live games outside of that one I just mentioned, which is got some reasoning behind it at least. There's a proxy here from Creator. He's going to up the ante a little bit on this game number 2, so proxying a gateway. Has one gateway at home as well, so double gate for the proxy is going to be a bit of combined pressure here in these early stages. Get that up and running. And we'll see just where we go with this. Creeper coming about, the factory coming through. I see the Stalker is on the way up as well, so he's going to be getting that going for the moment here. Got that set up already. And we'll begin to apply this pressure now. High ground setup from Byun. He's going to be pretty safe here, so he's going to be absolutely okay. This is a good setup from him. It's going to put him in a position where he's very comfortably able to kind of defend against what's coming his way. Let's see how much the sword can get done. 2 Reapers right now, not going to do a lot, and that's part of the trouble, but then you get in the bunker and it's going to become a lot less of an issue. And that makes your life a whole lot easier. As the Cyclone and the Marine will continue to come around, just going to be seeing Stalker and that Wolf Gate coming up as well, bringing that all through. Just for the moment. Let's hop down to the low ground there. So again, trying to see a bit more of what's going on just now. See what else is going to happen. Just going to see the couple Stalkers going to ping up through. The Reaper's going to take some damage right off the bat, so a little bit being done there. We have the Cyclone going to lock onto a pylon, and we'll be able to push this gate away. So honestly, not a great start from Creator. Does not really get that much out of this from the very beginning, to be honest. So definitely not ideal. I feel like he would have liked a lot more from this overall as the Cyclone locks onto and hence removes the pylon. It's going to take that down as well. And we do have the Blink and the Warp Gate, both continuing into play just for the moment. Again, a couple gates in the Robo Facility coming up as well. Marines and that Cyclone will take a chance to get a few more shots off. A few more hits coming through already, so just going to get rid of this gateway. Pick off that position, like I say, clear this out, and open the path for more action in this near future. Creator back home, on his way to Blink. The problem is you can see the timing of that Blink feels very late overall. Obviously the later that Blink is, the rougher this kind of turns out to be for you in general, so not loving that necessarily for him. As you are going to see that medevac coming straight through and in position to see where we can go and what we can do. See what Byun's first bit of aggression achieves in these next few moments. Just going to have the, again, drop on that right side. Triple Widow Mine as well, so got to really be on top of this because 3 mines, obviously, can't let a single one do more than it's meant to. Want to lose at most 3 workers here. 1, 2, 3. And we still have 1 mine available, so it's already not exactly ideal. But the medevac's low enough that I don't believe it's going to be making a getaway. So 3 workers, 1 more shot. Does just retarget a few times to be annoying. Blink's not ready yet. Oh, even better. He got a Stalker and he got a probe. He got the double whammy, you know? He got the Stalker and the probe there. That really is pretty much best case scenario in that situation. So yep, that'll work. As the Stalkers go towards the upper left-hand side, Creator's going to hop into the main base. Tank shot already coming down. Couple Stalkers getting hit. Pushed away to the sides straight away. Unloading a few of these Stalkers to the low ground now. And just resetting them over here for the next couple of moments. More pressure from Creator. I mean, he's just going big on the Stalker warping, so he obviously wants to make this happen. Their Siege Tank needs to try and get in position. You lose the bunker at the front, that's going to maybe open the way to that next Siege Tank, but that's what the second Siege Tank is important for, that you still have a little bit of buffer here as Byun to be able to continue holding on against this. 4-gate Blink means that the third base of Creator is very late. Again, so close to Stim. Stim is such a good shutdown of this because you're just going to have the mobility that you would not really have otherwise. Surely you can't go into this main base right now because we just took like multiple shots before we went for that, so I just don't think we would have been able to get away with this. It seemed like it probably would have been disastrous. The Stalker's still poking around at the bunker at the front, putting a bit more work in. Marines coming about, just going to be seeing the charge still coming through, the couple probes and the Nexus coming online. Bringing a lot of that in as well. The Stalker's going to get rid of the combat shield already. Tank, the Marines, both continuing up. Charge on the way. Nexus coming through. The Dark Shrine is going to build into play as well right here. It's just going to keep getting that on the go. Keep bringing that into place just for the moment. Stalkers blinking out over to the right side. And Dark Shrine coming up, Forge on the way. Next is a couple of probes coming through, adding a charge on there as well. We are going to see this medevac is going to get jumped on by a few stalkers. They're going to be able to get a full kill, so Byun loses a bit of supply there, and that's actually a big win for Creator after, I would say, his position in this game was not really getting into a great spot. Getting rid of the medevac freely like that, that's going to be a major positive for him. That definitely helps. It's going to be a, like I say, a major plus, and something that can help bring him back on track here a little bit, give you a bit more control back in this matchup, where it maybe felt as though it was starting to get away from you a little bit. He's going to get a Dark Shrine, which is also a sign of like, hey, this was not going great for me, let's try and play the recovery game at this point. So he's going to start trying to do that, as we do see the couple of gates continue to build into play. We'll shoot, a little bit of bio, taking some damage. So I'm going to get shot back. Just going to see the missile turret doing its job right there as well. So again, making sure to let too much come of this. Good little defense bio. We'll deal with a few stalkers to the low ground as well. So just making sure that they do not get out of hand. Once more also. The Prism still floating about and figuring out what else it would like to do for these next few moments. I mean, just trying to get the DTs in position. DTs going to reveal themselves. Marines will scan, but a little late, and the Prism goes low, but it doesn't die. Observer also revealed, but I don't think we've got the damage to get rid of it. Missile turret in the natural, and the DT's in reach of it initially, runs out of reach and forces another scan. Down 12 workers overall in the game. 4 SCVs died here. Obviously, a few scans had to be used. The Prism ends up recalling, so it's not going to be a pressure point for the next few moments at least, so that does leave us with a little bit of intrigue perhaps as to what next. A little bit of bio stimming straight forward there, looking to get a little extra. Again, a few more clips on those stalkers wherever possible. Anything we can do to nip away at this army, which I still don't really love for Creator, because obviously instead of getting splash damage up, he invested into the DTs. Now he does have some Archons, he's got a couple of Mortals. His army's not terrible, it's not just gateway units, but it doesn't have the Storm and it doesn't have the Colossus, one of those two main factors that usually are the splash that can lead you through, especially when you've got 80 army supply of the Terran in the game at this point in time. Two Vikings still coming by. We do see the tanks getting sieged already, and that is a push from Creator coming around that left-hand side. Beyond combat shields only halfway done, so yeah, good point in the chat that if he doesn't have combat shields, he can't really commit. So he does maybe pull back because of that. But now you're going to take a fight without combat shield anyway, because Creator recognizes that maybe he has a chance to get on in here. You're just missing a bunch of health on those units. And Creator able to get a jump onto this, and that's going to be very expensive for Byun, and might just be enough for Creator to actually get a W here. He's got some tech units that have just not quite being cleaned out, man. That last Archon, that's low HP. There's one healthy Archon, one Archon that's very close to going down. I just don't think that Byun's going to have enough at the end of this. It does seem as though Creator is going to find himself a W at the end of this game too, to tie us up one game apiece in our best of 5. Good moment from Creator, recognizing the opportunity and stepping straight into it. GG, says Byun, after a little bit of effort, and that is going to be Creator to take a game 2, ties us up, and we are going to get ourselves into a game 3 in a couple of moments with everything tied and everything to play for in this lower bracket matchup. Elimination on the line. Everyone that plays today is under the chance of elimination. No winner bracket matches today, just pure elimination series. So keeping that in mind as we go game 3 on White Rabbit. See if Byun can bring it back or if Creator will continue his control. Push this up and we'll get ready to go. Why didn't have combat shields beyond you? You forgot to restart it. Got denied. The rebuild didn't come in. It's a mistake made. Alright, just double checking we're ready. Looks as though we are. Let's get into this on White Rabbit here, guys. So I just had a little DM I just had to end, or message I had to answer quickly in StarCraft. But we are able to go into White Rabbit. Perfect, let's get this going. Will we see a mech game from Byun? I highly doubt it. If Byun plays mech in this series, I think that would be pretty bonkers, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. It'd be very bonkers. I think his bio play is just so solid, he has no reason to play what is truly a lesser style in mech. Like, mech had its phase in TVP over the past 3 months already. It's bad. Protoss figured it out. It's just not good. Like, we're in the current mech phase where it's like the only people that are going to mech are the people who are really in love with mech or really creative and crazy. But I think the reality is that meching literally is just giving your opponent a much easier game. As unfortunate as that may be for all the mech lovers out there. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be Creator. He takes on the red Terran. In the bottom left corner of the map, we've got Byun. He on Right Rabbit, everything tied up in this best of 5. Winner advances on. We'll play the winner of Rogue and Clem, which is our next series up. And that's our first half of the show today. Figuring out how this section pans out, figuring out how this plays, figuring out who gets to stay alive. All 4 of our lower bracket round 3 matches, guys, have a Terran in them, and they are the 4 remaining Terrans in this contest, by the way. If you weren't aware, we only have 4 Terrans left, and yeah, all 4 in this lower bracket, so kind of need some Terrans to make it to the end of today. If we don't have Terrans at the end of today, we have no Terrans in the competition, so a little bit of love, a little bit of cheering for some of the Terrans, because it doesn't have to be Byun against Creator necessarily, but it would be nice to see some of them advance through and see some Terran games deeper into the bracket as well. It's going to be tough, man, because the lower bracket's only going to get tougher. This upper bracket's already stacked, and those upper bracket players have to drop down to the lower bracket as they lose, so yeah, the lower bracket is going to get rather difficult rather quickly, so it's not a fun time to be a Terran fan in this event, honestly, but we still have them today. I'm going to say, let's hope we have them tomorrow as well. Factory and Command Center, everything high ground as Byun plays a pretty safe opening there, all things considered, so let's get that set up, get that underway already. Reaper will take its chance to scout across the map. Give Showtime going to be a banger game. Yeah. I'm really happy to see Showtime versus Q. I would have loved to see Mana as well, because I think Mana has been playing great this year, and he's definitely had his moments, but to me, Showtime Q is a really cool matchup, because we have seen it so many times in WardiTV events, and we've seen just how good it can be. I really feel like they're such good styles for each other, where Kira does play a lot of the aggressive stuff, but not overly so. And so I think there's a good chance they end up in some longer games, and then Showtime in those longer games. I mean, the long games he played against Spirit were really cool. I do wonder if Showtime's super confident, like, later in the game, though, because I do think there's, like I say, some difficulty in PvT right now in the super later stages, so it's going to be interesting to figure out and see how that pans out. That is later today, Series 5, when we get there. See our Adept moving about, Reaper taking some damage. It's going to shoot. This facility coming down, a couple of gates coming up, Blink and the Warp Gate coming through as well. A couple of Marines and a Medevac continue to produce through the orbital landing on the natural. Two Stalkers stepping up, and that Cyclone does get forced back initially for now. Stalker's gonna shoot. Cyclone takes some damage. The SC Cyclone can repaired a little bit. We do see the Marines in the tank still coming through. Well, the gateways coming online. The probes building. Stalker and that Blink upgrade continuing by as well. Okay, Marines and the SCVs coming through. It's going to see the pylon down on the bottom side. Get that put into place. As we see the Cyclone locking onto the Adepts. The Adepts will take some damage. The Marines going to come through, hitting up at a few of those probes. This probe's starting to go down very quickly. Byun just in this natural. This is a disaster for Creator. This medevac getting across the map so freely, and Blink not done yet is a major issue, because obviously now these Stalkers even are getting chased a little bit. Cyclone locks onto one of the Stalkers on the low ground. If Byun micros that well, it's going to be difficult to get rid of that Cyclone. It's going to kill another Stalker. In the main base, we've already killed multiple Stalkers as well. That's going to continue. Reinforcements coming by. The Marines trying to get the Stalker there in the end. It will be a probe surround to end this. But that was pretty disastrous. I mean, not every day things work so badly for you, but it's definitely going to be one of these times where Predator is going to be losing out. 8 workers, 6 Stalkers died is the main thing. Like, Stalkers ain't cheap. And right now, if you have to replenish Stalkers, it's going to slow down everything else in your game. Like, having to go back into Stalkers is just such a miserable experience here overall. It really is. So I do think that's going to be a rather sad experience for Creator, unfortunately. I mean, let's see what he can do on the follow-up. He will not have many Stalkers to counterattack with. Byun honestly could probably already maybe make a move or so. See the Stalkers getting through, the SCV going down, Cyclone's still there. Observer will get picked by that Cyclone. Auto turret going to force a few probes to peel away. It's just going to keep a bit more of the action going there. The Stalker's blinking over, the Raven taking some damage. A few more shots coming down once more. Person gets back into unloading position. Just going to drop a few Stalkers off already. Some work in there right off the bat. Impact, combat shield +1. A few bits and pieces coming through. The racks and the couple missile turrets coming online as well. All those upgrades finishing soon from Byun. He knows he's got a lead from early in this game, so I do not imagine a world where he's not just going to say, you know what, let's just send this through. So you have the couple of Marines getting shut away at, pushed away at. But the reality is I think Byun can move out soon and do well. Charge is only just starting now. We see the auto turret going to double drop down, so going to try for some probes. Stalkers have to be careful too. We do lose the Raven at least, so that's going to be the end of the Raven pressure, so that's at least one positive that we get out of this, I suppose. Something. That's the Marines coming through, the couple tanks are there, the Stalkers get pushed back once more. The Observer gets scanned down, so we're going to take that out with immediate effect also, just for the moment. Again, +1 and combat shield both coming through, the bio upgrades coming about, the Widow Mines are building. Just seeing the bio ready to push away at those Stalkers a little bit. Again, +1 attack about to finish, compressor shells coming through, the Marauders and the medevacs are still very much so building into place. These few Stalkers on this right-hand side. We'll try and get a little bit more done here as well. Still poking around, still looking for a little extra. You see another big warping coming by right now as the Marauders going to get jumped on. The units coming back into place, just going to be seeing the Cyclone lock on good for a couple of these Zealots. So again, a little bit more damage being done. The bio getting some Stalkers caught in the center though. Realistically, I mean, at this point, Byun just wants to take the fight. This army's out in the open. He does have to stim a second time, so his units are kind of low HP coming in. I will fight here. We see the force fields allowing you to take a bit of a better fight. I mean, Creator honestly taking a very good fight, all things considered. Remember, he was kind of in a horrible position in this game, so now he's kind of competitive almost. The army supply of his going down at the end. Man, for a moment or two, the army supply of Creator was genuinely very good. And that's, I mean, you might be like, what you on about? Creator's completely dead here. But, like, for a moment, his army supply, like, leveled up, and I was like, okay. Just didn't have the momentum. Once the Zealots died, everything else really melted. I'm going to take the forward third base. As Creator throws down a Dark Shrine. He knows he's in trouble. He knows he's in recovery mode, so he's going to try and get himself back on track here, if possible. But just going to stim. The couple of Zealots get chased away. I mean, once the third base establishes, Byun may feel more confident to move out on the map. became a weird game, but I think he should still be able to read that he's in a very positive position overall, so I don't think overall he should be finding that too crazy. And there's just going to be seeing the bio here will knock through a few of those rocks. And Marine Ghost coming up, Medivacs and the Marine coming in. All of that coming about just now. Just going to be seeing the Marine get another probe, so we pick that off as well. All those Ghosts still very much so coming online also. Sun's Tower coming by, the Engineering Bay coming up. We've got a couple of SCVs building through as well, so a few different bits and pieces just coming about right there. Command Center coming over. Just going to have our Marine Marauder all building through. The Prism is going to make a play down in toward the main base. Shut down immediately, scan for the DT. Easy defense from Byun, who is now moving onto the map. He, especially with the DT, with the Prism going down, he just says, cool! You know what that means? It means you have way less to play with, and that's definitely going to be true. And so away we go. And it's just going to be seeing the Zealots going to try and make a dive here. The Stalkers will not stand any chance once the Zealots go down. Creator has to say GG. Byun will take the lead of this series back into his own hands. Byun gets back on track, and with a 2-1 advantage right now, looking to take a victory if the next game goes his way. Alright, it got a little honestly, scrappier than I thought in the end, because I really didn't even think this was going to be slightly close to being competitive for Creator, because he really was horribly behind on the early game. So I'm kind of surprised it got scrappy. Like, there was a moment where I don't know if I believed in Creator, but I was like, oh, Byun's army is not just melting this Protoss force. Like, the army supplies were momentarily nearby each other, you know? And like I say, that was more of a moment of that than I ever really imagined there would be, so we are having Byun and Creator join the lobby here for Celestial Enclave for this next game, which is a very fun map as well. Very different with that in-base expand and everything and all those possibilities, so that will also remain interesting here. This map pool does, you know, what I definitely like about this map pool is I really do feel like each map has a little bit of individuality about it, so alright, let's jump in to the top right-hand side. Let's get this on the go. Creator, our blue Protoss here, taking on the red Terran in the bottom right. It is going to be Byun. Get this underway, get this started. There is an in-base proxy from Byun to start us off. So he's going to throw that down straight across the map, Euthermal style. Or Euthermal ends up again his scouted, unfortunately, when he played against Geralt. So in-base proxy, going to be pretty scary. That's going to be a very fast Reaper, a lot of potential damage. It's a very long float back to the other side of the map is the only reconcile from Creator. Like, that barracks is not going to be a proper producing barracks for a while, but if you lose a bunch of workers early, that's just not then going to matter, right? So, yeah, some things to think on already early on here to settle this down and into play. It's going to see a CC morphing into an orbital. We've seen the Nexus coming through, the Cyber Core coming up, and Scarlet still very much so coming down. The factory will get placed as well. It's just going to bring this straight through here. And yeah, factory coming about, orbital command coming into play. And just have ourselves the Nexus, the Cyber Core, the Zealot, little bits of everything coming through for the moment. Reaper will shoot. A couple of probes taking some damage. The factory will be on its way, about halfway done currently. Just going to see the Reaper still diving around. As we'll get over here. Reaper will take a few more shots. A few more options to get in there and put a little bit more damage in. And that factory finishing momentarily as well. It's just getting that completed. Hops up, and depth will be there. I'm just going to push that Reaper back down. And you see the Stalker and the Twilight Council continue to come through. Take a couple seconds here, that Reaper continue to settle in. And just hanging back out over here. Just going to see our gateway coming about, the Warp Gate very much so coming online. So again, bringing that through for the moment. That Blink is building, so Creator will get to his very standard opening here. This proxy ends up with 3 worker kills. It's obviously not a bad thing. Byun. And he gets the Reaper out alive too, so 3 workers, you get out alive, very nice. Just seeing the couple of Stalkers will be there. Reaper gonna get turned back around. Link is already building up. Again, the couple gates finishing. Going to be a Raven on the way. Gives you some, obviously, aggressive and harassing options as Byun, which should not come as too much of a surprise either just yet. And that barracks coming through, CC coming up. Get that on the way. Reaper comes back through for the moment. So again, just getting across, repositioning momentarily, taking a couple seconds here. Figure out what we're going to do. Nation goes down. Cyclone is there to play the pickoff, so again, we shut that down nice and easy. Temple Archives coming up. Nexus on the way. Blink still building. A couple more pylons and assimilators coming through as well. Gonna see the Stalkers, the Adept, and the Zealot still hanging around on that high ground for a little bit, so like I say, there's that Raven that's going to come in and try to put some harassment down in these next few moments. Also, it's just going to get that going. See the auto turret going down, Storm, Stim, and the rest coming through. Gonna be seeing that Stim and 1-1 upgrades coming about, the Marines coming over. Have the tank sieging up, the few SCVs gathering, the Marines are going to be there. We'll have the 3 Marines, the Cyclone, going to push their way through the rocks. This is the interesting map because now it's going to become super defendable, right? And as the Creator goes into Storm, I do wonder, does Byun just sit back on this map a lot? Does he get aggressive as he hits his bio upgrades, or does he just want to play the longer game and guarantee the longer game? You get such a good 4-5 base setup, and again, if you're super confident in taking later game fights and trades with this current state of TVP once it gets later in the game, then maybe that really is what you want to try and play for. I do think there's, like I say, like a lot of potential opportunity and intrigue there, so interested to see what happens. Just have hallucinations still moving about for a couple moments. the order turrets. Actually, in the middle of the map, doing pretty well. Killed a High Templar, I believe. That's not really what you meant to see. The Sentry died too, no? Oh my goodness. The Sentry and a High Templar just went down to an order turret? Oh my god. The Raven. MVP. What is that? That's crazy. It's crazy. Ghost Academy halfway done. We do see the Stalkers coming over to this right side. Gonna go after the rocks here. Just trying to knock this down, open up this space. Two coming about. Ghost coming through. Marines on the way. Again, a little bit of all of that coming right there already. Bio will continue to chase. The Stalkers will set up. So again, we take a few more moments on that. Let's just have +1 attack and that Prism coming up as well. Gateway, Robo Bay, Nexus coming through. The probes are coming about as well. Facility coming about. Just gonna have that Robo Bay too. Creator very happy to tech up. Byun sense towering, command centering. Like I say, it feels like everything right now really looks to extend this game more than anything else. So heading towards that possibility of getting some extensions on the go. These Medivacs gonna load over here. There's gonna be High Templars available. We feedback, we kill. Storm. Gun kills nothing. A horrible drop for Byun. As I mean, you're essentially just dropping into your opponent's units that are already prepped to play against you. So yeah, it is meant to go well. He couldn't even salvage anything out of that. He forced the High Templar to morph into an Archon, but that's still an Archon that's in the game. Prism at least? Oh, it doesn't go down. I thought this the Cyclone was going to stay locked on, but it didn't move close enough. So the Prism gets away. Has to be fair, at least, you know, the aggression here from Creator doesn't do as much either. The problem is that Byun really, you know, lost 2 Medivacs. Creator lost a couple of Zealots. It's a very different kind of affair on one side of the map to the other there. So Creator definitely taking the edge in the last couple moments of trades. The way that Byun's playing does feel like this is aiming to go long enough that little trades like that probably don't matter in the long term. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, can Creator get across and maybe take advantage of this at all? That's another question we have to ask ourselves for the next few moments. 2 upgrades coming about, +1 ship weapons all coming in as well. So again, a few different bits and pieces coming through for the moment as the starport comes back around. Just trying to figure out what the plan really is. The Zal going to swipe through a Marine over here as well. Just going to take that out already. Full feedback. Again, knock a Ghost away a little bit. Just going to see a scan coming down. Get rid of the Observer for a few moments too. Taking that away already. As the 3/3 upgrades, the ship weapons, more Marines and the Medevac continue to come by into play. Sorry, had to clear the throat. And a little bit broken up. Disruptors, Gates, Dark Shrine. And Creator's really getting it all. I wonder if he, at any point, wants to start focus on maybe trying to take this into Stargate tech. You know, prepare with the Tempest for the later game and into that army composition that it could absolutely maybe trade better later on. Because right now it's just a lot more of this ground. I mean, I guess he's going to shove. He actually has a bunch of money, so Byun needs to take good trades here. What does Byun have army-wise? 4 Vikings only. 5 go. Actually, don't really love Byun's army. He doesn't have a lot of anything, right? I hope Byun's army was going to be a little bit more teched up by now. He is building 4 Vikings at a time, but I mean, he's going to have to use the defensive position in his favor right now, because I don't know if I love the fact that Creator's going to get to attack into him. A few units in the upper right and peel away. If nothing else, like, scares Creator, he disruptors up to the high ground right, so that kind of wastes a connection there. That's not ever going to connect on anything. Creator about to have a Dark Shrine, so DTs will become available. Just Byun utilizing the EMP as well. Obviously, they're both maxed out. I just don't know if Byun really has enough tech in the army for this to really be super scary. That was 4 disruptors at once. They'll kill a siege tank, but that just put all the disruptors on cooldown. Makes it a little bit easier to step into this as Byun. With good EMPs, this could be very scary. We are going to be seeing the Storm coming down, but the Vikings fly through that. The Stalkers will take the chance, as we are going to see the Vikings will commit through. They will get 2 of the 3 Colossus. Disruptors were just now coming off cooldown, so they can turn around a little bit more. In a messy little situation coming around right there. We are going to see the 3-3 upgrades still coming by as well for a couple of moments, so we get that on the go. Units gathering up, Medivacs, Bio units, Ghosts joining together as well, so bringing all of this through. Just going to have the +2 ship weapons on the way, the 3-3 upgrades coming about. Vikings on the way over as well, so we get, like I say, a lot of this coming by for the next couple of moments. And 3-2 upgrades coming about, Colossus and the Immortal coming in, double Robo Facility producing also here. Just going to have the Colossus and the Archons coming back together, Bio Army gathering up, Vikings around that left-hand side. It's going to be seeing the High Templar coming through as well. There goes a Zealot. Easy pick off on that one at least. A bit of a fight breaking through, Disruptors trying to get a little bit of something done. The Vikings turn it back around. I tell you what, the EMPs were good here. Byun is moving forward with the rest of his army. The forward base of Creator in trouble, while Byun's will be in trouble too, because this is an army split. Creator, what do we want to do? He wants to keep pressing forward, it seems. He does have a lot more army supply right now, so he just wants to send this. He wants to push through, and with everything coming in on this side, I don't know if Byun's ever going to find a defense. His units maybe need to run and try and do something more exciting, but man, there's a lot of Archons. There's only 4 Ghosts on the map. I think Creator's army is looking extremely good right now and very decent to just get through here and get the job done. 11 work is already going down. The Disruptor shot will land for a few SCVs as well. A little bit more done there as well. Just going to see the continued commitment to recall a few units. The Colossus goes down immediately as Byun will try and find whatever value he can. Creator has 5,000 minerals, so he can spend so much reinforcing this that Byun just can't compete with. And that might be the biggest issue overall, is that, you know, in the end, Byun actually kind of does very well. But then Creator is just rich, and Creator's already rebuilding a lot and will have more warp ins available. Prism's still out on the map, so we should be able to warp in a bunch more. Like I say, 4,000 minerals still accessible here. But Byun is going to be maxed out too, so Byun actually found a way to survive through this. EMPs come down immediately. Disruptors do force the dodge backwards. Nice Disruptors on the right side hitting the Marauders. Actually getting some connections off with the Disruptors. Really nicely done. Archon's pushing through. The Marines going down. The rest of the Stalkers getting over there. Bio getting jumped on SCVs. We're going to take that chance to step forward as well. We will see the Colossus going down. The Stalkers hitting away at a few more of the Vikings. It's going to be too much in the end. Creator is going to have enough to take the 2-2 series. And we will go to Game 5 to open this day. 5th map coming up in a few moments then. We will get this started as Byun unable to deal with that larger army at the end. Alright, alright. Our 5th map is going to be Mothership. Oh my god, what a map to end it on. Mothership to round this out. Let's get this hosted. I'll probably just go check on Ellie because she's barking her freaking head off. Everyone in the lobby. I'll start the countdown, guys. I'm just gonna check on Ellie because she's just yapping. Oh, hey, there's so many casters today. If you missed the lobby, you missed the lobby, I think. I just can't count everyone. Players are ready. Let's wait for one player to join or not join us. Alright. I'm just gonna sort Ellie. Okay, just one sec. she is just yapping away for literally no reason. She's not impressed because now she got told off. Not happy at all. Alright. Game 5. Final map of this series. Byun vs. Creator. You bet I think I'm just seeing the game instead of just hearing it? I mean... No, I just thought that I'd go and tell Ellie to shut up, and she shut up, but it just took a moment longer, so... I mean, I stepped away when the game wasn't even started, so... It doesn't really make sense that I thought you guys would be able to see the game that hadn't started, does it? She doesn't like my Christmas outfit. She's just yapper. Sometimes. Game 5. Probe scouting, scout the wrong direction first. Not going to be too much of a problem. Just going to see that command center starting up. Orbital and the Reaper both coming through. WardiTV on the 106-month resub on the Prime. Showing you how it's all done. Guys, if WardiTV can hit the Prime 106 in a row, you can also hit your Prime subs to support the channel. Get them in here. Appreciate them. Appreciate it. Ellie isn't half as bad a yapper as chat. Honestly, when Ellie's barking out the window, it actually sounds what I would imagine Twitch chat would sound like if it was a real thing. Just like... It's like... Say one thing and it's just like... I can actually imagine it. Sounds very similar in my head. Steps moving about. Twilight Council coming through as we do get this game 5 underway. One player will advance to play Clem or Rogue, keeping themselves alive in this lower bracket for another series. Hey, what's up, Resonate SC2? Thank you so much for hitting us up with the Prime for the 32 months. We appreciate you. Wardy hates us. I don't hate you guys, I just hate how some of you act sometimes, you know? It's reasonable, no? Thank you, Resonate. We'll get you on the tree after this game. This final game of this series. What are the percentages that StarCraft 2 will be at EWC next year? I don't think anyone knows what the percentages are. 50-50, it either is or it isn't. You don't think anyone knows. I honestly think it's unlikely. I think it's crazy that it isn't, but at this point it seems unlikely, I think. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting, but I just find it so weird if they announce StarCraft as their final game. Like, that just doesn't seem... I just don't know why they would make StarCraft that final announcement, you know? Just don't know if it has that much hype behind it. That is a lot of probes, oh my goodness. That's 11 probes going down. And all of a sudden, Creator is in some trouble right off the bat. 11 dead workers, that's an issue. It's a big issue. Have ourselves the 11 workers killed, so Creator in a big ditch of economy right now compared to where he wanted to be. Not a great starting point. Robobay coming up, a couple of probes are coming through. You do see some barracks building as well currently. But yeah, that is definitely a less than ideal starting point. Definitely in a rough spot to start us off, and like I say, not what you wanted to have happen there as Creator. Some stalkers. Full step forward, we will see that bunker able to hold out a little bit. A few units trying to just get some damage done, but these stalkers are heavily committing through. The Marines are getting a lot of damage done. We will pull SCVs. Byun needs to obviously defend this. The stalkers will be able to get down to the low ground and keep themselves a little safer. We've only lost a couple SCVs so far. There's the final blink, as we will have the observer for high ground vision. Auto turret across the map, no response here from Creator immediately. So -2 probes to make up for some of those SCV losses. I think we're going to lose a third that just spawned into the auto turret, unfortunately. So we lose 3 workers. We do scan the observer down. The Stalker's back to the high ground. That tank just doesn't want to move further forward because if it unsieges right now, it's likely going to be caught by a blink. So an awkward moment or two as Byun is losing depots. He lost a couple more SCVs to these Stalkers already. And like I say, this becomes a little bit of an awkward situation right now. The Marines get down the bottom. Stalker's going to take some shots. The tank going to be right there to play cleanup as well. They are going to push that back for the moment, so we get back on track. Stimp back and +1 will both continue to come through. Just going to see the Marines, the SCVs, and the refinery coming up as well. Stimp thermal lens coming through. The Colossus building as well, getting that up and online. Stalkers try and get through. Bunker and the tanks both going to be there. Stalkers get held back again. The upgrades all coming by. The bio upgrades, bio units coming by as well. Just going to see those medevacs popping. Auto turrets into the natural. Again, just going to go for some kills. We're going to get ourselves 2 probes. Stalkers have to be careful because the double auto turret actually is quite deadly. It does a lot of damage quickly. Medevac trying to drop to the bottom of the map again. Mothership. The air blockers are once more coming into play straight away. Byun did start this with a lot of damage himself, so already got to go into a very reasonable initial position of this game. It's going to be having the combat shield coming through, the rest of this coming about. Just going to have ourselves the upgrades all finishing shortly. The Stalker's going to gather back over here. The thermal lance is very close to being done, so we get that thermal lance finished in the next few moments. Extra Stalker's coming over, the Marines are going to unload from the medevac. Going to get turned away. A little bit of Marine Marauder tank pushing into the center here as well. Vikings, Marauders, the armor upgrade coming through. We see some additional Stalkers warping in from Creator. We'll go toward the upper left-hand side of the map. This nation gets taken out. I mean, Creator stepping forward. Triple Colossus. But really rely on the siege tanks here as Byun. There's only 4 Zealots, and I do think that's Creator's issue, is that he's not going to really have the pushing in power that he might want to have. With just those Zealots, probably needs at least another warp in his Zealots to really make that a little bit scarier at the very least here. The line goes off, we blink back a little bit. As we see now, medevacs gathering up overhead. Bio stepping through, the command center will take some damage. Widowmine will burrow up, Bio will take a chance maybe to try and stim through into this. A sentry going to take some damage as well. That CC will complete. And +1 charge coming over, just going to be seeing that disruptor reducing by as well. Well, Vikings on the way from Byun, the Marine Marauder on the way by, the armor upgrade coming over. Orbital command will finish very shortly from Byun as well, so just again that triple CC all in place, and Creator response will be to take a 4th base, so Byun able to fend Creator off simply by being there defensively, and Creator will not find an attack. I mean, it would have been kind of wild if Creator could have attacked into this, because let's be realistic. This was a situation where Creator was 100% in a very, yeah, I mean, this is 100% a situation where Creator was, I mean, he was behind early, so defensively, Byun should not be in that much trouble, and obviously Creator did apply some pressure. I don't know if he applied enough pressure to really bring himself back into it, per se, so like I say, kind of leading us in an interesting place. The Dark Shrine, the Forge, the Cannon, all coming about. Robo Facility coming through, the extra gates coming down. The Vikings will build as well. Trying to boost in them Disruptors. The attack upgrade building from Creator also. Dark Shrine coming online. Upgrades finishing soon again. A few ghosts and the Vikings all coming about here. We will see this Protoss army in the center settling down. A little bit of Byun just going to stim forward, chase that Zealot away for the moment. Don't have an armory for 2-2. I guess that's already answered by the fact there's now one on the production tab, so... No, he didn't. Get it ready then in a second. Shadow Strike, +2/+1 all coming about. Great getting set up for the nice long game, especially that DT Blink obviously gives you a lot of options. A couple Stalkers going to gather up with that Colossus, just going to get in over there. And back through. Disruptors gather up, just going to be seeing the upgrades all coming by. Again, that Shadow Stride coming into play at the moment as well. Going to continue through with this. Let's see how Stalkers and that Disruptors going to get a couple of shots off. Disruptors landing on a couple of those ghosts in the front line. We're going to get a couple more ghosts as well. Some more damage being done already. Some big hits right there. Coming straight on in. Up. Take a chance to move forward, taking a few steps up at the moment. Little top right base is a bit of a cheeky one. It is a difficult map to keep on top of where all the bases could be. Gray just getting to that one quickly, and we're not doing much about it yet as he's going to lose a tank to the disruptor shots. About to have his 2-2 upgrades. He's lost 14 SCVs already, so Byun taking some damage. Fusion Core just finished. The idea of getting toward Liberate is maybe kind of coming online soon, but we're truly not there just yet. Disruptor's not doing a lot, and we will get some of these Disruptors. As we chase, we eat that connection. It's kind of desperate to just get forward. The Disruptor's still in the front, but we can't justify fighting the Colossus, it seems. And so that's going to be the bigger issue in all of this. Byun just bleeding out supply. Cannot seem to keep this from doing much else right now. So shot trying to land. Just going to see the rest of the bio still firing a few more shots off. The army trying to get a defense here. Another Disruptor landing. We see a couple of units in the front are going to be low on shields. Does Byun have enough damage output? No, he does not. One of our 4 Terrans on the day will fall, as Creator will stay alive to play against Clem or Rogue, depending who comes out of this next series. Jeez. Creator. Getting it done, staying alive. Resonate SC2, love fans, man. Thank you so much for the resubs. I'll get you on the tree. And then I'm going to BRB a couple moments, guys, while we get this next series sorted out and get this on the way. So it's going to be Rogue and Clem up next. We're going to swap on over to NA. I'm just going to throw us to a break screen just while we get this sorted out. So I'll see you guys in just one moment. More StarCraft coming up straight after this. BRB. welcome back, guys. As we get into more StarCraft in a few moments' time, it is going to be Clem versus Rogue. Let's have a look at the bracket. So this is where things stand. Again, upper bracket. We'll do a zoom in. Upper bracket, obviously, so far has progressed to this point. Solo versus Hero, winner versus Classic. Max Packs versus Raynor, and winner versus Shin will be tomorrow. So tomorrow we play all 4 of these matches, as well as a couple of lower bracket games as well. So that'll be coming up tomorrow, and then we will obviously have the rest of that on Sunday. And then we also have the lower bracket, which is where we're working through today. Creator advances over Byun with another 3-2. There's been a lot of good 3-2 series in this event. And Creator will advance over Byun. He will play the winner of this next series up, which is Clem versus Rogue. Then we've got Spirit versus Scarlet, Cure versus Showtime after this. So that's all coming as well still, as we work our way through lower bracket action today. So these series are the ones we do today. This one here is currently scheduled for tomorrow. That really depends on the time it takes us to get there today. Right now, we are absolutely on track to probably do that tomorrow. So just letting you guys know that that's the current situation. So that's where things are at. Cool. Alrighty. We're waiting for Clem to log in. He is on his way. Should be here soon. Sorry for the delay, guys. At least Clem's on his way. Alright. Alright. Clem comes in as the highest seed. It will be getting server preference for this series, as the videos will begin here in a couple of moments. First video coming down. Alright, so it is going to be a little bit of progress here. Let me get moving. See where we're going to go. That's not gonna be tight set up. Alright, sorry for a little bit of delay, guys. Just getting everything sorted. Alright, guys, give me a sec. Alright, progressing. Alright, thanks for a little bit of patience. Sorry, I was just trying to check on something quickly. Yo, thank you so much, Mike Tyrant, for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do we have everyone? 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11! We've gained one. Alright, players are ready. Let's get into this. Thank you for a bit of patience, guys. Was waiting on the players. Mike Tyrant. Let's see if I can get you let's see if I can get you on the tree before the game starts. I think we will. Thank you so much for subbing up performance with the Prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Bam. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. Put it down there because I gotta go in game. In the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. And he's up against Rogue. In the bottom right-hand side, as we kick off into this best of 5, game number 1. Big matchup, elimination match. Loser is out. Risky with the Happy Whiskey Friday on the 72 months. 6 years, jeez. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for the 6 years, matey. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. As we get racks coming through, get this set to go, get this underway. Gonna be seeing the hatch gas pool coming up, just taking a couple moments. Gonna be seeing the setup getting going for a couple of moments. Just gonna be having the SCV down to the bottom side. A couple queens, couple lings, all coming through. Why only 5 best of 5s today? Because I gotta go out later. Just gonna be seeing the factory coming through, a couple of CCs coming in. Just gonna be seeing the link speed coming up as well. Just gonna have ourselves the next couple moments. Triple CC, the build up here from Clem as we get going on Tyler Citadel. We get that up and running. Moving over, taking a couple seconds. We do have ourselves the orbital command coming through and the barracks extra on the way. So Clem going pretty quickly into the extra racks for the next couple of moments. Here, we'll take a little shot, a couple of hits coming through. Just going to be having the lings, just going to get over there. I'm just going to be seeing the aliens will take a chance to get over that right-hand side. So just trying to see what's up. I'm just going to be seeing the CC on the way. Stimpack building. And we have ourselves the Marine on the way through to Command Center producing. We have ourselves a good, solid setup. It's just very standard and very simple in the early stages. We just have not too much going on. What do we expect from this series? Obviously, Clem probably comes in as a pretty hefty favorite, but then you've got a Rogue who, honestly, in recent history, has started to play very well. He's had some really good games and some good matchups as of late, so it's been really fun to watch him play and participate and just do, like I say, extremely well for himself lately, so kind of intrigued as to how this probably goes overall. We do see the couple queens out over the left-hand side. The Reaper going to throw a grenade down, and the couple of Hellions going to gather back into toward the center of the map. And that Stimpak coming through, the few Marines and the SCVs all building by. Our Queens, our Evo Chambers coming up as well, bringing that into play right there. Starport will get to the reacting, gives us some medevacs. Of course, Clem ended up down here losing out to Raynor. The lack of success against Raynor was really the run-bys. The run-bys that Raynor put off constantly were very, very good, really consistent. And the games he won, running by was really the kind of key success to it. Rogue is a fast player. Rogue's an aggressive player too, so I imagine he's got to think about those counterattacks a lot as well. In a meta where mutas are really viable and Ling Bei muta is truly back, I wonder if that helps Rogue out. It does kind of create this kind of multitasking, kind of all over the place situation, which maybe is something that Clem likes, because let's face it, Clem likes to play fast, he likes to play all over. You can just see, like, in general, there's just a very interesting kind of layer of a layer in which things are going to happen, I think. We'll have our engineering base building, and combat shield coming through. It's going to be having the barracks and all the rest coming about. Hellions and the Reaper will settle in the center. And yeah, they're coming up halfway through for the moment. Lings and the Queens come by, +1 missiles, +1 carapace. Continue to produce. A few Marines will unload on the right-hand side. The Queens will start a fight. Hellions morph into the Hellbats. The first Queen's already in some trouble. The Zerglings begin to go down. The Hellbats will continue to trade here for a little bit. The Marines will step forward. I'm just going to be seeing them going through. The couple of Queens dropping immediately. Not a bad start at all for Clem, whose Hellbats in the front are just doing so much work. This is already a very efficient trade, and as new Lings spawn, they're going to be on their own. Those Queens are all low HP, so there's not really much saving the Queens at this stage either. You're going to be seeing the Hellbats still pushing through. The Lings are looking to get a wrap around. We will lose one medevac. The cleanup will happen, but the efficiency here from Clem is going to be through the roof. 1.5 to 2.6k this early in the game is obviously going to be a big deal breaker, so that's going to be a massive factor. Let's just have the Hydra Den on the way up. The Lings and the Queen still building through. The Missile and the Carapace upgrades coming up as well. So we are going to see Rogue is going to double down onto those kind of range-based units, which at this point, sure, but I'm not super convinced. Now this will go next. See that Drilling Claw starting up. The 1-1 upgrades coming through. Again, a couple of barracks, missile turrets coming over. Infestation Pit producing. I see one Marine leading the charge down to the bottom. Rogue was the Overseer, and that's just a supply block. I mean, things you don't really want to have happen at this point in the game, as things are already looking a little bit sour for you. Not exactly the greatest situations here. The 1-1 coming up from Clem. Gonna get that Drilling Claws on the way, bring that straight through. This first game is not exactly going super well for Rogue, unfortunately. Not a ideal starting point. Unfortunately. He's gonna try and get to the Lurker Den. I mean, I appreciate the commitment of trying to get somewhere interesting with this, but I still feel like he's quite far behind where he wants to be, so it's likely going to be quite the struggle. We do have the Lurker Den halfway, the Hive halfway, drones and Lings still coming up. Infestors will build again. There's going to be a Baneling Nest coming down as well. Just going to get that Bane Nest up and running. Fueling is going to get across. Marine gets picked off as well. A little bit more damage being done. The Marine's still coming down that right side. Zergling showing up. The Marines will fight. The Lings keep dropping. The medevac's loading and escaping over that right side. Marines will trade against the rest of those Lings, and a couple of drones start going down as well, so we get a bit more damage dealt before we lift up and leave. kill a Hydra, kill a few drones. Again, Clem keeps this game under control. There's no saying that Rogue can't step back in this game, but Clem is doing all the right things to not overcommit, keep on creating value for himself. He's going to have a 4th base moving into position very shortly, and obviously Rogue still on 3 bases. Is not going to love seeing the Terran come up to 4 bases in return. So that part of this definitely a factor as well here, more than likely. Two upgrades, concussive shells. You see the Marine Marauder tank medevac out over the right side. The few Marines are going to stim it up for a couple moments also. That medevac is going to load up, repress through a little bit. Tank will siege. Good fungal growth. Going to land on those few Marines. The medevacs not going to be able to retreat those with the fungal coming down. That's going to be the sort of thing you need here as Rogue to step back in. There's a little bit. Now a few units misrallied on the bottom side. Clem making the mistake, and Rogue will find some value himself. This drop goes nowhere with Lurkers out, and Clem going to have to take a bit of a different approach. He'll start the Ghost Academy because, yeah, this did not work at all. That's a lot of Lurkers too, so you really can't do much else there. Slicing Spine's about to finish. We'll have even more range shortly. Fire will come down. Only Hydra will be chased. See a few more of those Zerglings going down right off the bat of this. And Bailey's speed coming up as well. Due to upgrades continuing by from Clem. Again, Marauders, the Liberator, all coming into play. We have that Ghost Academy going to be a big part, but I actually think Rogue is going to survive through to a later stage at least, which, like I say, was not originally looking to be the case. He'll have that 5th hatchery coming into the center, so he's keeping himself alive. As Clem will try and take down a Lurker here. We'll do that and then back off. The fungal was threatening as we step by. 3 additional ghosts in production. Still got the 2-2, about halfway, about to finish up from Clem. So he's actually down against the missile upgrade so far. Artifacts get back to the right. Just going to see the double Widow Mine drop. Just trying to find some value. We have drilling claws, right? So they burrow super fast. But not fast enough. That's a good denial. And Clem will not get in there for some damage. At the front, just going to let the Widow Mines clean up some of these lings. There's a fungal waiting to land if we get given the chance to. It's scary for Clem because it means he's even kind of not really super sure what he wants to do. He's kiting back, but he doesn't really want to kite. He just wants to run. And then if you just run, you're taking free damage. So he's trying to figure out what the best case is there, as he's trying to avoid the fungal, stay at the range of the Infester, while also trading well enough with those other units that were, like I say, trying to chase him down and hunt him down for a little bit of time. Melee +3, carapace as well, so switching towards those melee upgrades to improve the lings. You can see the Niduses also getting started. That's going to give Rogue a lot of options in this later stage. You get those Niduses up, and you can start to really make plays around the map. Create a lot of opportunities here to get some stuff done, so I'd imagine that will be a factor too. Hatchery goes down, that's going to be a kill. We'll see the few Zerglings coming across, the Overseers flying overhead, the Lurkers will burrow, we get rid of one of them right away. So one Lurker going down, another Lurker getting picked away at, the Hydra's getting jumped on. Going to get rid of multiple of those right off the back, the Overseers overhead, the few Zerglings are going to come streaming forward as well. We're going to get a wraparound on that Bio Army, and that is just going to lift and get out of there. 4 more Ghosts in production, Liberator producing 2. 3 is producing from Clem, as the vehicle plating will be a part of this also. Double Nidus in the main base, so getting both those Nidus networks up, operational. Clem's on top of it, he sees them coming, but I mean, he still has to make sure he gets both of them denied. A little bit more going to show up, so he was clearly a little bit afraid that this was maybe going to get out of hand. Just make sure that it does not. For the moment, making sure that that is going to be well handled. Well, 3-3 is halfway done. The Liberator coming through. Just going to be seeing the +1 vehicle plating coming about. Just having ourselves the Bio gathering together again. A few more changes will start to get knocked down. A lot of those going down immediately. Good pickoffs right there. Bio will get rid of the Nidus in the main, so another opportunity to play cleanup on that side. Playing Bane, Hydra, Infester regathers in the center. We see Advanced Ballistics coming through. The couple of Lings going to get chased out of here as well. Now the rest of the Ling Bane Hydra coming through once again. Bam, bam, bam. Bunch of those Banes taking damage. The Lurker on the left side getting in after some of those SCVs. So it's going to try and get through for as much as possible. It's going to be seeing the Widow Mine's going to burrow up and just going to get in after that Lurker. Bio pulls back. Just going to see a good fungal in the front line of this army. And Clem trying to get the Libs sieged. How well can he handle this surge forward of Zerg? There's a lot of Banes that get through, so again, you have to respect those, especially with your Ghosts. You don't want those to end up getting connected on. We do drop a couple cheeky snipes down, and that will be that. Coming back through. It's going to be seeing the rest of this settling down. Turned into quite a good game in the end. Byun lane in the center. Still got that burrow coming through. +3 missiles coming up as well. Rid of a little extra there. Just going to see the Nidus network off to that right side. Burrow coming through. +3 missiles. The +2 melee coming up also. A little extra there right from the bat. Just going to see that Nidus again completing. Allows us to just potentially pressure. I'm just going to siege up the Liberators. Actually worth it as well because we actually did commit in here with these Lurkers. It's kind of a crazy play when the Liberators are overhead. I don't know what Rogue was thinking. That was as close to a donation of Lurkers as it could be. I have no idea what he thought was going to happen there, actually. I mean, don't be wrong, he killed a bit of bio, but like he lost a bunch of Lurkers. I mean, maybe he just committed to it before he really noticed the Libs were there, and then just like a bit of brain lag, right? You don't realize those Libs are just killing everything until it's too late. Because it doesn't really make much more sense otherwise. And like I say, it wasn't like he got nothing out of this, so it wasn't terrible. It just wasn't really very good. It's definitely an interesting option for sure. Bit of bio with a few ghosts gathering. The Medivacs will do some healing. Big commitment through the center. Rogue trying to find his way to the front, and we'll see a couple of Spires on the way up right now. So Rogue looking for an even later stage of this game. Kind of crazy because like Clem really did shut Rogue down early, and then ended up with a couple of rough fights. When those Lurkers came out, Clem suddenly had no answer, and he was like, I think Clem was thinking that he had this game under wraps and that he was on his way to closing this out, and then the next thing he knew, bam, he had to come across and kind of deal with the Zerg that had Lurkers and so he had to slow it down, and then in that slowdown, Rogue has really capitalized and given himself a way back into this matchup already. +2 vehicle plating still coming up, Neo Steel armor coming through, the Libs are building, the Nidus gets denied, the Bird is going to unsiege and reposition, Hydra Bane going to roll up the right, the Liberators will siege. It's going to get those Libs sieging on top of these Lurkers. The Lurkers get out, that's scary, but with Liberators available it's not as scary because you do typically get a bit of a better cleanup than what you would have had before. There's a lot of Libs sieging up now. The Lurkers do play getaway. Nidus still there until something on the ground comes through, though. So Clem's got to consider that as Rogue tries to position over to the left-hand side, looking for that opportunity to push in. Not going to find it just yet. Mine shot. A couple of Zerglings go down. The army connecting onto this planetary fortress. We've got more units back in the main because the Liberators have moved away from there. Clem's getting outsped a little bit, to be honest. Rogue is actually having a great time here. 18 SCVs go down. But do you see these Liberators going to get back up? There's a lot of SCVs, but Rogue is losing units. Like, this was a commitment on the left side from him. I hate that these Lurkers try and stay around. Like, I get it. You're maybe trying to keep the Libs busy, but like, those Libs are still there. It's not going to take much for them to relocate and to deal with those next Lurk, that reposition. So then it's just 2 more Lurkers that go down for basically no extra gain. And Clem is capitalizing on what was a lot of units given up by Rogue. He steps forward. This gold base denied instantly. And, kind of wondering what we do next, actually, from Clem. If he wants to keep on being aggressive. Rogue is building some more Hydras and the Vipers. He's running in right now. I don't think he has enough units to run in. Like, these Liberators are sieging as well, and realistically, like, there's just nothing on the ground. Rogue is clouding the skies with Overseers, but I think he's clouding his own vision, because I feel like he's like, aha, I'm gonna fight. He's like, wait, I don't have a bunch of Hydra Lingbane Lurker under this group of Overseers? What do you mean? It feels like that's a surprise to him, but obviously it maybe really shouldn't be. Just gonna see the rest of this army still moving around still. I think Hydra back to the right. See us hanging about. A couple changes will step through. +3 melee. 5 carapace coming up. The Libs are going to make a step forward. You see that Nidus coming down. Back on the natural here currently once again. The Nidus is the one thing that keep Clem pulling back all of the time. So they really stop him from, you know, fully focusing on maybe just kind of fights around the map. So it does a lot for Rogue, the ability to keep those in play already. And it's just going to be seeing those few lings are slowly going down. We're going to need a second scan though, because we took a long time to make this happen. So a little bit awkward to say the least. Be changing, stepping through. Just going to be seeing another Nidus attempt up into the main base. Whereas we'll be sieging, the Marines are going to get through, the Spore Crawler will be taking some damage. We do see a couple of snipes trying to come down. Hydra Bane coming across as well. Vipers with some abducts. Rogue trying to run through this. Lunges into these Liberators. I think that's a misplay, unfortunately. And he will lose a few more Hydras having to step from further underneath those libs to get out again. Hydras in the main, and the Lurk is already coming through and burrowing up. Just going to see a couple snipes, 2 Lurkers go down. Clem had units nearby. Another Nidus this time on the third base of Clem on this right side base. Not sure if it was his third at this point. It's so far gone. I will say what Clem needs to do is make sure he gets to base 6, right? Like, you know, right now the 5 base setup is very cozy. But he needs to make sure he can get to base 6. It doesn't have to be like I say right now. But that's going to be one of the things that Rogue will be aiming for. If you can deny the next base along from Clem, he may run out of money. Problem is that going to happen before you run out of stuff here as well? Going to run into this. We've got ourselves the Vipers. Did they do anything before? They got a Parasite Bomb off maybe? Corrupt to show up. The Liberators will go down here, so that is going to be a cleanup. So that is going to be a shutdown. The accidental Swarm Host being making an appearance right now as well. Rogue does not have a lot of money banked. He's rebuilding basically pure lings. He does not have a lot of gas. He'll morph in a handful of Veilings here, but that is going to be about it. Liberators, Marines, Ghost all coming through. The Viking introduction as well. Man, 5 libs at a time. Clem is spamming units, and it's expensive, but it's absolutely worthwhile. He's getting so much value out of these units. Resources lost now 28 to 40k. So 12,000 difference, denying that top right base. And in denying this top right base, if he puts his attention here, base 6 opens up in that kind of 12, 1 o'clock-ish position. So that is that 6th base I'm talking about. Is something we've got to make sure we have a way to get to eventually. Widowmine's going to do great initially, although a lot of them went off. What's funny is I actually think it would have been good for him to unburrow half of those mines. Because I think a lot of them ended up overkilling because of the situation that we're in, where they all target like the same group of Zerglings and so on. So that maybe could have been cool. It's going to be seeing the Widowmine going down there. The Lurker continue to gather up as well and put some pressure on here. It's been a very consistent game of pressure. I mean, it has to be from Rogue. If he doesn't kind of pressure, Clem just starts to walk away with this, right? Still sad for Rogue. I mean, he's really just building with whatever gas he mines from. The top right base going to go down soon. He could take the gases bottom left on the gold base. That would actually be a really good idea because right now gas is his limiting factor. So if you can just mine some of that gas now while he has the chance and that base does not get harassed, that would be huge, because eventually if he loses that base, then that's gas he never has access to. So the more he gets from it now, the better off he would end up being, as Clem has to lift the orbitals, respect that ling run by. There's a few more SCVs, still struggling to keep his own economy on the go. Again, Rogue is mineral rich, but gas poor, as we're going to just see these Marines going to get a few free Overseers. What is funny is that Rogue obviously spent a bunch of money on those Overseers as well, so he likes it to spam the Changelings and to cloud up the skies and to make sniping more difficult, but then it comes at a cost. Like, those Overseers ain't cheap. So it does kind of come at, like I say, that cost, which can be really, really expensive. I mean, do you even want to click through all those Changelings? It feels miserable. I mean, I feel like Rogue has just not had enough on the ground for a long time. To be fair, he's at 123 army supply, and Clem currently sitting at 167. We're going to run through here. The Bane's coming from the bottom right. A lot of them going to get Liberators. The Liberators will not have a great time. At this point, we might not even need the Liberators as much anymore, but if we do lose all the Libs, then maybe we do go back into Lurkers a bit more as Rogue. Both players take some heavy losses here. Clem spends his entire bank rebuilding, whereas Rogue can still spend more, although it will probably be primarily in the form of minerals. The gas bank still is not exactly looking pretty at the moment. Ling Bane continues up, so we bring a lot more of that coming through. Hatchery on the upper right-hand side, going to be very close to going down. It will fall, gets a kill as well, so just trying to keep that base from mining. Clem continues to focus in the upper right, because again, that's where his freshest base is. So he's going to deny bases on this side of the map. I don't think he's going to worry about the bottom left just yet. He is expanding to the left side, actually, so... Well, I guess that was part of it. I guess that was his original 5th base, sorry. It's just that CC over here looks so barren. I'm talking about this one on the minimap. It looks so barren that it feels like it's just floated over there, but it's actually just because it's being denied hit hard and really having a bad time a little bit more than anything else. Lingbane Fest is still coming through. A couple libs, a couple Marines coming up as well. And Clem is going to max out. Rogue is going to have less drones this time as he maxes out, so 143 supply of Zerg. Lingbane running up. Corruptor's still looking reasonable. Man, a couple Widow Mines are still just getting amazing shots off because Rogue is running in with everything stacked. That Widow Mine's going to friendly fire a little bit. Okay, Clem's a little clubbed up. He is. Baneling's not making it to this army. Oh, I mean, a couple of ghosts still available. Reinforcements streaming in from Clem. Maybe the saving grace in a scenario that was maybe not looking pretty. Another Widow Mine burrowed up. We do see the Corruptors after the command center. Liberators will siege again. Infesta goes down. The Liberators will do what they need to. These last few Corruptors, though, are standing strong. The Lings are going to try and flood on forward. You drop a Fungal Growth to try and help. A couple more Widow Lines going off, but they will start getting cleaned up. Clem's going to lose the attempt to take the top right base. Again, we're at this point where both players are kind of poor, but Rogue does have more active mining in the game currently. This command center genuinely needs to be saved because Clem's not rich enough to go replacing bases all the time. Like, we're at that point in the game where actually just replacing or replenishing a base is super frustrating because, like I say, we're not rich. And we do have other command centers, but floating them all the way across to the upper right, if they're already orbital as well, then they can't become planetary, so that's not exactly ideal either. We had a very tense part of this game, as every single fight at this stage is going to become very, very important. Resources lost 48 to 62k. Clem might get this upper right base, though. I mean, it's slow mining, but it is still mining. And he's still up about 40 army supply, and if he just sits here defensively on top of this, can Rogue genuinely commit to breaking through that position? I mean, the Corruptors have been great against the Libs thus far. I don't feel like the Libs have really done too much right now. I feel like here the Libs are actually out of position. They need to be more on the left side and zoning the Infestors. Those Infestors looking to be annoying. The Fungal lands on just the forward Ghost, which got a snipe off on one of those Infestors. Hey, look, it's saved the command center time again. This time I think we'll do it a lot more easily, though, as Clem has successfully held this off. A great Aspire from Rogue, going to try and give the Corruptors some life. He drop an EMP toward the Infestors right now. Again, it's super important for Clem that he doesn't get fungal. This game is close enough that a fungal growth could be absolutely devastating. So we want to try and 100% stay super clear of that if we can. If we stay clear of that, that would be fantastic. A couple more changelings going down again. We just have ourselves a great Aspire. The Marines coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple of shots coming through. The fungal there was decent. The Banes are still going to try and roll in. Going to be seeing the bio staying spread, though. There's not enough on the ground. Clem is going to hold this off way more comfortably. Rogue, he knew the importance of denying this base. He knows he can't let Clem have that resource. And look how close it is. Clem is on the absolute scraps of economy right now. But Rogue had to commit. He has to deny the top right, and in trying to do so, he loses too much. And Clem will scrape together a map 1 victory on Tidal Citadel. 27 minutes, and it looked so good for Clem early as well, and the last, it obviously ended up going heckin' long. GG's. Clem gets the map win, but man, he really had to work for it. If that's not a sign that Rogue is playing great recently, then I do not know what really would be, to be honest. Crazy. Alright, game 2. We'll be on 10,000 feet. I'll get that hosted, guys, in just a sec, and we'll be on our way. We're going to go to Rogue server preference now as well. Go to West for this next game also. Drop the lobby link down as lower bracket action getting serious, as you can tell. Thank you, Risky. Subbed like half an hour ago or something at this point, but thank you so much, and welcome to the tree. Alright, everyone's joining us. Just need to swap some players around. We'll get ready for a game 2. Players ready to go immediately. No rest needed for them. So we'd give them a second. We kick this off. Ready, GLHF. Trapped in a casters. Looks good to me. Man, like I say, Clem really felt like he had control of that game, and then bam, some lurkers were there, and all of a sudden it became a little bit more complicated. Rogue showing us that ability to scrap together some survival, and he was again just so close to designing that top right base enough that Clem was out of stuff. Like, he's one fight away. Clem's drained of money. He's one more cleanup away from it actually being good enough. Super close at the end. In the bottom right-hand corner, the red Terran player who does find himself with the 1-0 lead. I'd say fortunately, but I mean, he also played his butt off to be able to make it happen. So, good fortune, but also good play. But, yeah, I mean, it was just such a tight game. As we have Clem in the bottom right corner. In the top left, Rogue will be our blue Zerg player. And what a way to start us off now into game number 2. Can Rogue keep on performing like this? If so, we're in for a hell of a series as we make our way through this. Again, the winner of this will advance to the next round. We'll take on Creator. You win this and you move into what is essentially the top 10 of the competition, by the way. Obviously, it's a little weird. We have top 10 and then we'll have top 8 if you win out today. Again, very close to the final stages. Very exciting. A reset from that long, late game, scrappy kind of procedure. Tell you what, Rogue got a bunch of lurkers out at different points in that game as well, into the bases of Clem. That always feels so good when you're able to get those lurkers out and kind of hitting your opponent's production, forcing units to respond to them. A couple moments where maybe the lurkers wasted themselves, but I gotta give credit because a lot of the time the Terrans will be on top of those Niduses, so you just never get the chance to unload the lurkers from the Nidus. Rogue had so many opportunities where you unloaded lurkers from a Nidus and it was just go, go, go time. It was actually pretty crazy to look at in that regard as well. So much success from the Nidus networks was very cool to see. SCV will try and deny the third base location. Now the Reaper joins up as well. Link speed has already started from Rogue. Obviously, last game kind of played the missile upgrades early. I do think that was a bit of a oh, well, I'm probably not going to get away with anything else here. Especially because he took a bunch of damage early on. That first attack was such a good trade for Clem as well, right? So, I do think Rogue went into a little bit of survival mode last game. So maybe this game, if you don't have to go into survival mode as early, be interesting to see what he ends up being able to do and see if he changes his build order up a whole bunch, see if he plays something completely different. I'd be kind of shocked if we didn't see some amount of Mutalisk play over the course of this series, to be honest, as well. So, gotta imagine that will likely be a situation, as we just have the Queen take a little grenade, nothing too major. Let's take a few moments to keep on setting ourselves up here. Link speed, few drones, Overlord. A couple of those Hellions coming by as well. Again, Starport Command Center, a couple of SCVs coming through. The Queens are going to be there. Reaper taking some damage, getting pushed away over to the sides. Again, SCVs and the Mules gather up. Command Center in place already. Lings would love to get a catch on that Reaper, but they're not quite going to find that chance to just yet. The barracks move to the side. The Starport going to switch on over here. Banshee for Clem. It's tricky because Rogue is that player as well. He will just, sometimes throw a Roach build in, so playing Banshee keeps you much safer against that, but you don't want to have to deal with that all too much. Marine gonna shoot. Overlord gonna get pushed around. We do see there's 2 Reapers and Hellion back over to the right side. Again, the Banshee and the Cloaking coming through. Gonna get that underway. They're on the way. A couple of barracks building from Clem as well. It's gonna be nice cleanup. Kills 2 Hellions. Less map control for Clem to work with. Less that he will find a chance to kind of engage in with, and so definitely a little bit of a shame there. Obviously as well, if you use those Hellions as Hellbats a bit further down the line, then it's less Hellbats that strike, so just thinking back to the last game when the Hellbats were a bit of a factor as well, right? So definitely things to think on. As that Banshee continues over to the sides, looking to see what's up just for a moment. Again, Stimpack just coming through, get that underway. 1-1 upgrades from Clem. Nice and peaceful after a start of this series that was obviously pretty pretty hectic and busy and a lot of trading. I think both players will probably appreciate the few moments to kind of sit down and think about life and the game and just kind of getting back to that kind of more calm, milder stage of things. The Banshees will continue through. A few more Lings going down, a couple of drones already dropped. Look, creep on that right side is going to get picked away at, so I'm going to try get rid of as much creep as possible. I mean, the less creep there is, the happier you're going to be. The scans, going to be some more active tumors we can get. That one on this far side, definitely a possibility. This is that tumor right there. Not sure how much that's going to impact you, especially when the queens are nearby to replenish some of the creep anyway, so don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Once again, the 1-1 upgrades, the Stimpack all coming through. The couple of Widow Mines are going to start up from Clem as well, so we're going to get those also underway right now. As the grenade goes down, the Zerglings are going to get bopped. The Hellions are going to be there. Keep things away at the moment as well. So just keeping that back, keeping that in position. +1 missiles, +1 carapace, a bunch of additional Hydras coming up as well. Alien speed will be starting. The Groove Spine's about to complete. And again, the Hellions and the Reaper and join up right there too to see what the next couple of moments looks like. A big push up that right side, trying to see what else is going on. Let's just gather together right now. Just gonna have ourselves again the Hydras, the Lings continue to settle. The few Marines gonna have to be a little careful as we do see a couple of the Lings already starting to run through. The Hydra's gonna be running through with that as well. Again, trying to take some fighting, denying the medevacs. Infestation Pit on the way, but missile upgrading again here as Rogue. So kind of staying very similar to what he did in that previous game to start us off with at least. And loses a couple more Hellions. Obviously nowhere near as much damage done early from Clem this time around. So that's going to be a big deal breaker compared to before. Rogue's on less of like a, oh, must survive mode versus he actually is just kind of playing his game from where he would most expectedly just want to be right now. Just going to be seeing the engineering bays then still settling here. Just get those on the way up. Mines coming through, the tank and the Marines coming about. Dragon Claws and the 2-2 upgrade is going to be a part of this as well. Okay, Hydra joining together. Just going to be seeing the Lurkers still settling down also. Seeing the siege tank able to connect in onto a couple of those drones. Some damage being done right away. And a few shots off just for the moment here. Tank still firing. Queen taking quite a few shots. That's me seeing the Hydra Bane going to try and come on in. It's obviously an awkward position because you want to defend this, considering the fact that on that top side you're going to be losing your middle of the map mining if you're not careful. Oh no, my God! The Widow Mine blows up a whole bunch of stuff right there. Jesus, man, we've seen so many treacherous Widow Mines the last few days. This was looking good for Clem, and then he got caught in one fungal at the end. I was about to say, man, kind of unfortunate because. Simply for the fact that, like, I actually felt as though he did a great job of just avoiding the infestors, and at the very end the fungal lands, and then bang, the Widow Mine goes off. Another pretty critical moment right there. The Bio will push through, Ling, Hydra, and Bane coming back the other way. Queen gonna get taken down, because we are gonna see Clem trying to push the upper right side now, so moving away from the center a little bit. I don't know how far forward he'll get there. Obviously there is going to be creep spread, and that makes it a little bit dangerous to venture forward, so I'm gonna try and stay clear of that for the moment. Another couple of Widow Mines. Going to be seeing the Lings getting cleaned out. Melee upgrade +2 carapace coming up also. We do see the seismic spines. We do see the Lurkers still producing. 22 more Lings in production. 2-2 upgrades on the way from Clem. Just going to have the Medevacs and the Marines continuing to build out. Ghost Academy is settling. So that's obviously going to be one of the next stages, because it does feel like Rogue is going to successfully get to the Lurkers, right? It does not feel like we're going to stop those Lurkers from coming out here at all just yet. So definitely getting into the right position there. Fungal growth, grabbing a few Marines, couple Medevacs getting caught also for the moment. It's going to be seeing that Ghost Academy still coming through. The couple Widow Mines, the Medevacs, Marine Marauder all coming about. +1 vehicle plating as a part of this. Fire will take a turn. We do see the Baneling going to try and get toward the Marines. We're taking over, move up the right side, but we're not quite going to get there. Not for the moment, at least. Like I say, Lurkers being out is going to make this a much longer ordeal for Clem than it was going to be otherwise. Seeing a few of these creep tumors just going to get picked away at. A Queen going down. Widow Mines coming off as well. Just going to see a couple more. Widow Mines actually going to be huge. They actually hit the center of the Hydras. The Banes, there's just a couple of them too close for Clem to stand and fight that. Although probably couldn't have done much against the Hydras otherwise. The Lurkers really do make a hold top right. They are changing the pacing of this game as they did last time as well. Clem gets a pretty good fight here otherwise, playing cleanup across the board. Again, +1 melee, +2 carapace. Continue to build into play at the moment. Marauders. Just going to pick their way through that. That's going to be the cancellation on a Nidus network. Once again, Rogue back to those Niduses as we just saw last time. Looking, building on that Ghost Academy. A couple of Widow Mine shots going off. Just an Overlord or so. These Widow Mines just left around the map. Obviously, such a danger to the Zerg player. All it takes, you walk into one of those with a big clump of units, and that boom is just an efficient trade immediately for the Terran. Obviously, you clean them up, and then, you know, the thing is they've already fired, so they've already found some efficiency. You know, trying to play cleanup quite nicely here is Rogue. Clem not going to preserve too many. He keeps the ones on the left-hand side, so we'll see if they get to come into play at all. And we'll find out soon. Again, Spire coming up. Hydra on the way. We had an additional few drones. Rogue again will be maybe prepping for the eventuality of Liberators here, so get that Spire ready, get the Corruptors going. Because if there's Liberators out, you really do need to knock those down. As we saw last game, the Corruptors were able to do that and kind of withstand that for a lot of the time, so I imagine that will be somewhat important as well. Bane Hydra just gathers together. Again, just going to be seeing a couple Ghosts and the Liberators all coming by. Fusion Core, Command Centers, Refineries coming up as well. I really think with the Liberator range and those libs coming out, like I say, that Spy is going to be imperative. Rogue needs the Corruptors. Clem gets to a 5th base here. It's another map that has kind of 7 bases each total, so going late into this game is not great for the Zerg because you kind of hit a max amount of economy pretty quickly. And at this point from Rogue, he probably wants to think about trying to take right side and maybe even left side base as well. It's tough though. Like, stealing the base from the Terran is very difficult on this map simply for the fact that it is very close to the other bases. Like, those edge bases are not super terrible to defend, and they're close enough, and it makes it pretty viable of a defense. So more than anything, maybe as Rogue, you need to take one of those bases and then just do everything you can to stop the Terran player from actually mining themselves, because again, you're going to lose the economy game. You're gonna kind of lose the efficiency game. So then you really need to win the economy game, and that's kind of your pathway to do that on this map. Because like I say, there's almost no chance Rogue can survive a Hatcher on that left side. Unless he keeps a lot of Clem's attention over to the far right, then maybe there is a world where the left side hatchery comes online for some significant amount of time, but I just can't really imagine that that is something that is truly likely going to happen. No adrenal glands. Nope, there's no adrenal glands in this game yet. Rogue may want to get that. If he can remember, that would be great, because those lings are pretty darn important. As we see, just changing showing up. Clem will just attack move through all of those, clean them out. Obviously just forced to be using a bit of his APM there. It's one of the weird benefits that the... it is genuinely kind of a weird benefit that you provide here, actually. So, a little bit of a strange one. See the massive overseers joined together. I think that's going to be the story of this game. There's lots of overseers available. Again, +2 melee, +3 carapace. Alright, just going to get over there. Changeling's going to get picked off. Going to be seeing the Overseer still chilling out in the center, leaving Bane on the right side. Going to be seeing the Banes coming over. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming through. Don't mind, we'll just go. Banelin's going to go down. We do get a Nidus up in the main base. There's going to be a lot of lurkers showing up. We've seen the Overseers, the Bane's coming through. Going to hit this mineral line next couple of moments. Bane's continuing to crash on by. 12 SCVs going down. The Planetary Fortress going to be in some trouble. But not too much. I mean, we actually save it. And at the same time, Clem plays cleanup in the main base. This will go down. Again, the bio gets there. The Liberators will come back across. Obviously, those Libs are going to be a big part of your defense. This is the time where if there's ever a chance you're going to get that left side base of Clem's, like, this is the time as Rogue. Like, just throw the hatchery down and just see if it sticks, you know? Again, +2 missiles, +1 fire carapace, +2 flyer attack. You see Rogue, obviously, again, especially ready for the later game, getting those upgrades going. Wants to make sure he's got an answer there, as these lurkers just wander down to the bottom left side. The SCVs will try and repair. Clem will wander across. A couple of ghosts that will be able to start sniping, but I think the base goes down. It's this weird stage where sometimes an orbital is better in these scenarios, because an orbital would be able to lift off and minimize the damage, but then orbital doesn't fight off Ling run bys. Accidental Swarm Host, round 2. And another Nidus in the main base. Gonna see those lurkers still flying around. Just gonna see the couple of ghosts on that bottom side. Gonna push back around. Corrupt is gonna be there for the medevacs. Just gonna be seeing the lurker shot still firing through. Again, those couple of ghosts coming about. The Overseers down the right side. Corruptors will gather up with said Overseers for the moment. Just gonna see the ghosts still firing. A couple of Niduses being picked away at the moment as well. It's just gonna continue through with this. +3 missiles, +3 melee, and plenty of Ling Bane on the way up as well, so we bring a lot of that online. And that +2 flyer attack going to be a part of this as well. More missile turrets into the bottom left as Clem looks to secure this base. Right now, this is going to be 24.5 to 18.2k resources loss. 17 Corruptors already on the field. At this point, if Clem just doesn't make Libs, would that be a mistake? I feel like at this stage, when there's 17 Corruptors and you're going up to like 5 Libs, like, you're just asking the Libs to die. I get the Libs are really important for you defensively in some regards, but then there's such a good answer to them already available. And these Corruptors get sniped away, so maybe that works as well if you're happy. To be fair, like, as Clem, maybe you want him to keep the Corruptors coming as well, because you can probably look at this and say, well, you know what? It's actually pretty good for me if he's building Corruptors, because then it's not supply that goes elsewhere, and I can snipe those Corruptors very comfortably a lot of the time too. So maybe there's a little bit of an element of that in play as well. Already killed 6 of those Corruptors. 9 lurkers dead in this game, 7 Overseers. How many Overseers we got overall? 34 plus the 7, so got like 40 Overseers already made. Man, it's so expensive. Like, there's just so much money available there. Entry sets up, the Knight is coming down, the Great Aspire coming through. Change is going to come about, Liberators coming over, Marines and the Ghosts step forward as well. Just going to be seeing the Banelings connecting in, Overseers will fire. Spy still building, Lings and the Lurkers coming about. Just a bunch of Overseers just chilling in the skies. Just going to see the changes going down. The Ling Bane continue through. Just going to be seeing the Lurkers still continuing out. Things coming over. Bio Force will go in after the Nidus. $20 already. There's that hatchery I've been talking about. That's the bonus base. If Clem doesn't, like I say, if Clem doesn't deny that, I mean, that's genuinely where you want to be at for the later game. I mean, you can mine a bit of it as Rogue, and if Clem takes it back, it's still okay for Clem. Let's see Rogue looking as though he wants to be the guy to attack forward. Clem going to run back. Doesn't have anything kind of static defense-y set up, so just wants to try and make sure he's got as much room to work with running away and splitting. Banelin's going to turn back down the low ground. I just don't know if Rogue really achieved anything here. I don't know if anything really kind of went down of significance. One lurker going to harass to the left-hand side at the same time, trying to move in position with this already. Just going to be seeing a few Marines coming over. The Ghosts are going to be there as well. We're going to scan. That lurker will go down right away. Snipe, snipe. Lurker goes down. The few Zerglings running across. Bio will stand and fight. The few Zerglings going down. The few Lings on the right side going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Do you drop another scan down? The corrupted Baneling force comes back over. A few more snipes trying to line it on up. 5 Liberators building through. The +1 ship weapons coming up. Io again going to take a chance on this right side. Going to drop a fungal. A bunch of these Ghosts in the front going to get caught. The Banes will crash through. Ghosts go down. The push on the left-hand side. Clem snipe down a bunch of these lurkers. Opening up this space would be massive because, like I say, just a chance to get back onto that base and deny this already would be great. You're gonna have to run back here. Ling's looking for us around. A lot of these Ghosts in trouble. Clem will have to go back up top and lift those remaining Ghosts away. He has a couple Liberators over here he can kind of fall back to, but he might have to unload the rest of those medevacs elsewhere, to be honest, because he gets to the high ground. That's going to be good enough. And Ling's alone running into those Ghosts not going to be ideal. Of course, the map covered in creeps, so bringing us to a bit of a standstill there. Clem will struggle to step onto the map without that creep being super controlling. The Ghost coming up that left side. A couple Lings going down. The Spore's in some trouble. Ling Bane wants to take a dive onto that Bioforce. Medevac's already retreating back. The Ghost plug up and a couple snipes coming through. The Lurker's already coming into play. Spore Crawler. Sure that Liberator now. Just going to be seeing the rest of Ling Bane running in again. Man, the block of Overseers. It's kind of silly to look at in a way. Clem will kite backwards. He's got Planetary for some damage output here as well. He is getting rid of the base on the left-hand side, so his fight's not super terrible for Clem because at least he's progressing on the left as well, but he does lose a lot of the Ghosts. And he will lose the base on the right side as well as he cleans up on the left side. But yeah, a lot on the right side going down. He's going to build a bunch more Liberators. He's sniping up at those Corruptors. Trying to get as many as possible, sniping into that flock of Overseers. I mean, the Corruptors are in there somewhere, by the way, so have fun trying to snipe those right now. I have no idea how you actually fight that, as we are going to see a bunch of changes coming through. Funnily enough, Widowmine Splash gets rid of a bunch of that. The Lings are going to run in over here. There's no detection, so the Ghost cloaking up will be a pretty good answer. There's a detection if the Ghosts move forward because there's a Spore Crawler, but that will be it. The Overseers are on their way back. Funnily enough, there's no detection when there's that many Overseers on the map. Clem's going to move up the right-hand side. He's going to get rid of this base, but Clem is running low on resources, and Rogue is realistically on a massive bank right now. So Rogue is not far away at all from just kind of completely swinging this game into his... I mean, he just needs to build. If he builds right now, like, Clem has no money. This was not a great set of trades at the end of it all, and Clem's down to 80 in SCVs, so it's not like he's mining more. But basically, Rogue just can't die to Clem's current army. Like I say, 5.5k, 2.5k in the bank. Like, how do you die to Clem's current army without being able to rebuild anything of use in this case? Like, there's just no way, surely. Corruptor's still chasing down, man. Rogue, what are we at, man? He's got no lava, so that's his current problem. Clem with 18 SCVs. Again, he denied those 2 extra bases of Rogue. He just needs to work his way through essentially like 6,000 resources. Plus, there is still some other mining, but it's that bank of Rogue that's the issue. 11 Broodlords. Okay, we have no answer to that. We have 4 Liberators. Do you have 14 gold? Okay, we don't have no answer, but we don't have like an ideal answer, I want to say. Clem just trying to scrape together whatever units he can. Still at 130 army supply right now, so still competitive. Just gonna see the bunch of Broods morphing in at the moment, getting that all set up. A few Liberators pull over the right-hand side. Adrenal Glands is about to finish as well, funnily. 25 minutes into 10,000 feet, we're going to get Adrenal Glands done. That's definitely one way of looking at this as well. Ghosts and Libs still producing through. We do have ourselves the changes moving down. The Broodlords are going to be there. The Ghosts moving to the side. Widowmines as well. It's going to be seeing a couple of shots. Widowmine goes down. The Ghost goes down. Now the Changeling's still moving down the bottom. Bio Army will set up. Changeling's trying to step forward. Things will get to the bottom left side. I mean, Clem just can't really protect those bases at the moment, so... And there's just a spam of Changelings on the floor as well that you've got to figure out a way to kind of move through. I'm just going to try and counterattack up the right-hand side. Rogue has reestablished the base on the left, which his Broodlords are near the left-hand side, so I like him establishing the base he has control of. Medivacs load up, the Marines pull back. And Clem is on thin ice at the moment. He is very close to being overrun. The Ghost trying to pull back and create some efficiency, so the Banelings are going to get forward. They're going to go off on a planetary. Doesn't really help you as Rogue, as Clem is still somehow staying close enough in army supply. Will come down over to the sides. I mean, we just have a few SCVs dead in the last few moments as well. Overseers up top. It's very Ling heavy from Rogue. I'm not sure if that's going to have a negative impact here, trying to engage in these last few moments. Those Broodlords are still a factor. The Banes running on the right-hand side is going to be a big deal. We have a bunch of Vikings that are just trying to get involved as well to fight those Corruptors. You get rid of those Corruptors, you could maybe fight down back the Broodlords a bit more efficiently. Clem running all the way back into his main base to try and stay clear of this. Trying to split and a main base defense. And he will get rid of a bunch of stuff on the ground. Goes sniping through, but then we don't have anything that currently fights off the Broodlords. Man, this is strangely close. Like, Rogue is out of money. He's mining still on the left side, at least. Ling's getting rid of a whole bunch of extra SCVs. 14 workers going down. The Corruptors still nubbling on through at those couple CCs up in the skies. You can see another hatchery down that right side as well. So, again, just base expansion attempting. Clem trying to retake locations. Rogue, I like that he's finally re-expanding on that right side as well. Why wouldn't you? Put you in an even better position here. Ghost going to turn onto the Changelings. The Mule will save the command center. Just try and mine that right-hand side. Rogue is only 20 army supply ahead. Some way, somehow, this is not crazy good for him. He's gas-starved as well currently. Only 5 Corruptors in play. If Clem could actually have gotten the Viking force up again, like, these Broodlords would have genuinely been in some trouble. Clem's base bottom left will be denied, but that's pretty much out of minerals anyway, so maybe we don't care about that anymore, but then we've got to care about something at some stage. A couple of Vikings trying to get in after the Broodlords, a couple of snipes coming down. The transfusions are kind of big, in all honesty. Like, anything to kind of preserve units and to create an even better trade for you is going to be amazing at this stage. Rogue will have too much. Clem says it as he types GG, and it is going to be Rogue to take a game number 2. We tie things up 1-1, and what is turning out to be a pretty epic best of 5. 1-1, game 3 coming up next. Let's take ourselves a chance to get into that then. As a Rogue and Clem are going the distance so far. Winter Madness is going to be map 3. It gets a little bit funky for taking some of the extra bases a bit further down the line, so it'll be interesting to see if that comes into play at all. Let's get this going, guys. Let's get this started. What's up, Grimk? How you doing for the 9-month resub? Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Repositioning the players here, guys. Should be able to get this going. Oh, Rogue's already ready. Perfect. What's your friends list? We're good. Thanks so much for the 9-month resub. Appreciate it. Using that prime. Probably do a little sellout at the start of this game. First of all, let's get Grimk on the tree. Thank you so much. Let's get into our third map of this series. And what a series this is turning out to be. Clem and Rogue entering the late game, dueling, trading. This time around, Rogue able to just about get enough. Honestly, it was still kind of close to the end. Those Broodlords really found value. It's so rare you see Broodlords stay active for such a long time in a matchup. Because usually it's one wave of Broods, you trade them out, and then you never make them again. But they just survived, and Clem just never found himself an answer to being able to deal with those Broodlords, and hence, they really were the reason that this game came to a close in the end in Rogue's favor. I think without those, it would have been a very different little circumstance, to be honest. So, some very cool stuff there. As we get ourselves Clem in the bottom right, Rogue in the upper left, and get this up and running. Hatch, yes, coming through, spawning pool coming down in a moment. Settle ourselves in here. Are we going to see 30 minutes again? I mean, we had back-to-back long games. Are we going to see that happening once more? Reaper on the way through. Orbital and the Command Center coming up as well, bringing that into place already. See, we'll come around over to the side, seeing what's going on. Queen, Lings coming up right here, and that's settled. And a few of those circles coming through, just for a few moments. SAC in the factory coming up for the moment. Couple Lings will just get in after the Reaper. Just trying to chase that down for a couple of moments. Trying to find some of that initial value. A couple CCs building up. The factory is about to complete. Reactor on the way in. Grenade coming down. Queen is going to get pushed about. And that link speed about to finish. It's going to be seeing the Queens. It's going to be that Reaper going through. When it goes down, Ling's just going to chase. Reaper going to be hunted for a couple of moments there. Ling will get there. Reaper goes down. Got a little bit of a hunt across then. A little bit of damage done. Coming back around. Let's get there. A couple creep teamers going down. Just going to be seeing the Hellions get back to the top side. A few circles going to be there. Hellions taking some more damage. Just going to be seeing the Lair and the drones coming up. We lose a Reaper and we lose a Hellion. We got 7 Lings. Not too bad. Sort of trade that's probably not going to be too substantial in the game. Clem's going to open with those Banshees again. I will say Clem's early harass has been... I mean, he did get damage done that first game. Ended up drawing out a long way anyway. I feel as though I was expecting Clem to end up with a little bit more value found, I suppose, in some of these early trade-offs and some of those early commitments already, so... yeah. Interesting stuff. Got the Hellions coming through as well. I'm just going to be gathering and still waiting for more chances to poke forward and see if there's more to be done for the moment. And again, the Bane that's coming about. Wings drones, Oversteer coming through. Barracks, Engineering Bay, building by. Queens are going to be there. We've seen a few drones going down already. The Lings chasing down the Hellions. We've seen, honestly, I mean, we got a few drones, which is nice, but then we're now 5 Hellions down the drain for 4 drones and 13 Lings. It's a lot of your map controller starts disappearing. There's an Overseer available. Different style of player from Rogue. Spire on the way up, so we're going to play some Mutalisks this time around. So already a very different setup from Rogue to what we've been seeing previously. Counterattack gets 5 SCVs. We kill 5 drones, we lose 5 SCVs. Players will trade out on either side just for now. Just having the Baneling speed coming up as well, so continue to get that on the go. Spire coming through too. I see the Queens will be there. The Banshees take a couple of damage. We will see the meters coming up. Baneling speed coming through. Having ourselves the 1-1 upgrades. The Marines come by. Just going to be seeing the Armory coming up. The Evolution Chambers continue to come into play. Those 2 Banshees head in toward the main base. You see the Queens taking damage. Going to be seeing 1 Queen going down. Both Queens together. Can get rid of the Banshee right there as well. So just going to be having the couple of shots. Now we do have the Mutas actually showing up as well. They're going to run in toward these Medivacs. And that's going to be a denial too, because the Mutas will chase the Medivac down. So the rest of the units show up. So the Medivac gets saved, but overall Clem is kind of pushed back for a moment or two at least. We're going to see actually the Ling Bane will continue forward. Clem never unloaded from that Medivac yet. Some of his units are going to be a little bit up for grabs. This is 1-1 to 0-0, by the way. I don't think this is the sort of fight Rogue wants to commit to. He uses Banes on the missile turret, but he gets 7 SCVs. There's a lot of units, to be honest, and Clem just needs to remember to get Combat Shield would be a nice addition. If he gets Combat Shield, does he have an Armory already? He does. He needs to get 2-2 in Combat Shield. Just needs to stop and start some upgrades. Otherwise, I mean, this was already a pretty good start from Clem, and he can now continue to try and control those mutas and go from there as well for the next few moments. Let's get everything we mentioned started, and the mutas actually get intercepted as well, so Clem able to take some value there. 30 army supply in the lead. Can he push? I mean, he doesn't have combat shield, which isn't great, but he might just have enough of an advantage that he can get away with a push here, especially if the tanks can take some good trades onto the Banes immediately. That actually may be a real opportunity for Clem to just go, and to kind of send this. The Marines still coming up, the Overlord taking some more damage. We've seen the Marines hitting, a couple of Banes are going to roll forward, the Marines go down, the Ling Bane Muta all flowing through from the left-hand side. You can see the rest of those Banes showing up as well, crashing through the couple of siege tanks. Mutas end up pulling back, so most of the tanks go down. There are 4 Banelings or so left here, and they are very important. Those 4 Banelings are what can really still stop this Marine cluster. There are new Banes morphing. Clem does not get the target fire, pulling away. He gets one more, he gets both of them. Now you can stand and fight. The Mutas start going down, and that's why the upgrades are still not done for the Zerg, so it's going to be super painful. As we do see Clem able to take value at the end, and now stemming forward again. A new round of Banes available will save you as Rogue, but it really is going to do that. It's going to save you. It's not exactly going to win you this game. It's just going to kind of, I guess, okay, it prolongs your death right now, because now Clem can't kill you immediately, so like I say, it's a save. It's not a long-term save. Clem soon to be on 2-2 as well. I like this counter-attack around the back, try and get some of the reinforcements. Clem splits from the Banes, though, and again, it's just so hard to find the efficiency against a Terran who has that upgrade advantage and the numbers advantage in such a big way already. You know, with good meter control, there's sometimes, you know, ways you can find that with the Mutalisks involved, but just don't know if that's really going to happen here as Clem. Gonna keep pressuring. These Medivacs actually gonna have to get out of there for a moment or two. Clem is obviously quite far forward on creeps, so a little bit of a scary situation. Again, up the ramp, will be able to stim, turn, now about to be on the full upgrade lead again. Wow, rogue supply block too, not exactly what you want to be seeing right now when you are just trying to fight for your survival. Marines pull back once again, and Clem really looks as though he's going to be able to fully capitalize on what was a bit more of a successful early game this time. I mean, like I say, back in that first game, he had a pretty successful start, and he never really capitalized this time. Definitely feels like he's on track to it. Now, it's not done just yet. A couple more Banelings crashing through, not getting enough of the Marines. Clem scans, sees the next few Banes that are ready, sees the next one starting up as well. Will target fire those Banelings right from the get-go, retargets them now. Siege Tank in the back doing work as well. Rogue has to say GG, and Clem will wipe up Winter Madness in just 10 minutes. And will take the lead in this series back after some long later game wrestles. It has come to a Clem advantage after just 11 minutes, like I said, on Winter Madness. Colleen Bermuda just never got far enough off the ground to really start there. As Clem needs a couple of minutes break, no worries, we'll take a couple of minutes, we need ads anyway. I'm going to nip BRB a moment too before we go to Mothership, which is potentially another big long map, so just take a second or two and get this underway. Going to be on West as well. Alrighty. Guys, I just nip BRB real quick. I'll see you guys in 1 sec. Players are ready. We are ready. Get back to it. Second series of the day is a banger so far. It's classic. You know what it is? I can already see what's going to happen is all the series today are going to turn into these really long, amazing series. And I'm going to run out of time to cast them because yesterday when I had no time limit on how long I streamed for, we had a bunch of just 1 hour best of fives. Today, we're on track to have 2 back-to-back 1.5 hour best of fives on the day I have to finish at a certain point. So that's just my life in a nutshell this week, isn't it? Just the games trolling me. Not going to complain about long games, but there is a scenario, guys. If stuff goes way too long today, I may miss a series, so I'll just say that now. Not to curse us into faster games, just letting you guys know the situation. I've got plans tonight, so... Alright. Game 4 of this best of 5 here on Mothership. As we kick this off. This is the lower bracket, guys. Yes, it is. The winner of this advances to play Creator to stay alive in the competition. The loser is out. No more second chances, which means Rogue is on his final chance. Needs to win back-to-back maps right now to stay in the contest. He's been great this year. Man, I think this is starting to be a real example of just Rogue's year in general, which is that dude's really freaking good. He has some great matches. He has some great games. And he can really fight with almost anybody. But then he lost his spirit in that best of 5. Ends up in the lower bracket. And now he's got to play Clem. And again, he can bring the fight to Clem. It's just that consistency has not been there from Rogue. That's the one thing he's really missed all year long. jump on our observer and take a few moments to settle in on Mothership. Probably nothing too crazy for the first couple of moments here. Guys, enjoying the games, just take a couple of moments to say a couple of things, please. First of all, if you're on the YouTube, do not forget to hit the like and the subscribe buttons. Helps us out a whole bunch. Helps us to get the stream out to more people on the YouTube, which is obviously very important, because the more people that watch, the better it is. And the more we can do, the more we can benefit from that, and the more StarCraft we can run in the future. If you are enjoying the competition and you want to support further, obviously, if you want to raise the prize pool of this tournament specifically, all donations on the stream are currently going into the prize pool of the tournament, so do consider supporting with a donation if you want to support that. As usual, you can subscribe, which helps support the channel and what I am doing in general. Use your primes if you've not already used your primes and they need a home for Christmas. We will give them one and use it to make more StarCraft 2 come 2026. And obviously, just keep on watching. We appreciate you all being here. Just a moment or two to sell out and get them get some monies made, whether it's raising the prize pool or just helping the stream. Appreciate all of it, guys. Thank you so much for listening. As we get ourselves the Reaper dancing around with the Zerg. Man, it feels like a long time. I don't know why. I know we just had like a shorter game, but I feel like the Reaper dancing with the Link feels like a rarity for some reason. Kind of a funny one. Iridian, thank you so much for gifting us up to Calaman through the community. Thank you so very much. Appreciate the gifted sub. Reaper chasers, Lings and the Queen's going to be there. Reaper goes down already. Couple Hellions coming up. Command Center coming through. Is Spirit Scarlet next? No. After this, we have the winner of this versus Creator. So, the winner of this versus Creator, then Spirit Scarlet, then Cure Showtime is the schedule on the day. That's the order of things that we're aiming for. Starport coming up, Command Center coming through. Take a couple of moments here. Get underway. Figure out what we want to try and achieve. Next couple of moments. Gonna see the Reaper grenading up a couple of the drones. The Queen's gonna step across. Put a little bit of damage out onto said Reaper. Reaper obviously sticking around a long time. Pretty much done now. There are gonna be Hellions in the natural expansion. Clem gets one drone out of this. Not really ideal. Would probably have wanted more, but doesn't get there. So, not an ideal situation. By any accounts, as the next Hellions need to be careful not to get caught already. Ling's threatening that's around, and obviously you do want to try and protect said Hellions and actually get something done with them ideally, so not exactly ideal. We're going to zip one way, then we're going to zap the other. The Ling's still chasing, the Hellions getting rushed. The drones, the Queens, all still building through. A couple of S-Series just going to pull over, repair those Hellions where possible. They're building. We have the Queens in position to push the Hellions back as well. It's just going to chase them back the other way. Again, a couple Lings, the Overlord all coming through, the Spore Crawler's building up, the Factory's going to move over to the side and drop down a reactor again. 2 additional barracks still building right now. Got that bio army set up for the future then with those additional racks, and just make sure that we're gonna have the reproduction needed for the next step of this. The Hellions will run across and meet a couple of the Queens. There's a big map. Has the left finished, so we'll see what Rogue does. They go back into mutas. I mean, if you look at the last game, you maybe don't love the mutas, but I mean, Mutilating Bane is a good style, and it's the kind of map where Mutilating Bane can absolutely excel. It's big, there's lots of room to run around, whether that's run-bys with the Ling Bane or just the Mutalisks flying about. There's a lot of potential in this map for Ling Bane Muter, I think, so I know the last game didn't set up very well for you and didn't kind of go where you wanted it to be, but I think you got to kind of put that behind you a little bit and just kind of roll with it anyway and just see where you can get to. Otherwise, you're just gonna... You can't just be playing Afraid forever, I suppose, is what I'm kind of thinking. Play Afraid forever and you're gonna have a bad time. Banshee, just going to nibble up a little bit further. The Hellions here are going to try and go in after the Queen. We get one more drone. A little bit more value found again. Starport gets the reactor on the way. Just going to be seeing the Spire and the Baneling Nest coming through. 2 more Evolution Chambers in production. 7 drones. The 6 SCVs going down is nice. It does slow Clem down a little bit, makes him think about playing defense. As the Spire completes, the Evo Chambers will start. Again, you are going to be behind on upgrades here. So 7 meters come by. That Baneling Nest is about to finish. Further than the factory coming down to the front of the third base. So we just get that into position as well. Artifacts pop. And we just go from here. Mutalisks already making their way into place. Ling Bane coming up. Baneling speed starting. 1-1 on the way from Clem as the Marines are going to take out a Changeling already. The rest of the Mutas coming over. Again, factory about halfway done. The Armory coming by. Ling Bane still stepping through. The Marines are going to get rid of a couple of creep tumors right now. The Overlord. Nelly going down as well. The Marines pull back. Actually, going to turn and target fire Mutas. To be fair, this was very good. You kill enough Mutas as well that this was genuinely, you know, enough to kind of stop the chase down happening. And the Banshees get rid of some of the Banelings in the background. Great little sequence of trades there from Clem. Way better success rate than what I thought was going to happen when that started out. And he does get to lift leave, and like I say, probably be pretty happy with things at this current point of time. He is trying to find a way around, seeing what they can do over in that direction. 1-1 melee upgrades coming up, +1 flyer attack upgrade coming through as well. So again, all of that on the way in currently. Combat shields, +2 attack, drilling claws. The next stage of this, +2 armor as well. So going to really maintain a good, a really good upgrade lead at the moment. 2-2 continuing through. Again, the Thor is on the way by. The Marines are coming up. Medevac about to finish. So you do see the Muta is going to get back over the left-hand side. Bam. Muta mine kills the Mutalisk. The Marines coming back across. Melee upgrades coming over. Infestation Pit coming up as well. What of mine goes down to the Mutalisks. The Marine's going to take a chance to step forward. Underneath, the Overseer will go down. Gonna be maxed out in a moment. It's interesting because moving out against Ling Bane Muta feels good in some ways because you kind of want to trade against a low tier army com. But in other ways, it's like if you move out, boom, counterattacks are available to you. The creep spread becomes a big factor. You know, those are things to think on as Rogue needs to be careful here. There's a lot of units in the back, and you kind of got baited into going for the first group of those units, and then really ideal. The Marines coming over. Queen, it's going to be coming in. But mine's going to go off here. That would be massive if they did. One of them went off. Wasn't that big of a connection. Like I said, counterattack a big factor here. Let's see how that cleanup goes. The Lings are running in defensively here, but that's not going to be good enough. The Banes and Lings on this side doing what they can. I don't think there's enough to keep that attack going, honestly, from Rogue. He's dying, man. He's having a bad time on the other side of the map. He's taking a bad trade over there. I'm going to keep on pushing through. Extractor going down. Now Clem's just going to get back on the map with everything else. A couple of Banelings running forward. The Marines start to split. Good defense against those Banelings and just making sure that we can handle this as aptly as possible. Definitely looking as though Clem is going to be absolutely, I mean, dominating right now. The Thor lifts up, pulls back. Right now, I think we've got a complete lack of Banelings. There's none in the game. 6 about to finish morphing, then 6 new ones start. We have got 6 Banelings to save us right now, and the 6 new Banelings are morphing in right in the front, so that's not really ideal. Clem on a good spread already. We will see some of the Banes trying to find their way through. The double Thor is good protection against the Mutas. And Clem has had enough of those long games. He's not going to let opportunities slip through the cracks. GG gets called, and Clem will advance to play Creator. In the lower bracket, one of our Terrans survives, and he'll be put right back onto the kind of scary part of this, as he will go up against Creator next, and see if he can continue to fight to avoid elimination. Now, Clem is a higher seed in this event, guys, so he will take the server preference once more. So that'll be his benefit as we get Creator online into this chat and ready to veto. So Clem knocks Rogue down and does take that as a 3-1 victory. But more Clem action coming up. He plays back-to-back here with Creator, the next opponent. If you guys are enjoying the stream again, do you consider supporting, like I say, subscribing, whether that's a Prime sub, a gifted sub, a regular sub, all of it helps. It allows us to do more StarCraft 2 in the future. Want to make a mention to the Patreon page as well, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of anything you pledge goes directly into tournament prize pools. This is a WardiTV tournament. This prize money is created by you guys supporting the channel. These tournaments do not happen without your support. There's no special sponsor. We have Surfshark as our sponsor. We'll talk about them in a little bit. But there's no one who's just here kind of giving us this prize money. This is all because of your support, your viewership. So A, thank you for being here, and B, keep the support coming in. Let's end 2025 strong, and I'll have some info for you guys on 2026 when we get to the final day of this tournament in a couple days' time. So be excited about that. But yeah. Just to mention to support if you can, and even if that's just a like, a subscribe, a follow, the free, the things are free to do on the YouTube, on the Twitch, wherever, whether that's just watching these ads I'm about to play, it all adds up, it all helps. So, like I say, every little bit adds up and does a little more for us as we get Creator Clem vetoing. They'll be ready to go very shortly here, guys. We're a bit behind schedule, so we're going to try and get back on track and keep the games moving quickly. So there should not be much downtime unless the players request it. Take a second to figure that out. Four videos already made, so we are very much still on track to get this Clem creator posted up. It's ready to go. Every little house, what are you, Tesco fanboy? I just agree with the statement, to be honest. Just being truthful. Alright, and we'll get a lobby link up for map 1. Progress being made immediately, guys. Thank you for holding out with us. Appreciate it. I was about to check something. What was I about to check? Bum 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 bum. Alright. Maps are vetoed and picked. Perfect. Right, Creator just needs a moment, guys. Once Creator is back, be able to get back on track and get into this Creator versus Clem series. So, a couple moments from Creator Clem. Kick this best of 5 off. Red's ready. Is Inu gone? Is Inu gone? I just see him going off the line. I'm not sure if he's gone, or if he's coming back, or what the plan is. He's gone. Alright. So goes GLHFs. Let's jump into Creator versus Clem here. So, again, we'll take a quick peek at the bracket while we're loading game, just to confirm where we are at. We start the day with 4 Terrans in the lower bracket, 1 won, 1 lost. Now we see if a Terran can move into the top 8 or not. Again, if you lose this here as Clem, Creator gets into that top 8. This next round in the lower bracket after this is brutal, by the way. It's the loser of Solar Heroes, so you can see that the lower bracket is only going to get more and more intense. So that's going to be pretty sick. Yeah, bracket looking great. Let's jump into our next series, as we are going to get some TVP on the way up. So we get that underway, get this started. In the bottom left-hand side, coming off of that TVZ victory, it is going to be our Terran player, Clem, looking to recover from this knockdown to the lower bracket, see how he can do. As we have him in the bottom left here of Tourmaline for this map number 1. Already won a PVT earlier today, a 5-game series against Byun. Creator made it through. Can he stand up against Clem? Creator has he's had a couple of okay showings against Clem lately. If I'm not mistaken, he's taken some maps in some of the events that have taken place. If I take a peek at their history. Okay, I'm thinking a little bit more further back than maybe I should be. Creator is on a horrible losing streak against Clem. Holy goodness. Creator has not beaten Clem since 2022 in the WardiTV Christmas Invitational 6. Oh my god. So, yeah, it's been a few years since Creator beat Clem. Since then, they've played 1, 2, 3, 4 series. Then there was a tie. Then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 series. 25 series in a row Creator has lost to Clem. And one time they tied in a team league or so, where ties were available. That's not a great streak. We'll see if Creator can figure out a day. I did think he was taking some maps against Clem recently, but the last time he took a map was back in October, so I think I was thinking back to WardiTV Mondays in October when he went 1 and 2 against Clem. He actually, yeah, clearly not actually true, is what I was thinking of. Most recently, Clem 2-0'd him in WardiTV Mondays on the 15th of December, guys, which you might notice was actually this week, so this really spells out to be a very good series for Clem. I mean, it doesn't get more convincing on that in terms of stats. Creator is the absolute complete underdog in this best of 5. Best of 5 as well, you know, you're the underdog in the best of 3, there's a bit more of a chance, but an underdog in the best of 5 is already rough, and especially with stats like that. And especially when the most recent meeting also went in Clem's favor, like everything speaks to Clem to take this series down. Marines will fight the first Adept that tries to come across the map here, trying to find a little bit of value, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. Adept will shade up toward the high ground, a couple of Marines spawning out, and we will just see the few Marines still chase the Adepts, a bit more damage being done off over to the sides, pushing that away for a few moments, and that Adept does just walk out of here for now. It's just walking away for a little bit. Have the Adept pulling back. The Hellion is going to come over. Just going to see the Stalker patrolling at the front. The Hellion going in after the Adept there. The Stalker will go for the Hellion. The Adept will get the Adept already. Again, Blink from the Warp Gate continuing through. Robo Facility coming online as well. And yeah, Medevac, Cyclone, and Marines all building. The Hellion of Clem heads back down to the bottom left-hand side. Prism and that Blink both build up. The 2 gateways on the way through. We have ourselves the Cyclone and the Medevac all building as well. Clem is on the map with a group of Marines, and they will be already pushing forward. Creator is not quite on Blink yet, so this is an early push. Obviously has potential, especially with the Cyclone and the Medevac here. There's definitely trade potential. What do we have? Do we have 1 battery at the front from Creator? We do. We will have the Prism for a bit of extra micro potential as well. Not great if the Prism flies straight into everything, though. It's a dead Prism because the Cyclone was locked onto it, so there was no getting away from that. Step straight forward. Clem will just target down the battery, and again, Clem's micro is going to provide a lot of potential here. We are before Blink, and that's going to be huge. Target fires that Stalker that was warping in, so it couldn't micro back, because believe it or not, warping in units cannot move. We try and kill this Medevac. It's going to pull back now as well, so that's damage that is wasted unless we finish it off, which we will do so now, but at the cost of a bunch more Stalkers, and Clem is already dominant in the early stages here. This is already an incredible beginning point, and Yeah, I mean, that's just rough for Creator. He lost a good chunk here. 3 workers down, 6 stalkers dead. Now a siege tank firing up at the front. I just had a medevac. Life of BMPB a little bit easier for following up, but it's a very good situation overall at the end of the day. He's seeing the auto turret coming down. The stalker's trying to get the siege tank. Siege tank will die. Marine Marauder tank still coming through. Yeah, I mean, I guess Creator can kind of push back across, but he's down 6 workers. Another tank sieges. These stalkers need to not walk into another tank, because if you walk into another tank, they're going to get blasted. They were low HP. Needed to stay away from that, and we do manage to for the moment as the stalkers blink back onto the right side. Combat shield and stim building up. The engineering bay about to finish. Stalker's still warping on that prism. Going to push toward the natural here. We could blink into the main base. Hey, stim pack and combat shield are exposed, so if there's a way back in this from Creator, maybe delaying those upgrades a little bit could be a way to kind of go about it. There's going to be the Raven here as well, though. Auto turret available. We might lose the Raven. There's an auto turret down. Stimpak's going to be the target, and he is going to guess correctly on which tech lab to hit. Doesn't kill it, though. He only blinked some of the stalkers in, didn't bring them all in there, so kind of missed out on a little bit of that opportunity already. Really not ideal. Definitely feeling as though this first game is going very towards Clem's advantage. I mean, it was already looking good for him initially, and that's definitely not changing right now either. So, yeah, looking as though we're probably going to have a very positive time here for our Terran player. I mean, Creator's going to try and make something happen with the Stalkers. Obviously, in the Prism, can move around a little bit, get a bit of mobility there, try and find a way in, try and find a way to get a little bit of something done. Stimpack, Combat Shield, Concussive Shells, all coming up as well. I see the Bio unit still chasing, and the Stalkers getting hunted. Losing a couple of Stalkers right off the bat. Yeah, those few gates coming up as well. We aren't even close to finishing charge, which is really just a sign of how committed Creator had to be to have any sort of pressure going back on the other side of the map. The Prism will counterattack and find a siege tank. That's lovely. I mean, that's definitely going to help. It would just help more if we had a way to deal with this main army already, which is looking less and less realistic as moments pass by. We're going to kill a pylon there. There is another. It did depower the Robo, though, as we blink on top of the tank. We're going to try and get rid of the Prism, which why the hell not, because it will just remove micro potential and threat potential, but at this point, Clem could probably just A-click into the natural, and it's going to be more or less okay. Like, he really is just in a very solid place right now. Should be feeling pretty darn good about things. Especially as he reinforces, he gets some more units up. He's not going to break through this wave, but again, there's another wave coming, and then another and another. Okay, maybe A-clicking into the natural is a bit of an overstatement, but when Clem is going to micro, it is obviously going to be pretty, you know, micro and then reinforce and macro behind it, yada yada. Then it is going to be pretty, pretty doom and gloom for Creator, who has an auto turret on his mineral line as well, so that's going to be a few more probes going down. Stalker steps up. This army's still gathering. I mean, there's an Immortal there. That's going to be an easy target as well for Clem to jump on. Get rid of that. Big tech unit. Easy decision to make. Always worth getting rid of a big tech unit. GG, says Creator. And Clem opens with a 1-0 lead in a match which, as discussed, is probably pretty darn favored by by Clem, based on what we've seen on the statistics. So Clem takes the 1-0 lead and is going to move up a game as we'll head into our second map here, Ruby Rock, for Game 2. Get that underway in a second. Creator's server preference now, at least. Because at this point, he's going to need anything he can get to help him out. Try and double check we've got everybody, just like we do, and the players are immediately ready, so we can go straight in with them. Let's do this, guys. Again, thanks for joining us. Crazy viewership on the YouTube. We got like 1,000 people on YouTube today. Getting up there, huh? Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Let's jump onto Ruby Rock, map 2 of our series. In the bottom right-hand side, the red Protoss player is going to be Creator. Down a game. I'm trying to find some inspiration here as... I didn't realize he was on... Honestly, I didn't realize he was on such a bad losing streak against Clem. Like, Creator's been, like, good enough lately to kind of create some challenges and to make some opportunities happen and stuff. And genuinely surprised that he's in such a bad place against Clem statistically. I mean, a lot of people are in bad places against Clem, but I don't know why. I really felt like he'd been taking some maps. I must have just had that one WardiTV Mondays in my mind, and then even that was a single map winning the best of 3, so it's not that big of a deal. I just really had that in my head for some reason, apparently. Crazy business. Creator in the bottom right-hand side is our red Protoss, with Clem in the upper left as the blue Terran, in a very comfortable lead of this series now, with, again, a 1-0 lead, and again, the stats to back him up. Let's see if that's something that Creator can overcome. Scouting around, checking for proxies. Clem is going to send this SCV across the map, and straight through the center, funnily enough, is maybe going to be a chance to engineering bay block still, so... Creator sends the probe to the low ground early, so he's a little bit of a heads up, as he was looking to go Nexus before core. Now this engineering bay gets some decent HP on it. It's not going to be like out of position Nexus territory for the expansion, but it's obviously Cyber Core and a Zealot in production sort of territory, so that will come through. We'll kind of just go from there, as we do have the barracks. Finish from Clem at home. We're going to build a Marine. I was going to say we're going to see a Reaper, but no, Marine is going to be the case. We can get into factory about 50 gas sooner then, so there's a benefit. Oh, we go Marine into Reaper, so we're going to push this probe back, and then we're going to get the Reaper in production. A little bit of a mix-up there. Changing things out a little bit. Reaper producing through, that factory still building. Bringing a lot of that online right now. Hey, what's up? 1-1 star. Thank you so much for the sub. Using up the prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for supporting the content. Thank you. Let's have our Reaper popping up and over in a position here. It's just going to be moving around for a couple moments, getting in location. Dept is going to get an SCV at least, so we got a little bit of a grab on the low ground. Was it Clem? Very successful very early in that last game. Never really got to any sort of a later point, so it's going to be step 1. Survive through the early stages here as Creator, get to that next stage to begin with, and then we can kind of maybe just try and figure things out from there, right? I'm just going to get in after the Adept. That down for a moment or two. And the Reaper will continue across the map. Obviously, we'll have a Hellion to join up with. It's going to be a Widow Mine drop from Clem. A little bit more standard this time to get us started. Steps turn back the other way. It's going to be seeing the Hellion poking and prodding. Robo facility starting up. A couple gates coming through. Blink is very much so on its way out as well. It's just getting that Blink into position here. And the two Adepts going to take that chance to shade in a little bit. You get the Reaper as they get grenaded back at the same time, so a little bit of pushback. Drop is coming. I was going to say, obviously, the units are over on this right side, so the drop may want to go directly to the main base, and does seem to be the idea from Clem, at least right now. And he should drop one mine on the high ground, so if anything wants to run up here as a defense, they'd have to go through the mine, and he's going to just lose a Stalker. Creator didn't realize that that mine was there, so as minus one Stalker, instantly going to unburrow, reburrow, 2 Stalkers, 3 Stalkers will shoot. Oh, didn't get the final shot off, though, and that will be Again, Clem just retargeting as much as possible. Again, every retarget buys you a couple more seconds of mining time denied from the Protoss player, basically. So, just denying that for as long as he possibly could. Great job on that one. Prism on the right. It's going to be on the way, so Creator will try and apply some pressure with the Prism, with the Blink, and with a handful of Stalkers. The Raven already coming down gives Clem the opportunity to harass with those auto turrets, those mineral lines. Will not be safe if that Raven is about. Just look as though the Raven will get all the way across the map. Stalkers unloading in the main base. Marines start to go down, and SCV gets picked off. Marines getting grabbed at the moment. Stimmen +1 on the way. Charge coming through. Did we just pull the Raven back home? I think he F2'd it, because it was on its way back home for a couple of seconds, and that doesn't really make any logical sense. So, a little bit awkward there. But, I mean, not the end of the world. Just a few seconds later on the Raven taking position and getting itself set up. Stim, Combat Shield, and +1 all building through. And the Sentry building online, the Immortal and the Zell coming in, the Charge and the Gates. Batteries all building, probes on the way as well. Already 2 probes from the Raven, which... Did he see the Observer, and so he's going to follow the Observer over here? I mean, that doesn't really make sense, because then the Raven would be exposed, and it's not like he has energy right now, so... Raven pulls to the bottom left. The R-Stalk is still just out the front as Clem finishes his stim pack. And his combat shields and +1 are not far behind. The medevacs are popping. It's probably time for Clem to step on the map and see if there's anything he can do initially. Destination up the right side. Again, the Forge and the Robo Bay all coming into play as well, so bringing all of that online. Combat shield coming through, concussive shells halfway, +1 attack about to finish. Just very calmly moves to the third base, not really too much of anything happening yet. One Marine splits off to that right side. Robo Bay about to finish there. Again, the Zealot and the Stalker coming through. Colossus still building up. We do have Hallucination just going to step by there as well, so again, getting back in place. The Bio, the Medevacs, the Raven. Also going to just join in for the moment, as we do have a couple of Marines going to stim in through after Hallucination, but not really going to go very far. Not really much going to come of any of that. Again, Colossus +1 and the Thermal Lance coming up as well. Two Vikings of reduction, the Marines come by. 2 probes in the upper right just going to get settled on their 4th base. They're starting a long distance, but it'll be ready soon. It's just a very passive game. I mean, you look at what's been lost this game. 730 to 375 resources. Handful of probes, a couple of those early units, and the mine drop. Just really not a lot on either side just yet. There's more warp, 2 more Stalkers. I mean, Great actually going to step forward and take position on the map. Let's see how convincing this can be. There's Clem. We'll sit behind the siege tank. It's a great anti-armor missile. One of the big benefits of getting the Raven back home is spellcasting like that, right? It's a major positive. Stalker's blink up. Tank will go down. We're just going to see the Vikings thinking about maybe taking this trade. Another group of Byuns getting caught in the front. Zealots are kind of melting. Stalker's blink forward, looking to catch the medevac that lifts those units into safety. Creator is just taking... It's funny because I feel like what Creator is doing makes sense to me. I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. We see Protoss players do this all the time. But his supply is not going in the right direction. Bunker will go down. Clem could lift the CC to make this an easier push in for himself, but the CC also helps him a lot against the Zealots at the moment, and that's why I think Creator can't really justify continuing to attack into this. 2 more Vikings, the few Ghosts coming through. Now Starport is halfway done already from Clem as well. A couple SCVs coming alongside with the rest of that also. Let's gather. Chilling over on that left side. Creator going to try for a different angle of attack maybe between the natural and the third base. Maybe something he thinks is going to work better than the just on that right side where the choke point was definitely very apparent. Now we're going to see the Zealots maybe with a better opportunity. Clem still has like a depot here that helps to choke up though, and a few Vikings getting some shots off. Stalker step forward for some hits. Clem has a run by on the other right, and he's going to get in for a bunch of probes. No warping immediately. Sort of move commanding. He maybe could have actually had more already. Now his natural under threat, so you may have to step away from the chokes he's been working with. Creator's still unsure about committing in as well. There's a 1 armor upgrade from Clem. Creator's starting to build the disruptors, so preferring the disruptors over going into Storm. First disruptor shot not going to land as the Marauders split from it. Another scan out. Just see the few Marines up the right. Like I say, the few STV, the 3 probes that went down. Most importantly, that base is not mining now, I suppose. That's a lot of lost mining time. Income definitely going to take a hit from that. Vikings going to commit through. They'll get 1 Colossus. Doesn't lose many Vikings either. The Stalker's blink up there to try and target them down, but we maybe lost 1. Another EMP actually hits everything. The Sentry's now out of energy. The Vikings going to get rid of the next Colossus. Now the only splash we've got to be concerned with is a Disruptor. And Clem was very patient about this fight, and I think it's really paying off for him, because in the end, he's going to dominate this trade. There's 1 Disruptor shot firing, but we deny it. He was so patient about this fight and how it was playing out and how it was going to trade. Genuinely very impressed, and yeah, I mean, I actually think Creator did a lot of things right. Like, he's there, he's applying the pressure. He just bit a couple of times when Clem was actually just going to provide too much of an answer. Like I say, he maybe ran into the chokiness of it a little bit too much a couple times over. Oh my god, we have to energy recharge to try and save the Nexus. I think if that Nexus dies, it's just such a feels bad for Creator. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. Like, I don't think Creator was wrong in trying to attack. I think it's the time of the game where you try and poke through, you take bases behind your pressure. Clem just took good fights on it, and this Disruptor's going to go down before it connects. And the Zealots that are stepping forward are probably not going to change much of anything. The Colossus dies, the Disruptors are gone. Stalkers are showing up on the other side, but Creator continues to headbutt into this matchup, which apparently is a bit of a brick wall for him, unable to find success here. And that is going to be Clem 2, Creator 0. I'm making up for time after that long TVZ. This TVP is going a lot more comfortably for him as we go to Winter Madness for a 3rd map and potentially a final map of this series, because Clem has looked very good in both games. Is what it really comes down to. So 2-0 lead, looking fantastic, looking like he just understands TVP. Versus Creator, at least to a point which Creator is not able to really contest with. So yeah, not fun. But don't mean to sound harsh to Creator either. But like, that just feels like where we're at. 1 star. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the tree. Ready, GLHF. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're good on casters, although I'm not 100% sure. Just double check for a moment. Oh, I think we're good. Let's go. Clem Creator. Kick this off. Clem looking to make the top 8 of the 2025 Championship. Not a bad run from Creator versus Nice and Byun in the lower bracket is pretty decent. He went to 5 maps against Q in the upper bracket as well. His TVP is clearly good, it's just right now not good enough is what it's coming down to, so yeah. Crazy business. In the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is Creator. He is 0-2 down in this best of 5. He is in a miserable spot, not where you want to be. Alas, this is where he finds himself. That means that if someone's 0-2 down, someone has to be 2-0 up, and Clem is going to take that title in the bottom right-hand side. 1 map away from a top 8. Again, that top 8 match is going to be difficult because obviously he's still in the lower bracket. He can't lose again after losing to Reynor earlier. He plays the loser of Hero and Solo, and yes, he can win both of those, but that's also a very losable matchup for Clem as well, right? So if Clem wins this and gets into those games tomorrow, it's going to be another day of very tense gameplay from him. If you're a Clem fan, he's obviously got no second chances, and well, this is his second chance already. And yeah, like I say, tomorrow could be really, really awesome in terms of how that all plays out. You Thermal on the 131-month resub. Woo! And only sub because I won money in a WardiTV tournament and got it on my PayPal. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? That's what we call giving back to the community, you know? That basically means StarCraft will never die, you know? You win money, you give it back to the tournament organizer as support for running the tournaments, and bam! The next thing you know, there's another tournament. We've done it, guys. We've done the impossible. We've created an infinite loop of StarCraft. It's self-sufficient. Good job. Good job. Cybercore. Next is coming through. Coming about, just going to be seeing the Nexus coming over, the Adept coming through, the Factory and the Reactor coming by. Take a couple moments there. Will pop up, pop down. We'll shoot, just going to have ourselves a little bit of damage onto the pylon. Nothing too crazy. Stargate coming about, Warpgate coming in, the Adept and so on continue to come about as well, so just continue to get that on the go. Here it comes about, Adept gonna come stepping forward as well, getting into position. Taking a couple of moments. Hellions in the Reaper. I'm going to catch the Adept. Adept should have been trying to get that Hellion, which was already low. Could have maybe had a kill. Clem does have the structure across the map as well. It is a starport popped out the medevac, and Predator's going to play the Phoenix. If these Hellions jump into the medevac... Okay, this is going to get weird. I mean, this is honestly fine for Predator, because the battery's going to defend the natural. I think if the medevac didn't get seen by those Phoenix and we just get a jump into the main base, that's obviously much scarier, because like, there's a battery there too. But if 4 Hellions get in, their Phoenix out of position, then it's a little bit of a different circumstance at that stage, at least. This is a good defense. Proxy Starport does absolutely nothing in the end, and Clem will not succeed in the early stages. Looking for a fast way to a quick lead in a Game 3 of this series, looking to maybe close it out quickly. That's not going to be allowed to happen just yet, at least. Yo, Raw Minidia, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you so much for bitting us up. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Phoenix back around in the center. Just going to be seeing that Adept. Just going to go for a little bit of a shade through for a few moments. Trying to move across right away. And Starport going to move about. Phoenix and the Sentry gathering up. Nexus, Gateway, all coming about. Phoenix and the Observer coming on as well. Getting that up and rolling. Cyclone and the few Marines will continue to produce. Phoenix is going to chill out on that bottom side. Stim in the combat shield coming through. It's going to be getting that going. The Immortal, the Stalker, and the Phoenix continue to come about as well. Just bringing a lot of that into play. There's a nibble. SCV going down. Finding a little bit more value here, continuing to get set up. Just going to see Stimpack Combat Shield +1. And a little bit of everything coming through for the moment, so bringing a lot of that online. Phoenix get over that right side. Of course, with the Phoenix out, you're very safe. Drop play is not going to be as much of a factor. I like that Creator says, hey, look, the first two games have really not gone my way. Let's just change up the style. Now I'm going to play this Phoenix Colossus. So, like I said, just really kind of takes us into a bit of a different vibe to what we've been having happen up until now. So, kind of into that. That's actually kind of cool. Gives me more belief in Creator than just doing the same thing and clearly not getting anywhere. Though, I mean, the first two games he lost in very different ways still, but didn't feel like that opening was getting him anything going at all, right? Clem is moving across the map. There is a scary part of this where the first push, if the Colossus don't have range, there's 100% a little bit of a time frame where things might get a little bit messy and a little bit nasty. Gather there. Bio into the center, a couple Cyclones pulling across. You see Noah Stalker and company coming up as well, so bring that straight through. Just gonna see the Phoenix gathering up on the left side. Bio army coming back over here as well. Clem is gonna bypass this army because Creator just thought he was going to be able to get a jump on it, but Clem is actually the one who's going to jump on this. The Colossus is saved by the battery, so hey, that's something at least. Siege tank firing on a lone Stalker is not exactly the greatest. The Zealots are slow though, so the Zealots are not exactly great either. It's kind of weird because Clem like does pretty alright, but then not really very well at the same time. What a strange fight. I mean, both the Colossus live. That's a big win from Creator. The Zealots not having charge was a major issue. I mean, if they had charge, then this is a very different situation, so... I mean, Clem, I think, is still losing a bit too much overall. I think Creator is probably pushing through to some success right now. We see the Phoenix still up in the skies, the Stalkers and the Colossus gathering together once again. It's going to be seeing the Medivacs. We're going to move down to that bottom side as well. Again, Viking, Marine Marauder coming through, the armor upgrade coming about also. It's going to be seeing the command center will come back across. Just going to have a little bit of excitement here for a couple moments. Just going to be seeing the command center still getting pushed around a little bit. It's going to go down, so there goes the third base of Clem. He will counterattack, and he will try and find himself then a way back into this. He will get a lot of probes here. But no third CC, he's in trouble. And to be honest, just no army that I think actually gets rid of this force now. 3 Colossus on the front doorstep. Clem's opportunity was in that bigger push, and it just didn't go well enough. I wonder what happens if he actually killed that first Colossus. It was saved by the battery. He really dove onto it as well, so he took a lot of damage because of that. Okay, don't get me wrong. Creator is not exactly having a great time against the drop of Clem either. Is there a way Clem maybe makes this work? The 6 gateways. Surely we can do something. I mean, surely we just recall this army at some point, and then that's more than enough as well. Clem's going to kill the natural expansion. Viking dies. Orbital is low. Probably just needs to be repaired. SCVs and Bio going to run away. I mean, do we just lift up with the Medivacs and just escape with whatever we can and just run from this? Like, Clem is now in the main base, going after the main nexus of his opponent, trying to trade out with those SCVs. Maybe just trade with the SCVs and then you lift up and you get away with whatever you can. That's exactly what he's done. The Phoenix try to chase, but the unload will happen. The Medivacs all survive. Probes running around. I mean, eventually, though, Clem has to fight this army. Unless Creator actually fails to keep workers alive and Clem can actually... I mean, this Phoenix, though, so... hiding a structure in a corner does not feel exactly like it's going to work. It is 1-1 upgrade, so Clem has a little bit of efficiency there. Like I say, the Phoenix are limited in what they can achieve. I just don't think Clem has the tech to ever really fight this force. At least I would like to believe. I don't think Terran's that insanely good. I mean, you're down 25-ish army supply with 1-1 upgrades, but like I say, Creator has tech units himself. He has Colossus, he has Phoenix, so he really does have a good amount to work with here as well. Phoenix and Stalkers will shoot. The Medivacs take some damage. The Bio pulling back a little further. Still got the rest of this army looking to push on in. Clem is not being rebuilt. His base is being revealed. Creator's still mining. He has 1,500 mils, 400 gas. Clem has to find a fight. He just has to go for this and just try and dive. And the Colossus will do a lot, and GG will be called. Creator will get a map. He will not let Clem run with a complete 3-0 on this matchup. Creator will force Clem at least to 4 games. And hey, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of belief for Creator is probably going to go a long way at this point as well. We got a mothership for map 4. Get this hosted. We'll get that on the way in just a second. Central West for map 4. Host this up. We get ready to go. Do. Alrighty, move a couple of people around, get Clem and Creator dragged to the top, and we should be able to go. The players are immediately ready, so they're readying up. GLHF, Protoss Terran, let's do this, jumping in, getting into play. Alright. Kick this straight off right now. Get this going. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player still up in the series. It is going to be Clem, as he has now just a 2-1 lead. It's still a lead over Creator, who does find a map. Gives us a little bit of hope when things were not exactly looking great initially. Let me get back over a little bit. Alrighty, we'll have ourselves a setup here, then we get this ready to go. I really want to know how would have happened if he killed the Colossus, honestly. Really would have loved to see what would have happened there. That would have been interesting. Barracks coming through, SCV's coming up. The Nexus building through, the barracks coming online. Get that underway to start us off here. Cybercore coming up into place. Reaper coming through. Just going to see a CC getting in position right now. Obviously, first few moments, a little bit of waiting around. Excited to see what Creator does then, because obviously Phoenix worked for him in that last game. Do we go back to what worked, or do we go back to what was maybe not working because you feel like Phoenix are not consistent enough to get something done here as well? See that Reaper coming through, a couple of shots. He's gonna get one kill early at least. Depth coming around, just gonna be seeing a couple of probes get into mine. We do have the Starport Orbital Hellions coming up, the Phoenix coming into place as well. Just gonna be seeing a couple of probies that will produce through the Adept, and the Reaper will go back and forth. Reaper into the main base, just gonna be going in after a few of those probes already, so just gonna get that on the go. Probes taking some damage. Widow mines are building, SCVs are producing. It's going to be the Starport popping in a moment or so. Actually cancels the Widow Mines, decides not to go there. What are we going to build off the Starport? Here's a Stargate from Creator. Clem. Gonna get in with the Reaper here. Does he get over to the right side to scout? Probes do not pull to deny the scout. Oh my god. He goes everywhere apart from where the tech is. There's the Heli on the low ground too, so 2 probes go down. He sees the Phoenix here, so he knows what's up. he's going to start going into Viking production. So he's going to build Viking, Cyclone, Marine. And he's going to go into a group of units that is going to make you make you very afraid, basically, as creator. He's going to have a lot of stuff that's going to be pretty tricky to deal with when you're playing primarily Phoenix in these early stages. This first push of Clem, when it comes across, will have the very high potential of packing quite the punch. Probe facility coming through. Gate and the probes coming up. Cyclone Marines building also. Marines just gathering that natural. The Phoenix are going to step over. One depot goes down over that far right side. Cyclone going to lock onto the Phoenix for a few moments, so Phoenix got chased away. Marines, Cyclone, Viking coming up as well. So again, a lot of that on the way through. The Immortal getting built as well. When is Spirit versus Scarlet? When this series ends. We're a bit behind schedule because we had some long games early on today already. Immortal just on the way out of the Robo facilities, just bringing that straight through. Again, Robo Bay, Forge, Nexus all coming up. Clem, in the end, is not making a move, just going to be building those units defensively then. I thought the Viking and the Cyclone might give him a chance to move on the map. He decides to just stay at home and, like I say, make it so that the Phoenix can't do much against him. He'll be very well defended if these Phoenix show up. We'll be able to put some damage out. The Cyclones push the Phoenix away there. 3 Marines building through. A couple of medevacs coming online. Destination goes down. The Phoenix going to get into the natural expansion. Lift up a single SCV. So put some damage in where we can. Into those Colossus again. Does Clem get aggressive this time? I mean, I really don't think he does, to be honest, but maybe I shall be proven wrong. We shall see. Again, Stim Combat +1 finishing from Clem, so if he wants to go for his first push, this is kind of the time for it. It's just Marines on these medevacs. He's building a second starport. I imagine a high Viking count is going to be a main priority for him before he does too much else. Phoenix will come down. Marine going to be there. Probe gets chased away. Again, +1 attack. Because of shells coming through. Vikings and Marauders building. SCV is also coming up. Marine will chase the probe. The medevac's coming back through as well, so again trying to see just what else can happen. The Phoenix around the bottom, the Colossus gathered together, Templar Archives and Gateways all building for the moment, so again a lot of that on the way through just for now. Bringing all of that online. +1 coming up, the charges on the way, the Colossus there able to laser down a Marine. Ghost Academy building from Clem. Still gonna get that going, the Stalkers going through, the Colossus and the Sentries will be there as well. Just see the Zealots coming over. You have the Viking Marine Marauder coming up. Ghost Academy is about halfway done. Again, +2 in the charge coming by. The Ghost Academy will complete from Clem in a second. Vikings, Marines, and Marauders all building up. The armor upgrade coming through. And that Observer stepping over as well. Marines will go towards the upper right-hand side again. +2 attack in the charge. Building from Crater. I'm just going to take this nice and passively, get Ghosts, get Vikings. I think Clem really believes a lot in his ability to take the trades in the later stages of this game, so I don't think he's necessarily going to be in any rush until, you know, if that's the scenario, I don't think he's in any rush to take fights or set up to try and take fights until he's just really set up on all of his tech. His army supply is looking good already, by the way. Like I say, it'll come down to him building up some of these tech units and then committing to fights across the map, I'd imagine, sooner rather than later. Cannon sets up. Bio Viking coming around. Taking a moment or so. Got 2 on upgrades. The Blink coming about. Just going to be seeing the Finn's going to jump in. The Marine is going to get taken about as well for a couple of moments. Fire comes up. CC is going to get to the front there as well. Just going to try and get over. Sick. I'm just going to take that 4th base. It can be a big map, this one, so take an extra base. We get set up there. Get that going. Blink is about to finish. Cyclones gonna have to step away. I mean, the Cyclone's not going to do too much. They're going to take some attention here. I don't think Cyclones in general are meant to do too much right now, though. It's kind of a late phase of the game for them to really be super active, or super successful, I should say. Can be active, they can poke around, but like I said, I don't imagine they're going to find too much value across the board in that. I hope Viking gathers up. The Stalkers and the Archons are going to knock some more Marines down. There goes the Cyclone as well. Still the Phoenix on that left-hand side. Dark Shrine, Nexus, Obs, Mortal, +3 and +1 all continue to come through. On the bottom, Creator going to move along as well. I mean, we're both maxed out. I mean, Clem is even getting into the fusion course. He's going to be very happy to start building up into Liberators, or so it seems is going to be his plan right now. It's just going to get that straight underway. Well, depth step over there. Just going to be hitting some of the SCVs for a little bit of damage right off the bat. Just trying to find some damage on that. Like I say, doing what we can where we can. Best of our ability. 2 upgrades are soon done from Clem. And Clem just floating out another command center up toward the top. It's just going to bring that straight across into position. It's our turret shooting at the hallucination as well. It's just going to start taking that down. It's going to begin to pick through this. And again, the robo facility, a couple gates, and a couple nexus continue to build into play also. On that army, Stalker, Archon, Disruptor gathers. We do see the Storm already building on the side of Kratos. He's going to bring that through. Shadow Stride coming up. Gravitic Boosters, that Observer Speed. Another step of this as well. Takes that top left base. Kratos does this a lot. Just takes that kind of random base, the other main base, or another base around that location. He did this against Byun earlier on this map as well. So something that currently Clem is not aware of, but we should hopefully try and figure... I mean, we'll see if Clem tries to kind of figure that sort of stuff out soon or not. See kind of what happens there potentially. Storm coming up, Shadow Stride coming through. 3 upgrades still building by. We just have the army of Creator coming out to the left side. Marines stepping forward. Just going to have, again, 3/3 and the +2 ship weapons coming about. The army of Creator still settling in the center. What happens next? I mean, Clem just playing super patient. He's in no rush. He's going to get upgrades. Medevacs will boost over the far left-hand side. So if he finds that top left base, that's really nice. Because obviously he gets through some structures there. We already see Clem making nukes and ghost academies. I think he really just has such utter belief in the late game. This is going to stim straight in here, so... Defensive cannons are going to start going down. We warp in a bunch of Zealots and Stalkers that, to be fair, will do some work. Ooh, DTs warped in. I thought they were Zealots, sorry, but they're actually Dark Templar to come to the rescue. And for the moment, at least, Creator will protect the upper left-hand side. But now that's always a risk, right? That's always something that Clem knows about. And can pretty much, from here on out, always make plays around. So, it's going to be a problem for sure. We see the few Disruptors moving back over. The Immortal gathering. shot fire straight into this. Just going to be kind of whiffing for the moment, but do have everything else gathering up. Stalkers, Disruptor, the Archons, all joining together right now. Pops a Guardian Shield. Like I say, Clem's in no rush. He's going to start nuking. He's going to start liberating. He's going to request Creator to basically make an even better army to fight against his. So he's going to be in no rush at all just yet. Nuke into the natural. Mortal coming up. +3 armor coming through. The shields coming up as well. See the Stalker hitting the Ghost. Clem with the larger army top left is going to get up here. The units that were left defensively are just going to go down instantly. I do not love warping in DTs when there was already a scan down as well. We'll need one more scan. Creator's actually going to show up with a few more units. As he tries to come up this ramp, he's going to take a lot of damage, to be fair. I mean, we lose the... I was going to say we lose the Benevacs, but I mean, Clem just killed multiple Disruptors. He killed multiple Archons. He kills one more Disruptor here. He's even killing Stalkers, which is obviously good trade, a good value. Creator drops like 50 supply in this, which is absolutely huge. Scan just popping out, gonna come over to the sides. We will just see ourselves the couple Stargate and the Fleet Beacon all coming up as well, so bringing all of that through already. And the late game from Creator will start to set up. He's rich, 5k, 2.5k available in the bank right now, so he's got money to play with here. And like I say, we'll set the Stargates up to try and do something with it. I don't love, I mean, he maybe could have started air unit upgrades earlier, because realistically this is a game where I think air upgrades are going to become a necessity, and maybe he could have realized that sooner as well, unless he really believed this was going to kind of end on this kind of current army composition, which, like I say, the longer that Clem's been playing for, the less I believe that could really be kind of mistaken as a situation. This Ghost goes down, looking for a nuke in the top left. There's a lot of a lot of army from Creators on the left-hand side. Clem's scanning around, figures out where he wants to fight. Right now, if these Liberators siege up, there's no good answer. The only good answer is kind of getting a massive flank on them, which maybe you can do because your army's out of position to the left side. If Clem positions smartly, he can completely zone this army coming in from the left, and then just completely dominate his opponent's base. Going to get a free Colossus here. We already are preemptively nuking. The army's actually going to come in from the back side, so these Liberators are going to siege. Like I say, there's not even enough Stalkers to really make a kind of real attempt of this. This nuke will land for a few probes. Let's just get our way through the natural. I mean, Creator, what? We're going to start going to the other side of the map? We're just going to give up our main base already? That doesn't seem like a healthy approach to try and deal with this at all. Clem's going to start sending his Liberators back, so they can be very useful in a base trade, of course. As he's got a lot of main base to pick through here, realistically, but he will start to do exactly that. Once you have our Vikings are just going to land. We're actually going to recall here as Creator. Oh, okay, well, the Liberator's on here, right? So that maybe makes some sense. One of the better fights you're going to find. And Clem just runs away. He will lose a little bit because he had the Vikings landed, but he just backs out of this. He's going to run through the Disruptors out of there as well. The Vikings will stop to kill the Colossus on the way as also. I mean, this is a little bit chaotic. Clem ends up losing pretty much everything that he had there, but now the Liberators are going to re-siege, and they're going to immediately start putting in some work. Libs are not going to mess around. At this point in time, the Liberators are just going to be so powerful. It's so tough to imagine them doing anything overly negative at the moment. Vikings peel all the way back. We have ourselves a few Tempests, the Immortal. Continue to come up into play. We have ourselves a few Ghosts, Marines, Marauders, Liberator coming about as well. The Ghost will get in after a few of those probes. I mean, Creator is still close to being max. He's got a Mothership in play. Tempest count is now growing. How many Tempests are we on? Wait, he doesn't have... He does have Tempest, right? Okay, no. He just popped his first ones. Okay, the production tab with the first ones. That makes sense. Going to nuke into that top left main base location, so... I mean, even right now, just denying the pylon, denying some gateways and warp-ins is not a bad thing. Probes will be dying because they were in the assimilator or so. Check quite a few work kills. We're gonna have ourselves these Tempests just out in the open. We kind of need those to fight against the Liberators, so that's not ideal. Libs are going to siege up here. That makes it a very difficult fight. Nice storm, though. Those Libs are clumped, and Clem will kind of get punished for that as this nuke Nuking Ghost will now go down. The bunker is holding against his DTs. I'm just going to step forward into this army, man. If there's no storms, then this is not going to go well for you as creator here. Mothership gets chased away. Clem's efficiency, I gotta say, it must be through the roof. It's about an 8,000 efficiency difference, so it's not bad. I actually thought it might be a little bit more already. To be fair, Clem has been losing some expensive units as well. Liberator will play defense here against these Dark Templar alongside the Ghosts, so get that all picked off. A few more Warpins coming in from the Prism already, so bringing those back into play as well. Collecting back together. Full moment or two, Vikings and Ghosts coming about. Army comes up once again. We are going to see a blink underneath, just going to try and initiate onto these Liberators. There's a reason why you don't really make Liberators, kill Liberators with Stalkers, because Liberators just out DPS. Like, you need so many more Stalkers. The Zealots on the ground are doing okay, and Clem will have to pull the Libs back to help play defense, but Creator's also out of gas, so he's got no money to really rebuild with anymore. It's just minerals. So that obviously is a little bit doomed as well. And I think this is going to be, overall, just pretty much all they wrote. As we have Clem 189 to 119 supply, and looks as though we will get at least one Terran now guaranteed into the top 8 of the competition. Fire still coming across. That Archon will set up. Ghost just going to be shooting at the pylon here. Probe goes down. Disruptor shots. Trying to reach those Ghosts. Not quite going to connect just yet. I mean, Critter is on his way to rebuilding because Clem has given him time. At the same time, Critter's army is being rebuilt in a pretty miserable manner. It's Stalkers and it's Zealots. And that's just not really super great, all things considered right now. Like, that's just not really what you want to see. He's going to get maxed out, but like I say, his army composition is very poor compared to the quality of the army that we're seeing on the side of Clem. Stalkers flank up, Medevac's going down, Bio pulling away. This little drop play is going to be in some trouble. We are going to be seeing, I mean, the drop goes down. 11 SCVs going down for Clem. As Clem maybe just made supply for more stuff. This nuke goes down for a cannon. Not really a big deal. The Ghost's actually going to get away. We're actually going to get rid of the Prism. We're actually just going to catch this army. EMPs will come down. Liberators will start to delete. The Vikings will land to help against the Zealots. And you can just see the Liberators doing what Liberators will do. And this army is now trapped in a corner. Like, there's no way out. I mean, they could recall out of here. That's pretty much the only option we have, but we're just running further into a corner. GG, says Creator. He knows this is over. He's not getting out of this one, and that is going to do it. That is going to be Clem 3, Creator 1. Clem survives through to tomorrow, where he will play some more games. Still, Clem moves through to tomorrow's games. He will play the loser of the Solar Hero series, so that will be Clem versus... Solo or Hero coming up tomorrow, so that will happen. Mark that down on my schedule, and I can message Clem over with that info as well, which is nice. Brilliant, guys. We are going to head into our next matchup, which will be Scarlet versus Spirit. Continue through this lower bracket as we go to the other portion of the lower bracket now. So Spirit versus Scarlet coming up. Clem survives on through another day. And we will go from there. Perfect. Send this over to Clem. So I've got more people already as well. Cool, cool, cool. All right. All right. Alright, couple of videos coming down, guys. Scarlet and Spirit are going to be on the way very shortly. And we get this ready to rumble. Awesome, awesome stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate you all tuning in. Fun games between Creator and Clem in the end. Started off with a very one-sided kind of aspect of this series, but obviously to take some better turns in the end, so happy to see that. As we'll get ready to go very soon into Scarlet vs. Spirit. Perfect. Get this started up and ready to party. Ethan, by the way, thank you for the sub. Got to do the tree. Whatever would I change if I was the balance master for TVP or PVT? I think I would mute all Terran players and Protoss players from discussing the matchup, because I think that's the worst part of TVP. Having to listen to people talk about it. What's Surfshark? Great question. Should we talk about Surfshark for a couple moments? Let's do that while we get these videos done and we get this ready to go. So guys, Surfshark is our VPN sponsor right now, so if you're looking for a VPN, if you're in the business to make your internet browsing safer and more secure, then do consider checking out Surfshark at surfshark.com/Wardy. If you use my code, or you go through my link, you will get 4 months of free Surfshark usage on top of the usual deal. So you get 4 months free if you go through my link, and it directly supports the channel and the StarCraft 2 that we run, of course. So, like I say, if you're looking for a VPN, do check it out. Why do you need a VPN? In this day and age, there's so many reasons. I mean, pick and choose. I mean, I use a VPN because I literally can't read stuff on Team Liquid without it, because some of their pictures are hosted on Imager, and then it gets banned because the UK sucks. So I can change my geolocation super easily with Surfshark. Couple of clicks and bam, next thing you know, I'm in Canada or somewhere where you actually can look at pictures on the internet, believe it or not. Yeah, it's the thing. UK is wild. Obviously, you can use that same kind of feature to, see your favorite shows that are region locked on Netflix or other kind of browsing or streaming platforms, for example. It also makes your experience safe and a more private experience on the internet. They even have features such as the Clean Web feature, which helps you to block malicious malware and stuff while browsing, as well as some advertisements and so on. And if that doesn't sound cool, there's even an email scam checker, so you don't get phished and lose your gaming accounts because you're just silly and you think you're actually unlocking the new mega upgrade for a free click, and in reality you're actually giving someone your password. So make sure to check out Surfshark for all of those reasons so you can continue to browse safely. Try it today, risk-free, with their 30-day money-back guarantee. So not only do you get 4 months free, if you don't like it, you actually just get your money back as well. So it's risk-free, and like I say, checking it out does support the stream. Thank you so much for listening. Sign it up today, and check out Surfshark, surfshark.com/Wardy. It blocks delicious malware? Yeah, it blocks malicious, delicious, any malware, actually, pretty much. Pictures, you know what, I get it. Like, I understand what it's meant to block, but like at the end of the day, like, Imager is just an image hosting platform, right? Like, it's not my fault people host naughty photos on there, and people use Imager for everything, man. Like, this crazy, unbelievable. So yeah, literally half of all of my like all the WardiTV threads on Team Liquid, when I open them, it's like, sorry, you can't view the WardiTV logo because it's hosted on Imager. I'm like, oh, brilliant, that's great. Helen just had it recently when she's on Steam and she's trying to like look at people's bases for the game she's playing or something, and she can't see half the images because it's blocked in the UK because they're hosted on Imager. It's like, so silly. But hey, with Surfshark, you can avoid that. Nice and easy. There's also, I don't know if I mentioned, there's an app as well as a browser extension. There's all sorts of ways to utilize it as well, so awesome stuff. The Jacob, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, going out to WSpooner83, Unadopted Puppy, Dennis, Dada123, TZ Red, and Hack at. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Alright, gonna get players readied up here for this matchup, starting up on Tourmaline for Scarlet versus Spirit. Let's get this underway. The Jacob, thank you so much for the sub. You can pick a decoration color, by the way. There is pink, there is green, there is orange, there is gold. Is there a red one left? There is a red one left as well. You can pick a decoration color to add to your gift tree because you gifted 5 subs. So if you're into that, let me know. Gold? Bam. How about glittery gold? Hell yeah. That's what I'm about. Bam! Thank you so much for supporting. That does say your name there, but we're going in games. Give me a sec. On Steam, yep, that's what it was. No, I'm not right. I thought you were looking at people's bases on the Steam forums, and then you couldn't see their pictures. No? Or was it the Reddit? I don't know. Wherever it was. Maybe it was on Reddit. I don't know. I thought I listened. Apparently, I didn't listen. Never right. In the bottom left-hand side, we do have our blue Terran player. He is going to be Spirit taking on Scarlet in the upper right. What a run Scarlet's had so far. First place in her group was already impressive, and then coming through the lower bracket 3-0 yesterday against Geralt. Lost to Reno in the upper bracket, no shame on that one. Spirit, meanwhile, also an awesome result. Not a great result out of the group necessarily. I mean, he still got himself a second place. But then he beats Yakov, he beats Rogue, 5-game series against Showtime, brings it back in a reverse sweep, takes a map off Hero while losing, dropping down here to play Scarlet in this matchup now. It's actually a great series because 2 players that are performing well and definitely, maybe even arguably overperforming in this event so far. Very, very cool. Alright, so we move across, we get going, we'll look to see what's happening as we get ready to rumble. Right about now, a couple of refineries coming up, the CC and so coming into play. Take a few moments to settle in. It is going to be some commands in the first, a little bit of greed out of Spirit to start off this series. Scarlet not doing anything so super crazy about this just yet. This is fun because I actually don't know. I don't really know who to favor. Like, I feel like I should favor Spirit, but then Scarlet has consistently surprised me and played great lately, so then maybe I do prefer Scarlet, but then Spirit's been really good. Like, it's hard to really deny Spirit and his success lately, so like I say, that's the best kind of matchup, right? Where you just don't really know who's gonna take the advantage, who's really in the lead or whatever. I like it a lot. Just going to be having the Reaper coming up, Factory on the way in, a couple of orbitals building through. Queens, drones, hatchery, all building by. Just going to have that orbital on the natural. Going to be finishing very shortly. Does see the Reaper coming over. Just going to see our Reaper is going to get rid of the Zergling, and we're just going to have ourselves the factory, the couple of SCVs coming through as well. Overlord heading to that bottom left side again. A couple of SCVs come through. The command center building up. Ling speed will be building. That's going to have that reactor is about to finish. Factory will swap on over there. Move into position and just going to be seeing the starport in the command center on the way. So very standard stuff. Obviously triple command center coming through. Scarlet taking a forward hatchery is interesting. I wonder what the how the forward hatch gets utilized here. As the SCV will pull across, will throw down a depot. Hatch finishes up, the couple queens step over. It's going to move in position there too for a couple of moments. Man's going to build in the main base, like I said, it'll be done soon. We're on our way to that Banshee, we're on our way to that cloaking. Bringing a lot of that online for now. So just a lot of this coming up. A couple of Hellions going to try and make their way through. So just going to go on a straight little bit of a run by and actually going to get in toward that natural. Now there's another couple of Queens popping up. One Hellion goes down. We're going to try and get some damage onto this mineral line and we will be very unsuccessful. Good defense from Scarlet. 2 Lings and a drone dead, but for 2 Hellions not bad. The forward hatchery though now exposed and 2 more Hellions showing up. Ling speed done though, and extra Lings popping right on schedule just to make the defense and make those Hellions not want to commit in and have to turn around and look elsewhere instead. So great job in the end, Scarlet. Make sure not to take damage early. Now going to go Lair and Rotron. Maybe that explains the forward hatchery a little bit, that she may play aggressively from that hatch and maybe kind of push forward onto the map with that control. Definitely a possibility. And as we do have the extra drones all building by. So a bunch of drones coming up, the Queen and the Overlord coming through. A lot of that coming into play. The Queens will be just at the front. The Overlord going to be right there as well. Again, 2 more barracks and 2 more engineering base. Spirit doing all the things that would just lead us more and more so into this bio play. No surprise about that. Like I say, we do have the Banshees and the Cloaking Nose, so we'll have to get the spores up and the detection and the anti-air against that. Otherwise, that could be troublesome. So that's one more thing for us to look for. Aliens gather. The Queen's just going to be there. Roaches are popping. Scarlet's going to add a few more drones, though, so she's not done establishing her economy just yet. Have Evo Chambers from Scarlet? No. It's just Roach Ravager for now. No future tech at all. Not even a Roach speed off the lair. So it's interesting. No, we're pushing forward with Queen Roach. The Banshees are going to come around the back, and the first Ravager is going to be immediately in trouble. Banshees do get turned away by the Queens. So the rest of the Roach Ravager. I mean, we're droning behind this, and like I say, what I'm intrigued about is that there's nothing else of a follow-up coming up just yet. And Scarlet will start a hit at the front door. Spirit has 1 tank sieging up right now. I mean, if Scarlet's just going to sit here and just clean up depots, I mean, that's not a bad starting point. Again, it's going to be tough to do. Magel's double bunker behind this. There's obviously going to be the siege tank as well. Scarlet going to start Evo Chambers now. It's a lot of investment from Scarlet, but she's also up 20 workers, so she's just going to control the front. And I mean, you get rid of 2 more depots. Spirit's going to remain supply blocked for a little while longer as well. There's not really much else you can do. The few Hellions trying to get on the map. The Lings are going to catch those, wrap around immediately. Sees where the Banshees are at too. So what a weird little scenario. Scarlet's just going to wipe out the front door, pull back. She's going to go melee upgrades, and now an infestation pit behind this is the plan. Oh, what an absolutely, like I say, completely weird situation to play out into. The Marines are going to stem forward. They're going to try and get a catch on these Ravagers that are on their own and move commanding as well. Oh, no. Oh, the Marines just take a brave step forward, and it's a very good step forward. I mean, that's every Ravager going down. I don't think they killed a Marine even. That's so expensive. This was great until that, and now it's horrible. As the thing with the Ravagers, they're meant to be able to kite back and get back to safety. I mean, we don't die here, do we? Do we die here? That was brutal. The tanks are coming forward as well. Spirit definitely sees an opportunity. He definitely feels like there's something in the air for him to try and take advantage of right now. We push on up. A couple Overlords in some trouble. More Ravagers morphing in. We do see the couple of Vials coming down. The Marine's going to dive forward. Scarlet on the counterattack to try and deny the third further, but I don't think she survives anymore. All those Ravagers going down freely was so costly. There was so much of her army, right? Like, it was her main force that she was then building the economy on the back of, so brutal. And with 1-1 upgrades currently done, Spirit continues to take good trades as well, and 1-1 might not finish here from Scarlet, because Spirit could maybe go in after the Evo Chambers. It might be a better target than the hatchery at first, because they're just going to go down super quickly. Melee upgrade denied at first. Roaches spawning. Third siege tank going to be here as well in a moment. Scarlet has a base up to the upper left-hand side that she could maybe fall back to as a third, but I'm not sure that's really going to be enough for you long-term. As the hatchery down, like I said, the other Evo probably goes down as well. Spirit steps forward very aggressively. For now, he has that upgrade lead, so you can kind of get away with this as well. Carapace is very close to finishing, and even if it does finish, I'm not sure if it's really going to make much of a difference. More Marines are arriving. The Lings are dying very quickly. Carapace will indeed complete. And we get rid of this Evo Chamber. I think this one is closed in on being done pretty quickly right now. Tank's still firing. Ravager's taking just a little bit more damage. It's going to be seeing a Lings, the Roaches coming through. A couple more shots coming about. Vials onto the siege tank. Roach Ravager will be chased away. We do have 2-2 upgrades still building about here from Spirit. And again, this one's kind of been decided since those Ravagers went down, unfortunately. Spirit will take the opening game. That's such a cool start. And then just like I say, the Marines stepping into those Ravagers just kind of ruin the entire potential follow-up of it. And game 1 comes to a disastrous close for Scarlett, who will, yeah, not be loving that, I imagine, too much. And game 2 in a second. Yo, the Jacob on another 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Let me get to the second game host, and I'll shout these out. Drop the lobby link down, get this starting up. Thank you so much, Jacob. Going out to SoTake1, McWuffington, DGGDGGD, Steve LO24, it's Kenster, Bulya256, Frostguard, Ripper, Zemnes, Byun as well. There you go. Some gifted subbies. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 10 gifted, mate. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Move Spirit into the player spot, and the players are already saying go, go. So we will count down into game 2 of this best of 5. Spirit off to a flying lead. See what the rest of the series have in store for us here. As we go on Old Republic's a bit more of a macro kind of map just in general here, so it'll be interesting to see if that maybe comes into play at all, or how that pans out. So yeah, figure this out, get this ready to go. Kick this off very soon. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the Red Zerg player. Down a game from the Shopify Rebellion. This is Scarlet. In the top right, our blue Terran is Spirit. Is this double EU into double NA? Nope, it's double NA into double EU. Scarlet server preference on this opening match. Get established here. A little bit of movement around the map to start us off, see where we go. We'll have the barracks coming through, get that underway. Match gas pool all coming up, couple drones coming by. Three steps over, just going to be seeing the Overlord coming about. Just coming through. CC going online, the Orbital coming up. Get that underway immediately. You've seen the link speed will start. Just going to get that underway, get that starting off here for a couple of moments, bring that about and see where things are going to go. Just going to have ourselves a couple of queens coming up, link speed on the way, factoring the command center building. Peaceful first few moments then. After that, a little bit of a sad, hectic kind of first game really. May as well be there. Reaper coming over. Just seeing a little grenade go down the hatchery. Gonna get blocked. The Reaper getting a little bit of a block off there initially. Not a bad start. Yo, what's up? Razorbeak OTP. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some subs, some bits. It's a beautiful Friday. Thank you so much for supporting the content in the stream. The bits, as a donation, will go into the prize pool of the tournament. So thank you so much for supporting the players who've been giving us some great games over the last few days. Super excited for tomorrow and Sunday. I feel like we're now on track for an awesome, awesome finish of this event. Because every day so far has delivered. It's really been great. Apart from the Reynor games, they sucked. Maybe that's why it's been so good. We've not seen Reynor since day 1. Unbelievable. Now we gotta have him on day 5. Ay. Alrighty, we do Real Talk have some action coming up soon. Medevac will be here, so we'll actually get some chances to make something happen with this. So we glazing your games versus Clem. I mean, it was fun, man. You know, a little salty. There's no Terrence in the upper bracket, but it's okay. Oh, they were good. That's the sort of series that pops off on YouTube. 3,000 views instead of 2,000, you know. Plus $2. Yes, there's Medevac coming over. The armory's on the way. So Spirit, I mean, he's a triple CC Terran, but the armory being done so soon means he can morph Hellbats early if he wants to. Scarlett is trying to get to Aspire. It's going to be scary. She's very close to being supply blocked. She's got Queens and Lings. If the Hellbats morph in, this is going to get very tricksy very quickly. So that fast Spire is absolutely on the line of being a bit too far. The Hellbats begin to morph, and the thing is from Spirit is this is pretty low commitment as well, because realistically, he's a triple CC Terran. This is not like a 2-base Hellbat commitment and you're going to try and 3-base behind it. No, you already have really good economy. Hellbats just want to trade as best they can here. Muta's on the way up. I mean, we're going to get Mutas out, but we're going to be without a third hatch is what it comes down to. Now, Scarlett doesn't have the drones for a third hatch yet, but ideally here, once she built Mutas, she probably would have been adding on drones to go to a third hatchery. Now, that's going to be much more difficult to do. You're going to actually have to stop and build the third hatch first. The drone's going down the natural because of the Liberator. We just have no current answer to these Hellbats, and they are getting busy. As now we're even killing off, drones in the main base. The Hellbat drop there is successful. The Liberator will go down in the main, but this is 13 workers killed. And if there was any kind of maybe hope of somehow pulling this back without a third hatchery, I feel like the more damage we're seeing, the way less likely that's ever going to be. And it was already on the, towards the realm of possibility of not very likely, to be honest. So may as well fly in, play cleanup. But this is 19 dead drones. Do we get one more shot off there? We do not, which is very fortunate, because if that had gone off, that would have been even more disastrous. And Scarlet is definitely not off to the start she wanted in this series, to say the very least. Definitely a very, very successful start from Spirit. He's going to be loving this because he's got his double server preference coming up as well. They're going to play 2 EU games after this map, so he's going to have a great opportunity to close the series out before it even gets dangerous for him. Take this sort of level of play already, and then you take it onto your own server. Yeah, it's definitely going to be feeling good. Do have the meters flying back up toward the top. The Lings gathering them. +1 Carapace, +1 Flyer attack coming through. 1/1 upgrades in the combat shield coming about also. Bringing a lot of that into play. Have the meters flying back around, and yeah, Marines and the Hellbats going to sit there. Spirit going to do the right thing with the Thor. High ground, very safe, very defensive. Going to keep that very much so alive for the foreseeable future. Just fly in. The Thor jumps to the low ground. Couple meters already taking some shots, taking some damage. And melee and Carapace upgrades coming through. The flyer attack upgrade as well. Scarlett trying to play the recovery right now. Spirit just sitting back very patiently. He's finished all his bio upgrades now. He's building the second factory though, so he doesn't have to go commit. I think he's far enough ahead that he could just walk across the map and commit if he really wanted to. I guess by going across the map, you open the counterattack pathway, but I mean, if you could defend these counterattacks and attack, like realistically, right? So, I mean, Spirit's just in a very good spot. He can probably do no wrong right now. I mean, because I don't think sitting back's bad for him either, because he's going to get drilling claws, he's going to get more options, he's going to build into a better position himself anyway, so like I say, there's not really a completely wrong choice, there's just, yeah. Difficult situation for Scarlet. Marines heading down to the bottom side, they're going to get moved across already. I'm just going to go for the push out. I mean, Bane speed will finish at least. Carapace upgrade might be done. Trying to find some positives in a world of negative right now for Scarlet, who is on the verge of being down 0-2 in this best of 5. The Marines will step up the ramp. We are going to see one tank sieging, a couple of Hellbats in the front to try and tank. The Banes just get destroyed. Thor will be saved by the medevac as well. We pull everything back after the mutas, which is going to help Scarlet a little bit, but realistically nothing died against this first wave of Banelings. And Spirit with a 40 army supply lead is just pressing straight into this upper third base. Not really, like I say, a situation you recover from. That early damage from the Hellbat attack. And like I say, it's such a non-committal Hellbat attack. It's so free for Spirit to kind of follow up from that. Two Banes crash in, and the Thor, that's a big shot on the mutas there. Couple final Banelings to play cleanup, and Scarlet's sub 100 supply against the 140 Terran. Reinforcements are arriving, and I do believe reinforcements will probably do everything we need to. Thor again, another couple shots off. Scarlet hanging on for dear life, but yeah, I think this is probably just about done and dusted. GG's. Spirit is going to take a 2-0 lead. Calm, convincing, quick. Yeah, very solid. Alrighty, we're going to swap on over to Europe, guys. Get that ready to go. Double check I've got the copy paste here. White Rabbit, Taito Winter. Perfecto. Alright, Right Rabbit coming up then as we move to Europe, and Spirit has a 2-0 lead, so really is kind of the dreamy scenario for him. Spirit making a run, man. Spirit making a good run. Drop the lobby link down. Start getting people in. Thank you so much, my Amaranth, for the resub. Appreciate you. 29 months. Thank you so very much. Super appreciated. I'm just going to be real quick when we get this game started, so give me a sec once we... You'll hear the countdown. I'll be back before you guys miss anything in game, I promise. Just letting you know I'll be right back. Alright, players are ready. Let's click start, and like I say, I'll just BRB one moment, guys. Be right back with you in just a sec. Why is it not starting? It's just lagging. Cool. No. Alright, I'll be right back, and we'll be in game in a sec. In the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves up 2-0. Our orange Terran player going to be Spirit, as he is up against the red Zerg in the bottom left. We have Scarlet. Yo, what's up, Divine or not? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for resubbing us up, priming us up. Thank you. Is this live? Yep, this is live, guys. Pretty much everything is live in this competition, in this playoff bracket, apart from there's like going to be like 6 or 7 series total from replays. Most of them have already happened, so. Sugar teats? Yes, I would. Absolutely. Sounds lovely. Oh, what a life. It's married life right there, guys. Didn't get cups of tea and chocolate hobnobs before before marriage. Ay, crazy. Rough start of the series from Scar. First game feels like the build's kind of cool and has potential, and then we lose the Ravages before it even really gets, you know, real. And then game number 2, you just don't have the Baneling Nest there. You don't have what you need to fight off against the Hellbats. See what happens here in game 3 as Scarlet tries to recover in this series. Why are the colors different? We hopped servers to Europe, and I imagine that this was just the predetermined color that Spirit already had on Europe, so he was just already kind of orange on Europe, and we just didn't change. I didn't realize they changed colors before we started the game. I don't even remember what color people are from one game to the next anyway, so I'm no good at keeping them consistent, but I'd imagine it's just because the server changes. That's pushed Spirit into being orange. Scarlet will win 3-2. Some hopium in the chat and the YouTube. I like it. I like it. We'll be seeing the Hellions coming up. Oh, a couple of Marines hanging about right there. We do have the Banshee and the 2 Hellions coming up. Drones, Queens, Link Speed, all continuing through for the moment. And as we settle it down for this game 3. Link Speed coming up. The 3 Queens and the Drones coming about. Just getting that on the way. Getting that started for now. Couple of Hellions will come by. Again, the Lings and the Queens coming up. Link Speed building. You can see the Hellions going to get rid of a couple of creep tumors right off the start. Oh, should be able to get the other one. There we go. So 2 active tumors getting taken down immediately. Orbital will come over. I'm just going to be seeing the factory switching from the reactor over to the side. Going to drop another reactor down there, so just going to get that in position already. Double engineering bay on the front, a couple of barracks coming through, Marines, SCVs, and Stim. Building for the moment, we just get everything gathered together. Those Hellions join up. And double Evo Gem are going to come about as well right now. Just going to see the Queen's going to get there. The Hellions get turned away. Little cancellation coming through. The Hellions are going to get there, trying to get onto the creep tumor right now. So, trying to see what will go on. So shoot. Just going to be getting rid of a couple of these drones. The full work is already going down. 5. Spirit getting in for some good damage early. Just going to stand on the edge of the Spore Crawler range. Even just one Queen in range when you have the detection, though, is not ideal. 9 workers and the Queens arriving to make sure that this is going to be a pushback. couple depots coming up as well, so we get that on the way up and through. Get that all going as we just have the Queen still taking damage. So dealing damage story out to those Banshees already, so just pushing that out there. Banshee just pulls over to the side a little bit further, just because the Queens will be there to clean that up. Well, 1-1, combat shield coming through, we get the drones, the melee upgrades, failing speed. So just trying to stay on the right track here, replenish those workers, get back on track ASAP. Spirit with the 1-1, the combat shield done fairly soon, so he's going to have that to work with soon, but like I say, not super quickly. Going to take a little bit of getting set up at least. Just the Hellions getting rid of a couple more creep tumors still. Armory's nicely timed for 2-2, maybe a little bit late, but overall we'll be able to pretty smoothly move into the 2-2 upgrades, so that will be a nice little bonus as well. Let's just have our melee upgrades coming about. Infestation pits coming through, getting online here. Lings are building. Depot in the center of everything there, just not sure what that's going to do, but maybe creates a wall for later, maybe just making use of the space. It's a fun one. Seconds go down, Hellions will step forward. Just going to see a couple of these creep tumors going down immediately, and we are going to see Hellions morphing into Hellbats, so big shove. That's why that worker loss earlier really gets tested. Do we actually manage to recover from that, or do you get punished? Hatchery in some trouble. We do have transfusions from the Queens available at the moment as well. Again, +2 attack. The additional Marines coming about. Hellbats are going to pull back over. The Marines jump onto this hatchery. We'll transfuse again, but we can out DPS the transfusions. We are going to get rid of that. Ooh, Spirit is going to get close to the Banes. That's a little messy. I was going to say, these Marines can still unload. He's going to unsiege and resiege this tank, which does wall off the Marines. And so the Marines are not going to be touched by the Banes, and 16 Marines are still alive. Spirit with a great start. Denying the base is obviously a huge deal, and then going from there, I mean, he took this fight with 1-1 to 0-0, which helps. I was really worried when the Banes were super close to those Marines, but he got enough of a lift-off, and then he turned it into a great fight on that left side, with the tank helping to block as well. That's the Marines just coming over. Tank will siege on the low ground, just going to move up straight away, and we're just going to have ourselves attempt to deny this hatchery. There's a bunch of Banes in the back. The tank actually gets a good shot on them. We try and target fire down. I think Spirit realizing that that's maybe not super successful, but he can unload here. Most of the Banes got used. Another 12 in production, so I mean, Spirit's just going to try and keep up the pressure, just going with a reinforcement wave after reinforcement wave at the moment. Trying to keep that very much so online. A couple of Banshee shots coming through as well. Marines getting back up to this high ground. Couple Lings chased away. Queen in some trouble. Infesta drops a pretty big fungal. The Banelings just need to connect right now to play cleanup. Somehow we didn't get that much of a connection. I felt like it should have been more, perhaps. Let's pull back over. The backs will resettle. Banshee is going to hit on that hatchery, and just going to have, I mean, fifth, I guess bottom side, fifth base will get denied here. Tank going to try and siege, target fire some of the Banelings. We target some of the ones in the back. Hatchery does eat a transfusion up. We're still trading with these Lings very well, and again, we're about to have 2-2, so these Marines are going to start trading even better again shortly. As Spirit hits on two sides, we do at least save the hatchery for the moment. Marines and the medevacs coming back around to reposition. Queen going to take some damage. The few Banes are going to get jumped on. Marines load back up and pull away for a moment or two, just having ourselves the libs. Coming back into play, the Marines. Also stepping forward. I mean, we're just not letting up any pressure at all right now, so just keeping this going. The Lings trying to run through. A couple of the Banelings there. Looking pretty okay. We knocked down a few of those very comfortably. Extra Banes in production. Ultra Cavern coming up. Ghost Academy, Sensor Tower, Planetary Fortress. Haven't really looked back at home from Spirit. We haven't really had to, but his production continues very smoothly. Into 4 bases. The Libs are going to be a great stepping stone against the Ultras initially. They're going to give you that kind of initial defense against them. Then you can get Ghosts up behind it as well. Lings will take a chance to run on through here. And Spirit's going to have to siege a couple of tanks over the left side. Fungal on the right side will come down on these Marines. Medivacs are continuing to unload the Marines into this, which is probably fine against the Banes, but maybe not so pretty against the Lings that are already wrapping around them. Liberator will take its chance to siege on this mineral line. It's going to take a while to play cleanup here. Scarlet again just kind of hanging on for dear life. As is so often the life of a Zerg player, the Liberator is now above this mineral line, just drones dying everywhere. And again, Spirit just benefiting from, again, the chaos that he's caused all game long. Scarlet is getting close to kiting this plane, so she's getting close to some Ultras, but it's not like there's no response from Spirit. It may make Spirit slow down a bit if Ultras pop out, but he's on it. You know, he has the Ghost Academy. He can build Liberators already. You know, he has a way to get set up with that. As well, that's just send one Marine forward to get after that Baneling. Lifts up at the very end there, as well as just being able to pull back from that. And come back on the left side. Spore Crawler gonna be in some trouble. It's gonna go down. We jump toward this hatchery. Scarlet's just gonna retreat. Which means that Spirit, after all this effort, will kill this for a second time in this game. Gonna get the Queen just before we get the hatch. Stepping forward and then stepping away. Can maybe get some of the creep over here, remove some of the control. We kill an Overlord. Scarlet has enough to stay away from being supply blocked. Spirit wants this hatchery, especially if the left side gets given up. Scarlet will fungal growth to say no, not just yet, or not as easily as that at least. We'll wrap around. Marines getting caught. Ling Bane gathering up. Medivacs will load. The rest of these Lings around the back just going to nibble up on those rocks. So doing a little bit of a job here, putting some damage out for the moment. And Bio will join up. A couple of tanks will be sieging. We do have the single Zerg on the top side, nibbling through the command center that's morphing in. Going more maxed out versus maxed out. The biggest issue at this stage is that the biggest issue at this stage is that Spirit has basically been able to play his game completely untouched at home, so while he's put on some great pressure, Scarlet's just not done anything, so Spirit's in a great position later on here. And yeah, Scarlet's going to keep this game going, and she's kept it alive, but still, I mean, and credit to her, like, she was in a horrible spot. She's kind of scraped it together to get to this stage, so she's going to be in with a chance, but I still like where Spirit's at, because like I say, a lot of his infrastructure is set up already. It's like the dream point to enter the 15 minutes of the game at, as a Terran player, basically. Spirit really choosing to slow down here as well. Scarlet gonna send a big group of units to the upper left. Medivacs there will be seen. We have only 2 Ultras on the map. I'm kind of surprised. I thought we'd see a few more Ultras a bit more quickly, honestly, but not the case just yet. Just to see what we rebuild as we kind of take trades here, Scarlet. Do we go more Ultras? Are we happier on the higher Ling Bane count? Spirit's starting to get nukes ready. On the left-hand side, a couple of Medivacs going to get chased away as well. Ghost coming up, a couple CCs coming in. Advanced ballistics, +2 vehicle plating. Coming online also as Scarlet sets up across the board right now. Bio taking a swing at that rock, set of rocks in the center, and we'll have Ling Bane Ultra gathering again. Run up. Play a little bit of cleanup right here. Have the advanced ballistics on the way, the Ghost coming through, +2 vehicle plating. Also building for now. It's just bringing all of that online, +1 missiles, +2 flyer attack, +1 carapace. Crimson's getting taken out there by that Bi army that comes across as well. We'll run through. A couple of turrets going down. We're going to see Scarlet jumping on an army. Spirit pulling back very far. Those ghosts in the back should be sniping that Ultra. Like, those ghosts just ran and they just never got involved again, but I feel like they could have actually just found even more value there, but it's not meant to be just yet. 6 SCVs go down. Very manageable amount of losses from Spirit, who is seemingly okay with letting this just play later and later. Still adding on more ghosts, adding on more Liberators as well. The resources like in this game 15.2 to 16.7, so the resource loss is not bad for Scarlett. She gets more corruptors and ultras on the way now. The Brig gets taken out. The Viper's going to start to consume. Another round of Banelings. Again, plus 3 vehicle weapons will come up. The CC's on the way. Our Corruptors flying across, Command Center taking some damage. We have the Bane's going to take a chance to roll up this direction. It's 18 minutes here on White Rabbit, as we do see a little bit of bio on the right-hand side. Going to knock down a Bling. Going to knock down some creep spread. Going to be seeing the rest of these Marauders coming through. Queen will be going down. A little bit more creep spread being cleaned up as well. Cryptum is still dropping. The Bane's taking damage. Tanks, Ghosts, plus 3 vehicle weapons all coming through. We do have ourselves the Infestors and the Lings still building. Ultra, Bane coming across as well. A couple changes moving up that right-hand side. And all that Ling Infestor coming about for the moment here. Still got the plus 3 vehicle weapons coming online. Another scan, gonna get rid of some of the creep tumors as we go. Ghost cloaked up, slow step forward, Spirit. Apparently has some queens walking into his range. I mean, Scarlet's gonna dive forward here. Corruptors will get after those medivacs. Decent 3 split of the units. Where the Bane's gonna go? I was gonna say, don't hit those Marauders, that seems horrible. They roll in toward a bunker. I mean, now some Snipe Star coming through. Even just on the Overseers, there's value. The Ultra going down as well on that bottom left side of the screen. Scarlet drops to about 150 supply before she rebuilds up again. Spirit doesn't have a lot of gas banked right now, but his replenishment does not need to be very gas heavy the way that this is going. And so, kind of seems fine still for the moment. Scarlet does have money in the bank. Resource lost after that fight, 24.5 to 20.2. So Scarlet's starting to take those less efficient trades, but is significantly, you know, mining more than the Terran player. I don't think Spirit is particularly close to taking one of the bases that Scarlet is taking that's meant to be his own, so for now, Scarlet stays with that base advantage. Try and play the late game with the moment. Ultra pulling Bane coming through, tank's gonna fire, the Marauder's pulling back. Going to see Ling Ultra all running through here, jumping on toward the siege tanks. A couple snipes already coming down all across those Ultras. Ultras getting absolutely destroyed. As we're going to see the Infestors trying to run up there as well. That's a disastrous fight. The Fungal comes down too late to stop any of the significant snipes that happened. Every Infestor went down, I think. And Scarlet rebuilds some Ling Bane, but that's not it. I mean, it felt like Spirit was really far away from getting to one of those bases that Scarlet is taking on the sides, but now he can deny this one, and maybe he can actually make a push toward taking this himself, at which point you're equal base count to Scarlet. That's a no-go, so then you're going to be even more forced into making things happen here, and to try and get something fixed up to kind of get this back on track, which is not ideal. Being, you know, having your hand forced is really subpar. Broodlords are morphing, and we pretty much have one Broodlord morph to try and potentially turn this around. I would imagine that these Broods are going to become a vital part of potentially a future for Scarlet if she is going to start changing really the story and trajectory of this game. She's now 8,000 resource loss worse off. Spirit sees the Broods. Scarlet was rich, so big deal. Just going to see that siege tank going down. And it backs out over to the left side. Another scan coming into play. You're going to see the Brood stepping forward again. Things looking to run forward here. Broodlords are going to get in after the siege tanks. So you see the Broods getting sniped at once more. The rest of the Ling Bane coming over. Drop on the other side of the map as Spirit is still dealing with a lot of what Scarlet's working with here. And he's got these ghosts away from the Banes, mind you. I mean, the drop on the left looks to be uncontested. He will get the ghosts out alive. And if the ghosts are alive, then I think everything else is just going to die. And Scarlet is kind of stuck on what else to build. She's spamming up Zerglings once again, just trying to get those still coming through. It's not exactly looking great at this current stage. Our Broods are alive at least, right? So we got the Broods coming about. We will just snipe whatever's in reach, which in this case was some Corruptors. This Bio army is now onto another base as well, so another hatch going down. Scarlet losing real control of this game very quickly at this point. Again, the Broodlords were okay, but now Thors are coming up. More techier units are coming into play in general is just going to be nice. These things will probably get the cleanup here, but man. 11 Corruptors coming through, the couple Spores coming online, +1 ship weapons, +3 vehicle plating coming by, the Thors are about to finish up from Spirit. This will siege out to that right side. Spirit going to donate a few SCVs in, clear up some supply. Scarlet's still max, but her bank has been whittled down heavily since we started seeing these trades. To be fair, resource lost is still only an 8k difference. That part doesn't really feel bad for the Zerg, apart from the fact that I guess we're really struggling. It feels, I mean, Scarlet must be taking some amount of trades here, right? Like, she's getting some kills. Just going to try and push forward here. The Broods maybe in trouble to the Thors. The Banes are going to crash in. The Thors are kind of stacked up. Maybe the Banes get a chance. Probably one of the worst fights that Spirit has had as he tries to run with those ghosts. He has them cloaked up. The Thors are in the front. We'll get rid of a couple of the remaining Broodlords. Some of the Banes actually end up turning around. Wow, Spirit just lost a lot. Out of all the fights he's taken, that was really not a good one. It actually goes in Scarlet's favor by about 2,000 resources, so... Spirit has a ton of minerals, but he is a little bit lacking on gas, so that's going to be the awkward comparison here. As these ghosts just take a shot to get some free snipes off. Scar has a lot of Corruptors that aren't going to do much. The Fungal from the side, and we are going to lock a bunch of ghosts down. We are going to get some kills there, as Spirit has to try and back it up and maybe play a little bit calmer for a few moments. That fungal growth, or infested count, is going to still be a major factor in this. That Corruptible Shroud coming through. It'll be interesting to see if that comes into play at all. Missile turret that's cleaned out on the right side as well. Another sniper too trying to come in toward that Broodlord. The few changelings will also step forward here. The Hellions going to make a dive to the left side, get after this mineral line. And Scarlet is actually at a point where she doesn't have a massive bank, so drones are important. Like, her mining counts for a lot at this stage. And the problem is you would clean this up with Lings, but then if you're going to run Lings into Blue Flame Hellbats, that's no fun either. So just across the board, that's a horrible run by that you then have to deal with here as Scarlet. Puts her into a very troublesome position. A few more Zerglings show up. They will eventually clean out here, maybe? Possibly. Man, this Hellbat is going huge. Getting some value. 29 drones dead, by the way. Doesn't even try to fight the rest of the Zerglings just yet. Hellbat's over here, going for more drones. Spirit just turning off the economy of Scarlet, so all of a sudden Scarlet has no rebuild potential after what she's already got. We find some snipes on the Infestors. Whiffs the... Okay, it doesn't whiff the Fungal completely. Does get 2 ghosts in return. But considering one player just lost their economy and can't really rebuild, that's a pretty big differential in this game. Hatchery in the center probably just dies before anything else happens. Hatchery on the left side going to die to the Hellbats too. Scarlet's afraid to move too much Ling Bane over there. Because she knows she needs pressure on this right-hand side still, because she is going to be attacked by Spirit. And this base is going to become one of her final mining resource bases. It's very Ling-heavy moving into this. That's a great Infestor Fungal from the upper left-hand side. Going to double Fungal the Ghost. They're going to slow split. Banes do get through. A bunch of the Ghosts going down, but Scarlet's supply is not good enough. We got a longer game in the end, but again, I mean, credit to Scarlet. She did play from a horrible position in this game from the early stage. And she made a hell of an effort of it, but... not enough, and Spirit will take the 3-0, ending Scarlet's run And keeping his own run alive, Spirit has been playing great, and he will advance on through to another round of the lower bracket. As we are going to go into what will be our final matchup today, guys. It is going to be Showtime versus Cuba. We're going to try and get that hosted up nice and quick, and we'll get that on the way through. Perfect. So, we can get that ready to go. Kick this off, and we'll be in-game. In just a few moments, guys. Sorry, just heard something weird. Alright, yeah, great stuff. Alright, one more match today, then Showtime versus Q. Let's get this going. I will preface this, guys. I will be completely honest. I have to leave in about an hour, maybe an hour and 5 minutes or so, maybe an hour and 10 if I can push it, give or take. So, if this goes long, I probably have to dip like towards the end of the series, unfortunately. I started an hour early today, and I put less series today on than the other days, and it just hasn't mattered. So I apologize in advance for that, because, like I say, if I have to dip, I have to dip. I mean, it's possible that we don't have to. I mean, the series could be an hour long, and that's just fine, but just giving you guys the heads up. So, yeah. Alrighty. That's ready to go. We're already scheduled Spirit on a day he has to leave early. I didn't schedule Spirit on a day I had to leave early. I just scheduled the bracket. I didn't know where Spirit was going to be. Have you tried predicting where players are going to end up? In this bracket, like, it's impossible. It's straight up impossible. Yo, Divine or Not, thank you so much for the resub. Liquor, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime as well. I'll get you on the tree next. Give me a moment. Showtime will be our highest seed here, so get that sorted out. Let's sort it out. Liquor. Let's get you on the tree. Bum, 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 bum. Videos will start and get this underway, guys. We're a bit behind schedule, so I'd like to keep us going for the players as well as myself. Thank you so much for the resub. 2 months of the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my god, there's no space on this tree at all. It really has become an absolute mess of decorations. Alrighty, guys. Shadow Citadel, 10,000 feet, Celestial Enclave Mothership. Vetoed so far. Do. Ruby Rock gonna be our opening game here. Let's get this sorted to host, guys. So we're gonna try and keep things moving speedily here for everybody involved. It's late for Cure. The winner of this does have to play versus Spirit after, guys. So the way it's going to work is we're going to do the winner of this versus Spirit tomorrow from replays. No one will be able to cast it live. It will just be a replay series. But it does mean that Cure, who's already playing late, does have to then play against Spirit if he beats Showtime here. So just giving you guys a little heads up on that, in terms of how that is working. It's going to be one of the final replay matches of the entire tournament. Because I think we've done pretty well considering the chaos of this big bracket. Done pretty well. We've had very few series from replays overall, so I mean, shout out to the players because they've made it a lot easier to make sure that that's the case as well, so it does help. Posting into Showtime versus Q, guys. Just trying to double check. We've got everybody from the friend list. Missing Indy, missing Take TV. Come on, guys. Get on in here. Players are ready. As soon as this last caster joins the lobby, we're going. Sending it. Spirit trying to rob you of your Christmas sushi. I feel like it's going to be Showtime that tries to rob you of your Christmas sushi now. I feel like he's ready to play some long PvT against Q. I don't know, actually. I mean, he played pretty standard games against Spirit for the other day. I did miss those last couple of games he ended up losing. Oh, let's see what goes down. We head into Ruby Rock, as we have on the top left-hand side, the Red Terran player representing Team Liquid. We do have Q. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand side. We're going to have ourselves Showtime. One more best of 5 today, guys, and then we're into Championship weekend, well and truly tomorrow. We'll be starting tomorrow the same time as we started today, which is 1 hour earlier than our usual stream time, just so you're aware. So make sure you take note of that, just in case. Very excited to get that on the go fuel, like I say. Wrap this tournament up over the weekend, and then we have our Christmas games coming up. Obviously, we have the Monday Cup on Monday as well. Very exciting. Those games were fun as well. So was Mana Showtime. Man, Mana Showtime was crazy. Showtime was in such a bad position so frequently and constantly found his way out of trouble to kind of keep his hopes alive in the tournament. He dragged himself out of so many rough scenarios in that one. Indy, awaken. Observer. Wake up, Indy. There we go. Indy woke up, guys. Whew. Oh, I almost thought I was going to have to steal someone else's camera for a few minutes. That's not so bad, but when Indy's so far down the observer list, it's not easy to get back to him, you know? What's up, Soul Agenti? Thank you so much for the 37 months resub on the Prime. Cheers, mate. No, cheers to you. Thank you so much for the resub and priming us up and supporting the channel and allowing us to keep on doing all this. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. We're moving over. Just going to have ourselves the probe coming about. Nexus coming down. Factory, command center, SCV. All that coming through at the moment. Just going to have our Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come through as well. Little chrono boost on the Nexus. Get that underway initially. Bring that into play. Get that set up. Get this a-rolling. For the moment. Early game of TVP. It was very, like I say, very macro from Showtime. He played some great, just solid controlling of the game against Spirit in the couple games we did see. And kind of just leveling it out and really kind of hitting Spirit before he got set up into that super late stage. Obviously, if Showtime wins this against Q, he gets that rematch against Spirit as well, which is also potentially very exciting as a rematch goes. So, I want to see if Spirit, if Q wins here, Spirit has won the last couple of times he played Q, at least to my memory. Maybe there's a matchup they played recently where he didn't, but Spirit's actually a better bet there than you think he is. I would imagine for a lot of people, because I'd imagine a lot of people just think, well, yep, Q's probably got that one, but the reality is I think Spirit's actually been very good in that TVT lately. May have a very good shot at making the top 8 tomorrow with that series against Q. I actually love this bracket. This run just in general from Spirit has been crazy cool. He's been showing up so far. It's awesome to see. Slowly coming about, a couple of Adepts will go for a little bit of a shade, so they will try and put some pressure to the other side of the map. It is Blink coming up from Showtime, and expecting to see probably a lot of Blink on these openers. Again, a nice standard way of getting set up. Already going to be seeing the Marine drop showing up here from QA now. There's also going to be that Widow Mine, which makes it a bit more complicated. As the Stalkers will push through, the Adept and the Stalkers together. will be able to take out said Widow Mine. Still got that blink coming into play. Stalker and the Observer coming up as well. Little grenade going down. Probe still taking damage right here. Stalkers just get there. It goes down. Again, Banshee tank and a couple of Marines come through as well, so we get all of that on the go for the moment. Big aggressive kind of army come from Kure, right? Marine tank Banshee looking to get across the other side, looking to put some pressure on quickly. It's going to be intriguing to see if that's something Showtime shuts down or if Kure can take advantage of it. We do have the engineering bay coming up right now as well. So seeing that engineering bay in the barracks. I mean, obviously there's a follow-up here. It's just how much do we push with the initial group of units, because a lot of the time the Terrans, they do look to try and get into some good positions with these initial setups, so there's definitely a little bit of a possibility there as the Forge Immortal in the charge continue by. Still plus shoot, the Marines going down, Banshee and the tank's going to get slowed. Nice little scan, gets rid of the Observer, so you lose the high ground vision for a few moments as well, so that at least is going to also be pretty cool. As we now see the Marine tank just pulls back, secure, not overly committed. Like I say, he's got the follow-up getting going anyway, so it makes sense that he doesn't find himself overly committed right now because, like I say, he doesn't need to do anything. He has the follow-up he can focus on instead if he needs to. Charging the Observer coming by, the couple of probes coming up, Stimmin +1 on the way, and we just have our couple of SCVs building 2, reactors producing for the moment. Walkers making their way toward the upper left-hand side. Again, Stim Combat and +1, all coming about. And a lot of that on the way right from the get-go here. These units just gather up and ready to put some pressure on toward this natural expansion. Just going to be seeing the one at depth coming by straight away. Just going to be having the, again, +1 Stim Combat. A little bit of everything coming through. Marine Marauder going to be a part of this as well. The 2 Banshees back down the right side. They're obviously still a threat, right? Throughout this game in general, they can be something that can jump in and get some work done, as we just see the Banshee showing up. A couple of probes begin to drop. The battery doesn't save you here either, because obviously if the Banshee's shooting sync, the probe should die before the battery can heal. 4 workers go down into the natural expansion. We recall to the natural, and it's a lot of Stalkers that get recalled. And we're actually going to be forced to come back up through the 3rd base, where we're going to kill one more probe. That might just be about it. Do we have a blink to chase further? No. Banshees will get out. These were just cloakless Banshees, so it's nice when they do damage, because, like I say, they don't have the cloak, they don't have that extra investment you kind of make there typically, so getting damage done with them feels even better, because they were even cheaper to set up into in the first place. Now these 2 barracks finishing very soon as well. And Simmon Combat Shield just finished up. Kure already on the map and ready to try and make something happen with this, with these Terran upgrades. Showtime trying to slow him down. Having to recall against those Banshees was rough because that really kind of forced him to reposition. We get 1 siege tank here. We do take the 2nd shot off the tanks though, so a bunch more Stalkers go down. Showtime has charge. Is that enough to help him out? He's down an attack upgrade as well. Good first couple force fields. Traps a bunch of units in, keeps a lot of the bio back. And Showtime stay alive on this one. The couple of tanks are trying to relocate further around the right-hand side already. See 1 Marine already being picked away at as well, so that's going to go down pretty swiftly. I see Kure is going to kind of get in position here, and now you've got to kind of really decide how are we going to contest this. Scarlett getting up into the front. Man, the tanks are just shelling. They're just at a good distance, right, where the Terran can just jump in toward the Nexus. The tanks are far enough away they're not in threat, and then doing a lot of work when they do get to fire. These few units on the left side need to stim up and come join this fight ASAP. A Colossus shows up as well as Showtime tries to make the defense happen, and he will force this back, and now he's going to try and chase to capitalize on Kure's initial move across the map investment here, so he tries to do as much as he can, chasing this down and following this up. Well, I mean, Showtime holds on. Supplies going to be a bit down for Showtime, but he's still up a few workers. 3rd base stayed alive as well, most importantly, and he has the 4th base now starting, so he definitely resets to a much better position than what this was originally looking to be. Green Stim just going to be able to get a little bit cleaned out right there. As yo, what's up, Grommold? Thank you so much for the 52-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you for resubbing. double expand from Showtime, and he is catching some units in the bottom left-hand side as well. A few Zells just getting on top of the double drop there. Clean that up pretty, I mean, clean it up. He pushes it away pretty effectively. Clean up's a loose word because it loads up and then threatens to drop in toward the main base, so we're going to try and stay on top of that as well. Azio Psychotic, thank you also for the fresh new sub on the Prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you for choosing to drop your Prime on the channel this month. Thanks so much. Medivacs sitting tight just at the bottom there, hanging around for a moment. And Ghost, the Vikings continue to come through, just getting that set up at the moment, bringing that straight in. Again, +2/+1 still coming about. Extended Thermal Lance coming over. The Marauders will continue to run, just going to be seeing the Zealots. Just going to run across also. The Marauders will get cleaned up in that main base, so Showtime will not let Kyo do much else with that initial drop play. That will come to a close. Another round of units swapping in, a few Stalkers, the Colossus, the +3/+1 coming up as well. So again, a little bit more of that, excuse me, on the way right here. 2/2 upgrades, still building on those engineering base, so we get that going as well. And yeah, +3/+1, all building through. A couple of Vikings will build from Kua. Showtime's about to be maxed out. I mean, maxed out against 170-ish. Yeah, I mean, 20-ish supply lead. Let's see if he can push across the map already. Here ready to move to his own 4th base. Just going to bring that over toward that left-hand side. Put that in position. Got the 2/2 upgrades coming about already. The +1 ship weapons coming through. The Ghost in production. Marine Marauder Medivac still coming online. So you can see it will drop into that left side. Just going to be having the Dark Shrine halfway done. Robo facility coming up. Gates in production. So we'll get through, picking off the Marine. Again, the Zealots come back over again. Just going to have the Marauders and the Medivacs coming through as well. Just gonna run across, Bio gonna shoot. Starts going down immediately, rest of the Bio stepping over. Kira putting some pressure on the map then. Now we're both maxed out. Upgrades looking good on both sides. Gonna be pretty even for the most part. There'll be a little bit of an advantage here and there in terms of the +2 timing and then the +3 attack. Shadow Stride will be on the way from Showtime, so giving himself the DTs to harass with later on. They were a mainstay as part of the reason why he was able to take those games off of Spirit when he was able to win some of the games. So to the main base, just putting some pressure on, and Showtime going to swing up the right-hand side of the map currently. So again, positioning here to try get forward and to try make something happen. And +2 ship weapons coming over. The army of Showtime pushing in from the sides just now. Gonna have to be careful. We want to try and make sure those Vikings don't do much. He hits a good disruptor shot, hits a good clump of units in the front. And an attempt of a 5th base is going to get turned around immediately. No luck to be had there for sure. Vikings get that observer. Just gonna see the rest of the Bio still gathering. Move around a little bit here currently as the army comes back into the middle of the map. Disrupt shards, fire through. A couple of Vikings going to be there. Bio Ghost coming about as well. So the rest of that coming around right now. It's just getting straight over. Armies will collect together. Disruptor shot coming through, clipping a couple of those Marauders. I mean, Showtime going to try and keep position over here, man. These Disruptors keep getting very close to some very good connections. And a great job so far. Still pushing about. Just going to be seeing the couple of units moving about. Just going to see the Vikings going to be there as well. Trying to get a little bit more done. Just going to push through. Showtime on a good supply count, and obviously breaking through that base is nice. He's being counterattacked though, and that's going to be one of the issues. It's a lot of bio to go and deal with. Something to definitely look at for the moment. See the Colossus coming through, a couple more shots going down. Stalker Sentry still stepping in. It's going to be seeing the Vikings still trying to fight. Showtime still breaking through this at the moment. Disruptor's going to do a lot here as well. But the issue is going to become in a moment here from Kira is going to be that he mostly has Ghosts, and they don't really have EMP energy. But not just that, I mean, Ghosts just attacking, but not doing much to the army that is here. As Showtime is still in trouble across the map. That drop is absolutely finding value, and it is 100% making life difficult here for Showtime. But Showtime can just continue through these bases, then Q has basically nothing left. Kira does eventually go across toward that right side instead. But do you lose a Colossus? A couple Libs sieging up is going to be an issue as well, man. Showtime is losing a lot of the last few moments of this. Going to turn around with these Zealots, loses a Disruptor, blinks forward, trying to get rid of the Marauders. With the Stalkers initially, man. The Liberators are an issue, though. I don't think we can really fight through those just yet. A few more Zealots going down. We recall home. A bunch of stuff to try and deal with this. Showtime will have more bases coming out of this. Just about. Oh my god, that medevac is super low. The issue is, where do you unload? The Stalker's going to get a blink again in a moment. You lose your ability to kind of boost. Stalker blink should at least get rid of one of these medevacs. There it is. And actually the other medevac's now in trouble as well. Everything getting caught. The unload on the high ground will be somewhat effective. We do see Showtime finally getting some Zealots here. We maybe don't get rid of everything though, I guess. Prism going to get caught as well, which is unfortunate for Showtime. There goes any pressure on the other side of the map, as we do see more units showing up. Like I say, these Liberators are huge, but we actually going to get a chance here as the Stalkers focus the Libs. There's cannons to help back up on the ground, so the Stalkers can focus the Libs a bit more comfortably than before. Disruptor may have to do a little bit of something right now. Extra units running in. And at least we got rid of the Libs. I do feel like that was one of the major issues Showtime had here. Now blinking forward. DT's actually putting some work in, by the way. Loses the DT in the end. Disruptor will force Kira to back away. Kira has 58 army supply to Showtime's 30. He's still mining off this left side base. That base surviving is huge. He has a bottom left planetary that's muling as well. So I actually think Kira has the economy to get through this in the end. It's come down to a hectic finish, I think, in this game one, but it does look like Kira might just about have the edge on this overall. So let's gather. Liberators coming through. Missile turret SCV coming up as well. DT blinks back over that left-hand side. The Marauders will be there. They will kill off that Dark Templar. Showtime is going to regroup a little bit on army supply because he does have mining, right? So it's like he is also, like, they're both mining is what I should really be trying to say. Do you think that army looks pretty okay from Kira? We're going to run up. Zealots are going to get stuck behind the Stalkers. Just an ugly fight for Showtime. That's not a movement you want to move, a moment you want to move in, or that's not how you want to move in, I should say, maybe. GG's. Kira's going to take the opening game of this best of 5. So Kira gets the 1-0 lead. We'll head into a game 2 of this in just a second. We'll head our second game up with this one in just a few. Alright, just throw us around where we need to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kira readies, if Showtime readies, we are going to be good to go. Kick this off. Let's go. Just waiting for Showtime to do that readying up. And we can go start this game. Brilliant! Alright, let's get this going. While it hosts in Solo Genti, Sick, Psychotic, and Gromold, thank you so much for the subs. I'm going to put you all on the tree. You're all there, I promise. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be Cure, taking that first game just about. I really didn't think he had it when the base trading kind of aspect started. He was keeping himself in it with the base trade. I just felt like Showtime, when pushing on that natural, looked as though he was not going to be stopped from advancing forward at all. And alas, in the end, he was. Go bottom left, Showtime upper right. So gonna get this on the go as Showtime. Let's figure out what he can do to get back into this series here on Old Republic. Those liberators at the end really made such a big difference, right? Like, if you don't have those liberators as cure, so many of these fights from Showtime just are so much more comfortable. CC onto the low ground, orbital command coming up. And the cyber core on the way as well, so just bring that straight through. See what build we enter. Did feel like he had a great control over kind of like the initial aggressive build that, you know, when Kyo wanted to try and push into position initially and so on. Not really much happening there. So you have the factory coming online, the command center still coming up as well, so bring that straight into play. Again, command center coming through, the factory building. We just have ourselves the adept and the warp gate coming about also, so all of that coming in for the moment as the Twilight Council will build. Nexus on the way through. Command center on the low ground, finishing up in the next few moments. Yeah, Twilight, no surprise really. I do wonder again over the course of the full series, does Showtime mix it up at some point? Max lifts off, just gonna see the couple Hellions already on the way through as well. Get that SCV producing. Yo, what's up? Bob Vernon on the £30 donation. Thank you so much for the generosity, mate. I will just have to open my dashboard to read the message. Give me 1 second. Appreciate it though. Again, all donations going to the prize pool of the tournament, guys, so thank you very much. I logged in as stream elements on this PC. That's the question. No. One sec, guys. Just tab out so I can read the donation message. And we'll take a bit of a journey across while I am tapping out. Bob Vernon, £30 donation. Thanks for all that you do and happy holidays. Thank you so much for the 30, mate. Like I say, I'll be going to the prize pool of the competition. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, and I will get you added to the donation star. Hell yeah. After this game, thank you so much. See the medevac loading up 4 Widow Mines up to the top side of the map. So 4 mines to try and drop through, see what Showtime's defense looks like here early. Just hanging about. The Stalker's in position, blink ready, so put a lot of damage on this medevac quickly. We will stop 2 of the Widow Mines from even getting out here. And that should be a very easy cleanup. 1 probe goes down, 2nd probe will go down. Very easy cleanup. That's pretty much as good as it gets. Oh, Hellions on the low ground get a couple kills. Okay, so the Hellions on the low ground kind of make up a little bit for the issue, but even still a pretty good situation overall, I would say, for Showtime, because the medevac goes down, 2 of the Widow Mines never do anything. I mean, it could have been all 4 mines and also the Hellions, right, at the end of the day. So, yeah, versus the Widow Mine drop, very solid, and Showtime begins to move across to the bottom left side as he looks to put some pressure on and get something on the go here in the next few moments. Is it Cura's server preference? Yes, Cura. Yeah, this game is, yes. It's Central, West, Central, West, Central. You see the bunkers taking some damage. Stalkers will swap in. Auto turret on the other side. The map going to get some probes. Not much you can do about that unless you find a way to get rid of the Raven. Not sure if I like the blink in here because the siege tank's in a good position. Oh, we can go to the bottom of the base though. That's just going to come around. He will find an entrance to get rid of the siege tank. So the siege tank goes down. The SCVs still pulling into this. A few more SCVs going down. It's actually a very good trade for Showtime. Getting a lot of value here. 11 workers dropping, and Cure takes some mega damage. Now, some Stalkers went down, but we really do enough. So I would say to kind of justify that initial investment in. Raven around the back. Auto turret coming into place. Again, Stimpack +1 attack upgrade. All of that's still coming through as well. So upgrades on the way from Cure. But yeah, big worker losses going to keep Showtime very much so in this for the moment. Keeping us alive and kicking. Gates, probes, charge, all coming through. The Stalkers blink across. A couple of SCVs already going down. Some damage being dealt right off the get-go. Prism loads up. We're just going to peel our way down through the bottom side of the map as well. Get away over here. Again, +1 stim, both building through just for these next few moments as well. Stalkers gather. Again, a few SCVs drop. Keep the Stalkers aggressively placed. Going to blink in again. There's a second tank sieging, so the Stalkers are not going to fare too well here. Ooh, that's not an easy way out. We just had to basically wait. Anytime you're waiting for your blink to come back off cooldown is not pretty, right? And that's kind of what that comes down to be, just not pretty. And I do feel like that's making up for some of the early losses here from Cura. Showtime just not having a good time, taking some damage. Losing some of these Stalkers are going to remove some of the pressure that remains on the map, right? So, kind of adds up over time as 3 workers now going down. Just going to have ourselves the Stalkers blinking back over the other side. Combat shield +1 attack upgrade coming up as well. Still got ourselves Marine Marauder medevac building through too. Couple more barracks, command center in production currently. Load up the double drop. Q will get to the top. He's still down a lot of workers here. He's 45 to the 59. His army supply is good, though. He adds 2 more barracks. In this position where you're playing with the triple CC that can move out, yet to become an orbital still is just morphing in now. So, again, it's been pretty bad economy, let's face it, for Q. Obviously lost a lot of workers early. It's definitely a bit of a factor. As you see the Colossus, the +1 attack coming through, probes, and the rest coming up at the moment. That comes about. Just going to be seeing the Nexus on the 4th base from Showtime. So far, Q doesn't have much pressure to put on that. The drop never gets across, and he will just sit at home for a moment or two. Like I say, I like his army supply, though, but I guess he doesn't have a good answer to Colossus, and so unless you have, like, multi-prong, it doesn't really feel like there's much you can do right here, and he doesn't probably have enough to really, truly multi-prong just yet either, so I'd imagine that's a big part of the reason why he's kind of just sat back, not doing too much else just yet. Flanking the Marauders, the +1 armor upgrade coming through as well. It's just going to keep all of that in play. Again, the thermal lance, the upgrades, a little bit of everything coming by. The engineering bay and armory will be a part of this as well. So it's the Colossus, just going to step through the center. Just going to be looking to get after those rocks. And again, just open up a little bit of space already. More positions to move through as Showtime looks to start pressuring onto this base setup of Cure. See how well we can do here. Obviously, move up. There's a depot right there. We can maybe jump on a little bit and knock down the rocks that lead into this natural hallucinational self. What am I? Nope. Also doesn't do it. Rocks will indeed fall, and we just have Cure settling still between the bases. The next few moments to set this all up, figure out what will happen next. I mean, Cure's just sat defensively enough that Showtime doesn't feel good attacking in. We are going to add a 4th command center on as well here from Cure. Just bring that up into play. You see the few ghosts coming about, the Viking is coming through, Starport and the barracks still building. Observer gets shoved away. The few Stalkers are going to fire up a few shots in return. Missile turret will be there. The Prism take a few more bits of damage and push to the side. Again, the 2-2 upgrades coming up right now from Kua, so it's going to be a little bit of a Showtime lead, having 2-1 to the 1-1. This attack upgrade will be nice to see, so we'll see how much you can do with that. Rest of this army just collecting back together again. Prism still coming up. Seeing everything rejoining us here. And 3G upgrades coming about, gates in the Dark Shrine coming about, the battery coming online as well, so all of that coming through. For the 2-2 upgrades and the +1 ship weapon is going to be a part of this from Kua. Viking Marine Marauder building up, the Orbital and the Reactor coming over, the Prism unloads a little bit into the center of the map as well. 4 more Vikings producing at a time as, I mean, we're maxed. We're looking for fights. Again, Showtime gets that Dark Shrine. It really does seem like a very important part of his kind of formula here to kind of beat the later game Terrans. Need that Dark Shrine because you need to be able to take on pretty much all of the, you need to be able to kind of hit some counter harassment. So, trying to take a 4th base. It's not going to be easy. Showtime's right here. Kua's ready to come in from 2 sides. He's going to commit to a big fight. He doesn't have to chase this. I mean, he gets force fielded out on the left-hand side, so like I say, you don't have to chase into this at all. Like, this is a completely optional fight for you as Kua. We knock the Colossus down. Now the units from the left side do seep through. It seems like it's gone a little bit back and forth, to be honest, as we are going to be seeing the Stalkers blinking through again. A bit more of the bio coming about. Showtime just trying to keep the momentum in his side, but he doesn't want to go too far forward. Those 2 high ground tanks are going to make it hard to justify pushing in. Even if your Zealots are the ones that are getting shelled, which, sometimes Zealots against tanks, they don't really care about tank shots. It is damage that's adding up. I mean, we're going to warp in again. Showtime still wants to go for this, it seems. So he wants to commit. He's going to be very aggressive onto this location. Trying to run up to the high ground. Some Vikings have landed too. Disruptor shot will try and follow up. It hits right in between units. So good job by Kua. As I do think Kua, he'll kill that Disruptor. And I think Showtime's going to have to go back to a drawing board here because Kua hangs on. I mean, he is going to be kind of trailing on supply a little bit. But I just don't see why Showtime is making up the difference in order to kind of truly break through this position right now. It just doesn't seem to be happening. And you have Prism around the top left-hand side. Showtime pushing that around. Bio, Vikings, the Medivacs will join up. A couple Liberators will come through. 3-3 upgrades still very much so on the way into play. +3 shields. Sorry, +3 armor, +1 shields. More upgrades for Showtime as well as he tries to develop this into a later stage situation. The Prism taking some shots off that missile turret as we try and dive into the main base. The Marines, the Marauders pulling back. We do have a Liberator harassing elsewhere as well, helping to hold on. Prism is low HP, by the way. I think the Marines might be able to get that. If Kua was focus firing, he just stimmed his units deeper into the main. So now the Ghosts are going to show up to kind of help with the DTs. Drop an EMP down. The Ghosts will do what they can. We can morph in Archons and get them out of there. I mean, a few more Zealots shown in. We're still warping into this main base. Kura is taking damage. A lot of damage being dealt. Numbers are falling the wrong way at the moment here for our Terran player. As Showtime still warping into the main base, that TT gets caught as well. Man, I actually think he could have killed the Prism if he'd realized what was going on. There is action elsewhere. There's a pressure on the front from Showtime. He loses this Prism finally. This attack in the main base is finally done. Back over here, Colossus continue to fight back, continue to push back through. Bio Army coming back over as well from Kua, coming over that right-hand side currently. Mules drop down, the Zealot Stalker Colossus pushing in at the bottom. Sense Tower goes down immediately. One Widow Mine into the Zealots. Don't think we'll do much else here though. Gonna get pushed away. 3-3 upgrades coming about. Liberators on the way. Marauders coming through. +2 ship weapons coming about as well as you just have Showtime maxed out. Against the 186 supply of Kua. What's noteworthy is obviously Showtime has a ton of money, so while he's trading a little bit badly, he is mining significantly more than the Terran player here with bases all around the map. I'm not sure if Kua's going to be able to start stabilizing well enough right now. These Colossus on the bottom side, 4 of them putting some work in. The Vikings don't quite kill that first one, which is going to end up very low, but not quite dead yet. Showtime just going to pull back. Still can't quite break through. Not an opportunity to do that just yet. Command Center trying to float forward. Figure out what might be next. Liberator range coming up. Again, it's going to be a big part of Q again. A big defense kind of going here. If you get Lib range up and operational. Q has a massive army supply, so it is a bit scary because Showtime will potentially be trading badly into this all the time. But again, he's mining so much more. That is a significant advantage. I think it's going to come down to, I mean, 5th base maybe. Right? If Q can take another base along, then this becomes way more manageable because then you're able to survive so much longer. So I think that might be one of the big kind of, you know, makers of this game, makers or breakers of this game, I suppose you can say. Not at that point just yet, though. Temple Archives, Stargate coming through. Do you see a few Liberators coming up? +1 vehicle plating, the Advanced Ballistics. So Stalker Sentry Colossus into the middle. A couple of EMPs going down. Units will just take a step back. The Liberator still siege and Prism around the bottom side in toward the main base. Missile turret gets some good damage dealt. Just going to be seeing the Libs coming through. +1 vehicle plating. The Advanced Ballistics for the Liberator range as well. These are still getting in after the SCVs. The DTs come back in from the bottom side.
Game paused.
Showtime going to pause for a lag. Hopefully not a major issue. Something we can resolve quickly, we hope, and then get back to it. Well, obviously a few SCVs right now. Q just scanned and saw just how many bases Showtime has. He truly has bases all around the map at the moment, so pretty big factor to think on there. So just have, say, a moment or two trying to figure out this. Hopefully not too much of a delay. We can get straight back in. 800 ping says Showtime. Okay, might take a moment or two longer. All good. How's that always lag in this game? Playing on the cross servers, just the servers nowadays are just not very stable, and some connections for some reason just really suck to them. So sometimes players just from Europe to America even kind of suck sometimes. It's just random. Like sometimes just like it feels like a bad connection for no other reason than just like it's bad today. It's a little bit rough. It's a little bit rough. Showtime obviously has so many bases, but again, I mean, resources lost is not that bad for him. 5,000 difference. Showtime is ready.
Game
Get this resumed, get back on track, as we do have pull around to the left-hand side. Currently in for Showtime, so he's going to try and position himself over here. A couple of Liberators begin to fire it up. Too much coming to that just yet. Still got those extra Libs coming by. Byun on the main base gets rid of the Zealot. We're trying to get this 5th base down. That would be such a major help, but taking that 5th base does cause you to have to like reposition in general here, because then you've got one more base that can be hit. It opens opportunity for Showtime, and that's something that Showtime can absolutely try and jump on top of and take advantage of as well. So something else for us to think on there as we are nearing 18 minutes here on Old Republic. Stalker's blinking through. Liberator will go down. The Colossus will get the missile turret. A couple Liberators still coming by. The Bio Army coming across. Ghost coming over. Vikings will shoot. Colossus take damage. Stalker's taking damage as well. Bottom right base of Showtime will go down. I mean, there's a lot of bases Showtime has. Losing one here is far from the end of the world. As Kira sees these disruptors, by the way, misses the EMP, but he will get rid of still 2 of them. that was one of the least convincing disruptor cleanups we've seen. As we're actually going to see this fight. I actually like this for Kira, surely. He doesn't have many Vikings, though, so maybe the Colossus will succeed. Showtime running on through. Those Zealots coming forward. Going to get caught up in the choke point is the issue. Kira is getting the 5th base up during this, and that is maybe the biggest thing of all. If we get that 5th base up and we can hold it, that's massive. Showtime has the money to rebuild a little bit, but he's mostly going to be Zealots. I mean, he's got some gas available, but not tons of gas. And the Liberators are showing up. That's a big issue. Okay, we're building Tempest, but building Tempest means we're not really going into that forever kind of just pressure mode. And I actually think we're going to get a bit of time here as Cure. So he's going to start taking out bases. Now, yeah, okay, these first 2 bases are maybe not the be-all and end-all of the world, but it is a good starting point, right? At the end of the day, it's a good point to begin with. Yeah, there's a ton of bases top left, but it is progress. There is some bases now falling from Showtime that Cure can successfully say, right, I've cleaned that up, where next? You know, less places overall on the map to now target. Before Showtime, it was like you could look anywhere and Showtime had places to hit. Now, you can maybe focus some drops to the upper left-hand side. I think Cure just wants to maybe force a fight with these Liberators. I think he likes the Liberators at the moment. He's really looking to get them involved. The Liberators are going to get rid of some of the high tempo there. Oh, didn't have the vision for the shot. That would have been quite nice, as obviously any high tempo, any Stormy remove would have been good. Massive Zealot counterattack. Showtime says, cool, you focus on a big push. Let's, let's take advantage of that massive round of Zealots over to the left-hand side. Cure does not have a lot of rebuild money by the way, right? He's super reliant on his mining, so anything that threatens his mining is going to immediately put him into some trouble. See that Bio army still collecting together. Just going to have ourselves everything else moving around as well. Zealots are still going after the mineral lines here. Bio coming back down the bottom. The Zealots are going to gather back up again. Engineering Bay Depot's in some trouble as Showtime continues to work his way through this position. Landing the Vikings, the Zealots will begin to go down. Cure will clean this up. Has a lot of minerals given up. Again, we're not killing a lot of the army, but now Cure is at 29 workers. He's got 160 army supply. All Cure needs is to win a fight convincingly enough that he can then run through the Protoss. And it's not impossible, because he's got so much army. If he wins the fight convincingly, Showtime can only really reinforce quickly with certain units. And those units may not be good enough to then take down what Cure then has left afterward, right? So that's one possibility of how Cure plays this. I mean, it feels like that should be the possibility when Cure has not replaced SCVs. He sits at 32. He's done nothing but add army on. If you're telling me he wants to sit back and just take this extra base and just sort of mine, then he should have absolutely been rebuilding some of the SCVs instead of just replenishing army again and again. So that would be kind of an interesting state of mind. 21 minutes deep here on Old Republic. Colossus on the right side, going to get rid of a Marine. Just going to be having the Nexus trying to come up in the center again. Stalker going down. Nexus getting caught. Storm on the Ghosts. More Vikings coming through already as we just have Showtime poised to hit the bottom right base of Cure. That's a fresh base, so it is one of the better ones to get rid of. But there's a planetary. There's a little bit of bio here, but not too much. We blink down. Cure not going to do anything about it. I thought he might make a move. I thought he might take that as a chance to kind of like move upwards and maybe kind of pin this army into the bottom right. But clearly not too confident about it. I think he's scared at this point of probably the Tempest a little bit as well, right? The Tempest really limit what you can do in terms of like completely dominating the position with Liberators and so on. So they do kind of create a get out of jail free, not really get out of jail free card, but they create an opportunity to break out of a lot of these sieges that Cure was previously kind of reliant on to take good trades. Showtime is not going to be back up against the wall as much as... What's fun about this attack is that Showtime is maxed out, by the way, so like you can't just warp in defensively against this, so the drop in the upper left is a big issue. Because, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Oracle there goes down. As we kill some units, supply gets freed up. We'll see why Showtime warps in. Honestly, the drop in the top left is still going to go uncontested, and Showtime is losing bases. Cure keeping himself in a very good position in this late stage. Bio gets a clean up over on that left-hand side. We scan to the top left. Keeping an eye on things here. Bio to the right again. Nexus here. Going to be in some trouble. Going to get taken out once again. And Showtime desperately trying to take this base, but at the same time, I don't think you can really take it at this stage against Cure. Maybe Cure should take that base and just try and hold aggressively forward with the Liberators. It's not a bad idea. I do think the bottom right base is better, though. It's safer. Maybe just try and take both at once as well. He's got another CC here already, so... Cure still doesn't have a lot of money banked up. And again, that's not going to change with 27 SCVs only in the game. 60 army supply lead, though, should mean he has an absolutely dominating amount. That's why Showtime wants these Tempests to work, because he essentially wants to come in with these Tempests again and again. A couple storms come through, the stim will get healed up from, so that's not, it's a really non-committal kind of move there from Cure. Showtime sitting 6k, 3k at this point in time. Big money in the bank from Showtime. On the right-hand side, this army comes about. Just going to see Tempest, High Templar, Stalker. coming around. Also looking to get moved in position.
Game
Showtime
paused.
gonna lag again, it seems. Take a moment or two. Obviously, this one is on West. Showtime has the overall preference in the series, but Central West, Central West, Central. Yeah, I don't agree. Just some slight maintenance to make it so we can access. Like, we shouldn't have stupid spiky pings randomly. Like, I think it's a very fair statement. Take a few moments. You will join in with the sad face. That's Showtime. With some ping issues. I guess if this is getting fixed up, Showtime gonna be ready again. We can get back on track again.
Game resumed.
Get out of this second pause. Alright, so Pure is positioning in the bottom right, over to the left. He's threatening over here quite nicely. Like I say, Showtime doesn't really have anything to do over here apart from warp in. He's actually sent a couple High Templars over, so there's some storms available. It's a bunch of stacked defense there, but I mean, we can fight cannons. We've got a Marauder heavy army. We'll EMP to help out. The Zealots will show up, and that's going to be a big deal, but the Liberator is pushing forward as well. It's something we don't have a great answer to. Feedback on the Ghost, then a Storm. Pretty intense fight over here, actually, because waiting for Showtime to make a move. Blinks in with the Stalkers. The Zealots charge through. We are going to make the play right there. Still fighting back. Actually doing very well. I mean, this does mean that Showtime moved a lot of units over to the top left to deal with this, even a Colossus. So that said, Q then loses also supply as well, right? So, I mean, it really works in both ways. It's really visible in a couple different directions. We're going to see a High Templar going down there as well. Just going to have now the Bio Army trying to push in on this right side. Storm comes down, doesn't really do too much. Kind of zones, stops you from moving further forward, but we can still hit and do damage from where we're at. That Q army supply has dropped. It was 170 or something ridiculous. Now it's at 128, so it does feel like overall his army is a lot more manageable, and that it's a lot more difficult for Q to, at this stage, really come through this. High-sec order tracking going to complete. The Vikings are going to step forward. We see the Tempest, the Colossus coming through as well. A couple more hits coming by, the couple libs coming up, the Ghost coming in. Just going to see another Storm coming down. Now it's equal army supplies, and if you didn't win this with better army supplies, Q, what's going to win it for you now is going to be my question. And Showtime as well has 6k, 4k still banked up. Has to step back, and EMP going to create an issue again. We try and push forward. The couple Vikings taking some more damage once more. Disruptor shot going to get right on top of this army. Oh my god, the Disruptor is amazing. Storm on the High Templar will kill it, unfortunately, but I mean, this bottom right base feels like it's falling right now because Showtime is putting the pressure in that should be able to break into this location. I don't think we can really do anything about that as Q, and at this stage, he doesn't really have the mining to stay alive in this game. That central base is out, this bottom right base is running dry. I mean, Showtime at this point just chips his way through that army of Q, and he has 7k, 8k minerals, 5k gas to reinforce it with. And do you see a little bit of the Stalker arc on Colossus? Tempest still pushing around, a little bit more damage being done. Tempest will once again fire from afar. Another Storm coming straight into place. 5 more Ghosts producing through. Reverse Sieges, probes on the top left will be in some trouble. Showtime will have to go deal with it. He eats some EMPs here, trying to push on forward. He gets pushed back once again. The Bio going to be there to chase that the other way. Stalkers will show up. Liberator will go down. 8 probes being cleaned out. Gonna have the rest of this army from Kua stepping forward again. Storm's coming down, EMPs all across this. Gonna see Kua just trying to dive on into this army, which I feel like he should have done this ages ago. Like when he had like 170 army supply, that felt like the sort of move he could have made then to maybe, like I say, to run through the Protoss army, and if you win the fight well enough, maybe you just keep running through the reinforcements. Making this, like that sort of fight would have happened. I mean, let's face it, he basically decided to commit to 30 SCVs like 10 minutes ago now. You can't stay in this game for 10 plus minutes on 30 SCVs. It's unrealistic, and that's what's happened as Kira is bleeding out of Old Republic for this game too. Slowly, but surely bleeding out. Three more Colossus coming up, triple cannons on the way. We do have the couple of medevacs going to go elsewhere. Showtime just going to slowly take another base in the front. Again, he's got the Tempest, he can chip from afar. I feel like he should just be constantly there, just chipping at this army. Medevacs from far away should be able to go down right, drop the Revelation, so you have the vision. Gonna see another drop on the left side. That does make it more complicated for Showtime here as Kua puts the pressure onto this left side of the map. Another storm coming straight in. A few more Vikings coming up. Cannons, batteries, Nexus. All building from Showtime at the moment. We do have a lot of minerals and gas mined from him at the moment. Just going to see another storm coming down. The bio units coming back the other way. Storming once again there. You see the Colossus getting some laser beams off once more. Moving along to the left-hand side. Couple scans coming around. Vikings still producing through. We've got ourselves this planetary fortress in some trouble. Siege tank in some trouble as well. Next is going to go down the left side. Tempest will begin to connect onto this base. I mean, Q is basically now going to base trade the top left of the map versus and give up the bottom right, but then I just don't think there's a long-term plan that really works there for Q. Like, okay, Showtime has to run away from the top left. He's mined so much of this anyway. And eventually, surely Showtime can just jump onto that left side that Q is starting to establish for himself as well. It feels like it's just an obvious kind of happening. So let's charge about. SCV goes down. Again, a couple Nexus, couple Tempest, both coming through. The Oracles, sorry, the Orbitals will land up as well. A few Vikings and the Marauders still coming by. The Zealots gonna get jumped on as well. Just gonna clean those out. Showtime still has money, but he's running a bit low on minerals. I mean, he's expanding and cannoning in the bottom right-hand side. Q finds this left side base to mine from, which is something. He's going to make a stim and attempt to break down this top left base, which will indeed go down. It's funny because I wonder if Q even wants to kill probes at the moment, because it feels like if you kill probes, you're actually going to give Showtime just more supply to build army with, which at this point I think is fine. I mean, he's still going to be mining a bit, but you know, if he loses 20 probes, I don't know if he necessarily rushes to remake them. Orbital command will go down. I mean, Showtime just pushing forward is... I feel like he's... I get it, it's still scary. If you lose this army very badly and you spend all your bank... Like, your bank right now is not massive, you know? Like, 3k, 6k is big, but if you take a bad fight and the Terran loses like 20 supply and you lose everything, 3k, 6k doesn't rebuild you to the point of being able to deal with this. And that's why Showtime has to be super careful about these fights. That's why he is treading extremely cautiously around the map right now, as though his life depends on it, because it really does depend on it at the end of the day. Like, he does still have, like, he's in control of this game, but if he takes a terrible fight somehow, like, he can still lose. So here loses a couple of units there, stemming back into his natural, getting pushed further away. Realistically, Q can't give up the main base because he would lose the production he needs to stay in this game if there is a chance for him to keep building more. So if you give up the main base, then you're basically giving up the chance. And I think it's just time. I feel like it's been time for 15 minutes to send it as Q, but he's going to try and send it now as he will spread. He can come in from multiple angles and just wrap around this army. You can see Showtime's trying to make a getaway. This would be a good moment for the Vikings to get involved on the Colossus over the ledge, perhaps. First storm coming down defensively. Kira's just happy to force him back. He's not going to try and do much else just yet. Army back in the center. Showtime moving through. Just seeing the, again, cannons, batteries, barracks all coming up at the moment. The Bioforce, the Viking's going to be there as well. Oh, we have a sensor tower going to go into the top left-hand side. I mean... I can't believe Chris found the money build sensor tower. He's at 170 supply again, man. Again, that's why Showtime's playing this slow and steady. Showtime actually has so much gas available. Vikings trailing into the army. No miscontrol from Kira. That turret going down, the Marauder falling. We're going to have ourselves the medevac getting killed off also. Still just the rest of this pressure coming through. Sensor tower taking a few more shots. Ghost, Marauders, Tech Labs all coming up. Rest of that army collecting once again. Just going to see the Observer going to get chased away. So just going to pull that out for a couple moments. I mean, we basically have to wrap around this army somehow, and that's what we're trying to do. Is what we've been trying to do for a while, let's be real. I mean, credit to Kira, he is trying to find the engagement. I wonder if he's just looking for such a perfect engagement it just doesn't exist, though. Because the thing is while you are trading like this, your opponent is still mining more than you. So, like, he's just having more and more of a bank to potentially rebuild with over time. Ending up in more and more trouble here. Missile turret is going to go fire up. I mean, the rest of Kira's army needs to be kind of positioned already to kind of take this fight. I don't like this. If he's going to run in from the left-hand side, then it's all from one angle. Like this, we need to be over here and collapsing on this on two sides. Like, if there's any hope from Kira, that is how this fight needs to go. He needs to collapse in, wrap around. Now some zealots on the bottom side that are going to create some issues during all of this as well. 35 minutes here on Old Republic. Safe to say, by the way, guys, not going to be seeing the rest of this series because I... Remember when I said I have like an hour? Well, yeah, that was an hour ago. That's how long these games are taking. Ay. How much of the army supplies medevacs? He has 5 medevacs, so it's not even that much healing. I just don't... Like, what are we... I know Q is waiting for a good fight, but like, I just don't see what being so slow for the good fight gives to him. Unless he really thinks it's still just possible to take. Showtime is doing the right thing. He's just saying, well, I'm just going to take it super slow. I'm not going to give you the fight of a lifetime. Like, if you want to fight, come into me. And Q is saying, no, I want you to fight me so I can take the best fight in the world. And Showtime's just like, no. So they're in this kind of really weird standoffish position. Okay, this might be it. We're actually going to get a few units up towards the top side. This is more the position that gives you like a chance to maybe get something done here. This might be a little bit of what we need. A little bit of what we're looking for. Fire looking to get in from the bottom side. The Colossus are standing strong. You see the Disruptor coming through, the Stalker stepping forward, the Tempest ready to fire, Revelation coming down on this army. One Marine goes down, the Stalker's pulling over to the side. You're not going to get rid of a base on the top. Congrats, Q. We've killed a base. That's dead. And now what? Showtime, Tempest, a new prison coming up. It's going to be having the Bio coming back down the bottom left. Cells will come through. The barracks are going to take some swings. Just going to see the couple Stalkers continue to fight. Both those barracks will continue to drop down. And a couple of stalkers getting chased away. The Zealot's going to eat an EMP and pull back as well. We have the last few units going to get back onto this few Zealots. I mean, okay. Cure, I still don't see the perfect fight for you. He's now rebuilding a command center. Oh my god. An engagement! Cure! No, this is not the... I was going to say, this is not possibly the moment you decide to fight Cure, right? Like that... like, surely not. Surely not. Just going to see another storm coming down. Cannon still dropping. Vikings are going to fire another storm or two coming into play. Cure's army's bleeding out. We're going to stand here and fight. We're going to kill another Nexus. We can work our way down to the other bases. And then Showtime is 8k, 9k, so none of this matters. You've got to just fight the army, Cure. You just got to fight the army. I mean, at this point, he's like literally stimming himself to death as well because he's just super low HP. He's actually going to engage through. He's going to eat the storms. He's going to die. It's not even going to be close. Showtime didn't even need a scratch of the surface of his bank account. And it's going to be GG. Cure is going to take game number... Sorry, Showtime is going to take game number 2 of this best of 5. 1-1. Tied up. Bob Vin, thank you so much and welcome to the donation star. You might have forgotten, but you donated during this series. Appreciate it. There we go. Bam. Alright guys, real talk, I gotta go. Today's games just went super long. I started early, I put less matches today, and still wasn't enough. So I'm gonna have to go amidst this awesome series. I'm super sorry. But I just got life stuff planned, so... just let me send some messages to the players, let them know what's up. Cool. Alright, I might start even earlier tomorrow then, guys, and cast the last few games of this, but obviously there is going to be the rest of this series available on the, There is going to be the rest of these series available on the alternate language streams, guys. I gotta go. It's Christmas date night. And, Ellie's booked in to be dropped off and stuff, and we have a table booked and stuff, so it's just IRL duties, guys. Apologies. Like I say, I tried to plan it so that this wouldn't happen, and then we had like multiple 30-minute games today. I will host on Twitch over to probably just Indie or so, where you guys can watch. There's not another English cast. I will probably cast these games in English tomorrow morning, early. But also, Jack Burton, thank you so much for the resub, mate. I'll put you on the tree too. As if I pulled that face for Christmas date night. Look, I've got to make the StarCraft viewers believe I'm very sad about leaving them during the awesome series, Helen. I'm very excited for Christmas date night. I'm more annoyed that the players played such long games. I'm very excited for Christmas date night. I just can't believe that despite all my planning that was perfectly planned, we got scuppered by long-ass games. So yeah, guys, I will send you guys over to somewhere else. Again, super sorry. I can't redirect you guys on YouTube, but I will spam a link in the chat to Indy's stream. He's just the Polish caster. So it will be on Twitch. I don't know if anyone's streaming on YouTube this tournament, so I'll just send you guys over to Indy. And there you go. The link's in there. So super sorry. Like I said, I'll probably cast more of this tomorrow morning and finish it up. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for another day. Tomorrow and Sunday, I've got no commitments in the evening, so we just cast until the games are done, I promise. Longer games should bring more money. Look, the longer games are great. It's just unfortunate the way it worked out. Yesterday, we didn't have a single, 20-minute game when I had all day to cast. But alas, today, we had multiple 30-minute ones, so it's just the way it goes. All right, guys, like I say, super sorry. You guys have a great rest of your night. I will be back tomorrow. And I appreciate you guys. Obviously, sorry to dip out during such a great series. It's just the way of the world. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great rest of your time. And enjoy those games if you watch them, because obviously being a great series so far. Bye. I got 1 minute on ads, and then the stream will go offline, guys.